Hmm. All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. We are here today. It is Tuesday. We have I know you can hear the I'm doing on the stream, but we have a lot of stuff to talk about honestly today. Tim Cook is stepping down from Apple this year. That has made Apple dump. The ceasefire might be in jeopardy. The president just tweeted like 3 minutes ago, if you're wondering why the market is falling down a little bit over the last like 10 minutes here. This is a presidential tweet. He said, quote, Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times, exclamation point, end quote. He also commented on Tim Cook. He said, quote, I've always been a big fan of Tim Cook and likewise Steve Jobs, but if Steve was not taken from the planet so young and ran the company instead of Tim, the company would have done well, but nowhere near as well as it has done under Tim. For me, it began with a phone call with Tim. Basically, he likes Tim. And again, Apple is down. Britt is here. What's up, Britt?
What's up, everybody? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
How's everybody doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good, bro.
Good.
Tim Cook, Apple CEO, stepping down here, We also have Kevin Warsh coming out speaking at 10 a.m. today as well. Kevin Warsh speaking at 10 a.m. in his confirmation hearing. Now, they're going to grill him on a bunch of different stuff. His Kevin Warsh's comments were leaked. So Kevin Warsh's comments were leaked.
What were the contents,
Yeah, here, hold on. Let me get my stuff up and running. But yeah, man, it's an interesting morning. Markets are still pretty close to all-time highs, realistically. Here's Apple. Apple's kind of filled a lot of this gap from Tim Cook stepping down. The NASDAQ got really close to all-time highs, like really close. It might have actually, so the NASDAQ got really close to all-time highs. All-time highs on the NQ are, let me clear some of these levels. Just gonna have to clear these levels. All-time highs are 884s. 884s. Now it's pre-market, so it doesn't quite register yet, but we did tap that level, and then Trump tweeted about the ceasefire breaking, and now markets are pulling back a little bit from all-time highs. I was still kind of optimistic here, but we'll see if that optimism is in vain today. And yeah, give me 1 second. We'll talk about the Kevin Warsh statement that was leaked. Yeah, he basically said, like, yeah. On independence, he said, quote, I do not believe the operational independence of monetary policy is particularly threatened when elected officials, presidents, senators, and members of the House state their views on interest rates. He's saying this in reference to Trump being pretty vocal about his desire for interest rate cuts and his pressure potentially that he's been trying to put on people to cut rates. That he said that's basically giving Trump cover to keep, or no, this is it's basically giving Trump cover to keep publicly demanding rate cuts without Warsh calling it interference. He also said Fed officials should be, quote, should be able to, quote, form their own opinions on monetary policy and listen to a diversity of views from all corners. He said Fed independence is largely up to the Fed on the Fed's scope. So this is kind of like, this is something that Trump definitely wants him to say, right? And this might have been why he was chosen anyway. He said the Fed must stay in its lane. Fed independence is placed at greater risk when it strays into fiscal and social policies where it has neither authority nor expertise. So this is kind of a shot of the Fed under Powell expanding into things like climate risk, equity, inclusion initiatives, and more. He wants a leaner, more disciplined Fed that does less, not more. On inflation, he did say he has a firm commitment to fighting inflation with only one mention of the labor market in the entire statement. That's a hawkish signal. He might be prioritizing stability over, labor or employment, which is half of the Fed's dual mandate. So he didn't say anything about jobs being weak. And he didn't say anything about whether rate cuts should be right now. Now, remember, they're going to interview him at 10 a.m. So he's going to do his opening statement, which is basically going to say this, and then they're going to interview him at 10 o'clock. So, we'll see what happens. What's up, Yee, Big Slum, Satoshi, Aurora, or Ariel, Disciplined, Demetrius, Gamer, Z, Thinking, Dragos, Brian, Steve, Melody, Peck, Steve, Yeah, we're gonna have scammers like that, Steve. It's inevitable. It's just kind of part of it. And again, we do have Britt here.
Yeah. Hey, so do you think that he was trying to underline the Fed's independence, like with that statement mostly?
There's been a lot of, okay, so just to understand it, number one, Hegseth is gonna hold another Iran briefing. So Hegseth is gonna hold another Iran briefing sometime this morning. Now, regarding Warsh here and his comments, Warsh is basically saying, okay, so again, Trump was very vocal about wanting interest rate cuts. He pushed interest rate cuts for a long time now. We also had some earnings come out today. I'll cover those in a second. But Trump really pushed interest rate cuts. He also, subpoenaed Powell and did some stuff that people didn't like. And a lot of people said it was Trump trying to put public pressure on the Fed to cut interest rates, right? And so what spawned from that is then the Fed started saying, hey, you're testing our independence by putting all this pressure on us to do what you want to do. Like, you're threatening our independence here, basically. Like, the Federal Reserve and the government should be independent of each other. Despite the name, the Fed, they should be independent of each other. And the Federal Reserve's response was basically like, you're threatening our independence, basically. You had a lot of members of the Fed come out and say, yeah, this threatens our independence and stuff. And so Warsh saying what he's saying in this statement is basically him
saying that the responsibility is on the Fed to remain independent.
Correct. Right. Exactly. That's basically what he said. He's basically said, hey, it's on y'all to stay independent. We can say whatever we want to say. It's on y'all to stay independent. That's basically what he's saying here. And again, he's going to get grilled today by the House and the Senate, I think.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. And again, Hegseth is speaking today sometime. We'll see what happens there, but we do have Hegseth coming out speaking. We did have earnings today, guys. We had 3M earnings. They're down a little bit. The big one that is really riding is United Health. Dude, United Health is up a lot. Yeah, there's this weird glitch, bro, with it's like this weird glitch with the comment thing I use where it starts posting like my Twitter updates, which is not bad. Like, I don't actually mind it because maybe I can share some of these. But it looks like I posted it. So let's see if I can fix this. But yeah, United Health.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I said United Health, man. Look at their earnings, dude. They're up a lot. RTX also reported these numbers right here. So here is RTX. Yeah. We also have, United Health ended up posting. I'm trying to find their numbers here. Here's United Health's numbers here. Let me see if I can post it in the chat right now. Let me see if it lets me. Let me pop out the chat here. There we go. Yeah, here's the United Health numbers right here. I'll put these up on the bottom. This is United Health numbers. You can see United Health right here. It is up to 347s. 347s. And, yeah, it does look bad, honestly. It really does look bad. We'll see what the rest of them do. RTX posted numbers. Yeah, it's got to be like, if I have X up, it puts like my X feed on there. Might have to open up X. Yeah, we do have retail sales data at 8:30. Glad I went long on Salesforce. Now, okay, anyways, Britt, what were you saying about 3M?
Oh, I was just asking if you were referring to Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing Company.
Honestly, I don't know what the abbreviation stands for. I know they do a bunch of different stuff. Like, they're pretty diversified conglomerate. Okay. They do like Scotch tape, I think. But you might be right. Let me see.
It's the same company. They do mostly Scotch tape, Post-its, NextCare bandages, and command strips.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about it to know what the abbreviation stands for, but yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, they do abrasives, electrical labels, lubricants, medical, tapes, tools, films, and sheeting. They're pretty diversified, honestly. But they're down a little bit on their earnings report. Brit is
So what do you
correct on
think
the 3M name. Yeah.
Awesome. I like being right.
Yeah, dude,
Way
you're
better
right
than
for
being wrong.
once. Yeah, dude, let's celebrate. Give him an applause. He's right.
As I, everybody.
Yeah, for sure. DCA, yeah, I didn't hate, United Health, man. United Health, it's really not that bad, dude. I've been watching United Health for a while.
So, I mean, did they experience like a sharp uptick, or was that just what came out? I mean, just their standard.
No, I mean, here's their earnings. Look, so here's their earnings right here, if you can see it on the screen. Earnings came out early this morning, so they've gapped up a lot. This is called a gap up, or a gap up kind of just means it depends. Some people define gaps differently. I call a gap up just moving up big in pre-market. Some people are going to define it where there's no price action in between as a gap up, and let me know which one you guys like, the definition in the chat. But it's up. Point is, United Health is up pretty significantly on this earnings report. It's back up to 340s. It had dipped all the way down to 260s. And really, like, I've been playing with United Health for a few years. I bought it last year in August, I remember, at like 230s, 220s, 230s, something like that. And then it rebounded very quickly, and I was able to sell. And so, yeah, United Health up big.
I was going to ask if do we have any idea what the impetus was for that, or not really?
It's just good earnings. They again, if we look at the earnings on the screen, they posted to 723. They expected 659 EPS. So this is earnings per share. So $6.59 is what they expected. They showed up at adjusted EPS of $7.23 EPS. So much better than expected. Revenue was also higher than expected. And so yeah, they're up pretty big on that.
Okay.
The other one was RTX. RTX posted numbers. They're slightly up from this. Not a crazy move up, but slightly up here. So RTX is moving a little bit. And again, we do have retail sales data going live at 8:30, so we'll see how much that moves markets. This is for March. Yeah, this is for March, so we'll see what happens here.
Do we have projected sales data?
Yeah, so retail sales today are expected to show up at 1.4% month over month. Core retail sales expected at 1.3%. These are both almost double what they were last time for February. So February they showed up, core retail sales showed up at 0.5. Headline retail sales showed up at 0.6. Today they're expecting 1.4 for headline and 1.3 for core.
Okay. I wonder if how accurate those predictions will end up being.
Yeah, we'll see. And we also do have the ADP jobs report basically at 8:15 market time. So we'll see what that looks like as well. ADP jobs, 8:15. We'll cover that too. Yeah, but really the big news recently is Trump tweeted. Here's the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is at 26,884. So it's getting back up there, though. So he said that Iran violated the ceasefire numerous times. And so we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. But
you think he ever sits there just watching the market as he like puts out a tweet just to see what happens?
yeah, I mean, people have basically, like, people are worried that that he is like essentially like insider trading is what they're worried about. I don't know for sure, but people are worried about it. You know?
Yeah.
And so there's a chance that that's what he's doing. I don't know, dude. I'm staying out of that. I can't even get too upset about it. Like, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Like, people want power. The point of having power is to sway things and influence things. Now, yeah, NASDAQ is getting really close to all-time highs here. So the NASDAQ is getting really close to all-time highs. And again, I'm trying to stay neutral. It's not like I'm agreeing with Trump too much. Like, I'm trying to stay neutral on all this stuff. But yeah, look at this, guys. So NASDAQ getting very close to all-time highs. Very close. And we'll see what happens here.
Do you think it's easier to acquire power if you have money, or money if you have power?
I mean, both. They both feed off of each other, I think.
I know. Kind of a chicken or the egg thing, you know? That's why I asked.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they both kind of feed off of each other. But I think it's easier to have money first and then acquire power through it like that versus what the heck, dude? X.com is weird. I'm trying to log in here. NASDAQ getting very close. Look at it. So it's right here, basically, at these all-time high levels.
I mean, I think it depends on the kind of power you're talking about. If you're just, the kind of influence you're talking about and how you acquire it.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay, there we go. I got it up. Yeah, it took me a little while, dude. I was trying to get my X feed up. Wall Street Journal says OpenAI is working with consultants to sell codecs as well. All right, but yeah, we did get news that the U.S. and Iran are both signaling that they'll attend a new round of ceasefire talks, according to AP, citing 2 regional officials. This dropped about the last 10 minutes here. Yeah, I mean, look. All right, NASDAQ just broke all-time highs. NASDAQ just got up to 892s right now. 892s, all-time highs. Yeah, so we just tapped over all-time highs here. We'll see if this holds. But,
do you think it'll hold? I mean, I know it's really hard to predict. I mean, I know it's not a fair question to ask you. I'm asking you anyway.
I mean, it's running. It's running here. Honestly, I think it has room to run on the upside as long as we don't get any reversal of the sentiment regarding the conflict in Iran. I think if we don't reverse the sentiment there, like if we don't get any news that it signals talks are falling apart and we're going to have to escalate the conflict more, like as long as we don't get any signals like that, then we should be okay here. Also, again, guys, Hegseth is briefing, or let me see if he's speaking right now. But yeah, as long as, again, that's what I'm just watching the tape. Again, Hegseth is speaking right now. So Hegseth is talking.
Or what he's saying.
Yeah, he's saying something. He's saying we're winning, basically, is what he's going to be saying. I don't think he's speaking yet, though. We might have some time. He's probably going to be speaking in 25 minutes at the top of the hour, is my guess. So I don't think he's necessarily speaking right now. I think he's probably going to be speaking at 8 a.m. Is it 8 a.m.? No, it's 7 a.m. Yeah, it's 8 a.m. Okay. Yeah, he's going to be speaking at 8 o'clock, probably. So we'll wait. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Let's do a poll here today, guys. What's up, 4-5? What's up, Drake? Yeah, what's up, Sam? George Kaltenberg. What's up, guys? Want to be a trader? BYN doing its thing again. Good sign for the market. Risk is on. If BYND's going up, that means risk is definitely on. You know. I don't like BYND. You guys know it. I don't like it. That's all right.
Why not?
Does the ceasefire end today? I think it ends at the end of the day. The deadline is basically tomorrow, I think. NASDAQ is up, though. I don't like BYND because I don't think they have enough interest in terms of... They don't have a big enough customer base to do what they're trying to do. Not enough people want, like, weirdly grown meat, you know?
Non-meat meat.
Right, non-meat meat. You know what I mean? I don't think the customer base is necessarily large enough to sustain that business. Like, I think there's some people that want it, don't get me wrong, but if you're trying to be a public company and because of that, you're going to rely on sales and data, I think that's obviously kind of a sketchy
you think people ever really would have been, like, super accepting of it? Like, do you think they maybe hit the market too early, or do you think people never would have liked it?
I don't know. I just think in general, you know, you don't. I think we're starting to see a lot more vegans than we used to. And like, back in the day, it was vegetarians. Now they've gone full vegan. And that's fine. I'm not mad at you if you do it. And I think so. I think we are seeing vegans now. Maybe they're a little bit early, but yeah. But I don't know. I still think I think a lot of vegans aren't going to eat it either, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good diet for some people. Like, I think some people's bodies agree with it. But I think overall, the harder it would be for you to do without technology, the less intended we were to live like that, if that makes sense.
No, for sure. No, I get it. Yeah.
But again, I get why some people like that. I mean, some people like that diet. I mean, it works for some people, you know?
Right,
I mean, like,
for sure.
aren't Nate and Nick Diaz vegan, for instance?
Yeah, they are. Look, I'm not mad at the diet. As long as you don't judge me. The biggest problem with vegans is that they can be a little judgy, you know?
Yeah.
And you got to understand what's generally healthy for humans is, you know, what we've had access to historically, right? Like what humans have access to causes the least amount of inflammation in the human body, right? So what have we had access to? That's why berries are like pretty healthy. Why are they healthy? Because hunter-gatherers walked around picking berries. And so that's one of the least foreign things to our body. It's what our bodies are used to. Lean meats as well. You got to think about what they had access to. And so as long as they don't judge me,
Yeah,
I'm cool with them, you know.
Oh, I agree.
Live and let live approach with vegans, you know. It's all love here, guys.
I don't care what other people like to eat.
Yeah, right, for sure.
But yeah, I'm like you. I think human beings were seasonal eaters.
Yeah,
just like everything
sure.
else.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, NASDAQ over all-time highs here today, guys. I don't know what we're gonna get, but if we look at the S&P here, the other one I'm looking at is the Dow. The S&P is also, if we're looking at the E-mini, the S&P is very close to those all-time highs as well on the E-mini. We are at 71.85 all-time highs. The S&P is at 71.80. So all-time highs on the E-mini are this light green line right here on the S&P E-mini. The NASDAQ all-time highs, I think we might actually be over it now. Yeah, NASDAQ just broke all-time highs. New all-time high, 26,898 on the NASDAQ here. So it is over that. The Dow, you know, because of the less tech-centered, hasn't broken all-time highs yet. Those are all the way up at 50,000 plus, but it's getting close to 50K here. Here's 50K on the Dow, and I don't usually trade the Dow, but I think it's interesting to watch right now because it's really close to this big whole dollar number of 50,000. 50,000. And I want to see if this holds, but I am watching the Dow.
Think sentiment might push it over, and I mean the next day or two,
or reject it. Yeah, I mean I think it depends on what happens, but yeah, I think we're pretty close. So this is probably from the earnings for the Dow. You know, so the Dow. Yeah, so UNH, which is up big on its earnings report, has a lot of weight in the Dow. It generally ranges from 4 to 4.5% of the index, right, for United Health. So the Dow on UNH's earnings is up pretty substantially here. I mean, we're up to 346 right now, 346 on UNH. Again, the Dow itself is very close to 50,000. Let's see if it can break and hold over that number here. But what's up, Brazzy? Let's hope Trump doesn't dump the markets at speech time.
Where's oil at today?
Oil is sitting right around 87s. Up a little bit on the day, though. This thing moved from Trump's tweet. So Trump tweeted back here, and it popped right around here. You can see the volume spike at the bottom. If you guys look at it, like here's the volume. You can kind of see the spike in volume here, and then you can see the upward move. This is from, again, Trump saying that Iran violated the ceasefire numerous times.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
At least it's not back up where it was, 5 or 6 days ago.
Yeah, I think the close point, there's two main ones, but I think $90 is probably a pretty big milestone area that people are paying attention to for oil. You know, we dipped under $90 late last week, and now we are still underneath it here, which is a good sign. It just depends on what happens. You know, we'll see. But $90 makes a lot of sense to pay attention to, I think, with oil. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, like every, $5 to $10 level is psychologically big, and obviously, I mean, I would think that every $10 is more of a milestone than every 5.
Right, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and again, I'm looking at Kevin Warsh's statement. Let me show you guys. So the statement was leaked. And now remember, he's supposed to do this statement, and then he's going to get interviewed by Congress. It's a congressional interview. If you guys have ever seen Jerome Powell's semi-annual monetary policy report, where he basically sits there and just gets grilled. There's a lot of posturing, to be honest here. A lot of posturing in these. Like, essentially what happens is both sides use it as a posturing moment so that they can kind of like look like they're fighting for the people. Both sides do this. I just like the realm of politics. Both sides do this. You know, they both basically point the finger at the other side, and they look like they're really fighting, and so they grill. I expect that to happen a lot more in this from the left, specifically because, you know, Warsh was selected by the president, and so they're naturally going to be a little bit more critical of him. And we'll see what happens. Let's listen to what he says regarding inflation. Let's listen to what he says regarding the labor market potentially. And again, here is apparently the leaked testimony by Warsh. So this is what he's going to say in the first 15 minutes here. This is what he's going to say in the first 15 minutes. It says, "Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. It's an honor to be with you, Ranking Member Warren, and the entire committee. I appreciate your time and consideration today and your many courtesies before and since my nomination. I am deeply grateful to President Trump for asking me to take on this public trust. He believes that U.S. economic growth and real take-home pay will accelerate. I share the president's confidence in our country and its people. And America's economic growth potential is rising. With me today are a few of my dearest and old friends. I'm especially happy that my wife Jane is here as well. And at an important moment in my life, I think of my late mom and dad. I'm proud of them, and I hope they would be proud of me today. We start on a note of broad agreement. This is a time for great consequence for the nation's economy, perhaps the most significant hinge point in a couple of generations. If policymakers across our government meet this signal moment with wisdom and clarity, then the American economy will thrive. As a former Fed governor, yeah, hold on. This is pretty long-winded here. I don't know if I'm going to read the whole thing.
Yeah, it's probably not necessary. But like, what if he? Honestly, I think it'd be funny if he just like took a hard left turn when he actually gave the speech just to invalidate this one, just started saying all kinds of off the wall stuff.
So this was a trap like statement, like they put this out there just to mislead everybody. Yeah, I mean that would be hilarious. But yeah, so some of the talking points, he said Fed independence is at its peak in the operational conduct of monetary policy. That degree of independence does not extend to the full range of the congressional mandated functions. Fed officials are not entitled to the same special deference in their stewardship of public monies, or in bank regulation and supervisor policy, or in areas affecting international finance. And third, the Fed must stay in its lane. Look at this quote here. The Fed must stay in its lane, Kevin Warsh. Fed independence is placed at greater risk when it strays into fiscal and social policies where it's neither authority nor expertise. The Fed should not act as some general purpose agency of the U.S. government or as an appellate court for matters that are rightly debated and decided elsewhere. No doubt there are times when a Fed chief might wish that he or she had the last word, but our republic doesn't work that way. I favor a cleaner match between the Fed's powers and responsibilities, he says. So, yeah, interesting take on all this stuff. But
yeah, especially like the appellate court part.
Yeah. Do you guys agree with him here? Yeah, the Cliff Notes version, yeah, is basically I agree with the president and I want the job. And, you know, he's going to ride with what the president wants. Which, honestly, if you want rate cuts, this might be good for rate cuts.
Yeah, I mean, and you can't get too mad at the guy. I mean, you got to get the job before you can do anything. I mean, so you got to get your foot in the door.
Yeah, and honestly, the chat's so split here. Like, some people are like, yeah, Trump, and other people are like, I hate Trump the most, you know? Yeah. And for me in the middle here, it's kind of funny to watch. It's all love here, guys. I appreciate you guys. But it is a little funny to watch this, you know?
A little bit of a tug of war going on.
Right, like, I see people are like, I hate Trump, Trump's the dumbest. And then they're like, and then other people are like, you know, Trump did a great job. Right. Yeah, I'm in the middle somewhere. I really am. So it's kind of fun to watch. I can look. Both of y'all are welcome here. Both sides are welcome. It's all love here, guys. It's all love. You know.
Yeah, but I mean, you just have to approach every issue as objectively as you can.
Right.
I mean, anybody who tells you they have no bias is full of it. But you have to try to ignore your bias.
Of course, people have bias. I have bias. Everybody has freaking bias, dude.
I'm so neutral, it's ridiculous.
Dude, you are neutral, bro. You know. All right, so should I buy this dip in the NASDAQ? We tapped all-time highs here. I don't trust it that much. But, I don't know what I want to do here. Again, like, look. It's a little tight range here for me to be, buying the dip. Like, I think we could run, and I think bulls could be in control. It really depends on what kind of sentiment we get regarding, regarding the Iran conflict. And again, we do have retail sales data in about 45 minutes. We'll see what that does. We got Warsh's testimony at 10 a.m. That'll be interesting as well. The Strait of Hormuz, if we take a look at how it's doing this morning, which is we're going to turn into a normal part of the show. Only 2 ships transited in the last 24 hours, which was less than we looked at it yesterday. And yeah, let me refresh this. Hold on, let me refresh. Okay, yeah, this is right. So again, Strait of Hormuz, normal daily average volume, we'll call it 60. Last 24 hours was 16, so that's actually maybe a little bit higher here. So you can see the jump in daily throughput. Yeah, second round of U.S.-Iran talks uncertain though, but
I think we're gonna go green on the open.
Do you? I mean, we're close enough to all-time highs. Yeah, we're close enough to all-time highs.
I mean, I could be disastrously wrong, but I think I'm not.
Yeah, bro, you cannot not hate him as long as you see this much insider trading and manipulation of the markets. I despise him. I mean, listen, and you're free to despise anybody. Again, I'm very neutral on all this stuff, man. I think all politicians do insider trading, and until they change the rules regarding insider trading, which I think they're starting to, all of them do it, and you can clearly see all of them do it. So I mean,
yeah, I mean,
that's not.
Sorry,
go ahead, Britt.
I was gonna say all you gotta do is, I mean, is just track everybody's wealth from when they got into Congress to when they leave. You know, if they even leave, because I mean, most of them are career politicians.
Oh, if there's no rules against it, bro, dude, I'm doing some insider trading when I'm in. You know what I mean?
And that's what, yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was gonna say. Is like, I think you see insider trading, like, no matter what the administration is.
Right. Like, dude, you see John, the politician up there, I'm gonna be like, hey, guys, I'm gonna buy some Microsoft and be like, you know what? Microsoft looks like a great company. You know?
Yeah, support this company. John, they gave me free stock, you know?
Right, for sure. Would I say buy Microsoft? I don't know, guys. You know, Microsoft's not bad here. Yeah, again, until they change the rules, this is gonna happen. Like, we're gonna see this continuously. And it's one of the reasons politicians in general, like, their net worth increases so much while they're a politician. Most of the time it's insider trading, and it's not even necessarily illegal for them to do it, unfortunately. So
no, it's not. It's dubious and probably unethical, but there's no law against it right now.
Right. Yeah.
And dude, I mean, with a few there have been a few exceptions, but with a few exceptions, they all get rich in Congress, or in any office.
Yeah. That sounds bad. Well, I'm never going to be a politician anyway, Lee, so it's all in jest anyway. Like, I'm just messing around. Like, I wouldn't say, maybe I would, you know, again, I'm not going to try to be a politician.
Dude, I could totally see you out there, you know, kissing hands and shaking babies. I mean, shaking hands and kissing babies.
Yeah. Dude, I think you know, John the politician. I would be an independent and I would never get elected, is what it is. Like, I would be an independent, never get elected. They would never, you know.
Yeah, but it's a shame, but like, the more middle of the road you actually are, the less electable you are.
Right, 100%. Yeah. I would never get elected. I would be one of those guys that were like, well, you could vote for John, you know. And some people would be like, yeah, you know, but not the majority.
Would you at least vote for yourself?
I would definitely vote for myself here, dude. I'm voting for myself multiple times. You know. It would be a conspiracy.
Pelican Brief, starring John.
Yeah. Would you vote for me, chat? Let me know. I believe you guys would. I believe you would. You guys know. You know, I'm gonna start doing the Nixon. You know.
You got my vote, dude. Like, I think you could be like Kennedy-esque. You know, you got good hair and a good smile. You're in.
Oh, dude, I'm in, bro. I'm in there, dude. Throw me in there. Does Trump? I almost called him the Trump.
The Trump.
Right, you got my vote. I believe I would. You know, like, I'm in there. You know why? Because I'm honest. All right, I'm honest. I would tell people straight up. Yeah, look, that's what they would tell me. I'd tell people straight up, be like, look, I'm gonna insider trade. You know, get rich with me, guys. Get rich with me. That's what I would tell them. Anyways. Hey, NASDAQ at 26,900. Let's change the subject from insider trading. John, yeah, the president is set to do a CNBC interview with Joe Kernan at 8:30. So the president is speaking at 8:30 as retail sales data comes out. So.
Who's Joe Kernan? Any idea?
No freaking idea. I don't watch the news, you know, so no idea. But shout out to Joe Kernan. He's a newscaster. This is him right here, apparently. Do you trust this man right here, guys?
I don't know. Let me see.
I don't trust this guy at all.
Can't see him.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Okay. No, I don't trust that man.
I don't trust him at all.
At first glance, no.
Right. I'm not trying to stereotype, but I don't trust this dude at all. Joe Kernan. We'll see how you do.
I think it's the toupee, but I might, maybe not.
Yeah. I guess you do understand that it's a zero-sum game. In order for some to make money, others need to lose. Yeah, but that's the nature of life. I mean, life is a big competition in some ways.
Finite number of resources. I mean, doesn't matter what it is.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm a big believer in capitalism. I really am. Like, I'm not like socialism has never worked in the history of the world, and people can push it, and that's great. And maybe we could have some socialist aspects in our economy. I'm not even against that necessarily, as long as it doesn't like turn into a slippery slope. I think with capitalism, the good thing about it, like, people are going to get the power regardless, right? Letting the government control the means of production does not sound like a good idea to me. I don't trust the government at all anyway.
It's never worked before. It's failed everywhere it's been tried. That aspect of it.
Right. And I'm a big believer in just letting people compete. Like, let them compete. The standard of living will will rise naturally from that, and yeah, we can all, like I said, we can all sit by the fire and sing Kumbaya, and we can pretend that would work. But human nature is different. It's just not the same. You might as well let people compete. Sure, there's going to be winners and losers. That's the natural outcome of it. But let people compete and just raise the standard of living.
There's always going to be somebody looking to rig the system, and like you said, it doesn't matter what governmental style or economic style you have. There's always going to be people that rise. Hierarchies develop naturally. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. And at least with capitalism, some people are not going to succeed, but it's done more to lift more people out of poverty than any system in the history of mankind.
No, 100%. And even here, like, there's a reason a lot of people want to come here. Like, there's a very obvious reason. It's because the standard of living is high. Even for the people that don't do so well here, their standard of living is high relative to other countries and other places.
Yeah.
It's not the best, no, but it's still up there.
Yeah, but an expression I heard one time, it's very simple, is, just follow the footsteps. Like, wherever everybody's trying to go, probably for a reason.
Right. Yeah, 100%.
By the way, I was just curious. I heard an advertisement for this on SiriusXM when I was driving to work the other day. But do you have any idea? I mean, do you know anything about Kalshi or Kalshi, however you say it?
Yeah, predictive odds market, or betting market. Yeah. Kalshi. The other big one is poly market, right? So this is the new trading style. Like, here's Kalshi right here. This is the new trading style, trading system that's taken off right now, and it's betting markets. People are getting rich off of this. They're making a lot of money off of this. You can bet on anything here. So it's basically, it's kind of a derivatives market. Like, in history and in markets and trading, we had something called derivatives. Like, the way Michael Burry shorted the housing market in 2006 or whenever he actually did it was a form of derivatives shorts, right? Like, he basically made a deal with another bank he basically made a trade with another bank in outside markets. Like, they basically made a market for it.
Okay.
Now, this is a form of that's kind of taken off now. Kalshi has been the one that the U.S. has allowed, but you can bet on anything on this. You can bet on economics. What is the Fed decision in April? Obviously, it's going to be a pause. We're not doing anything. It's 99-1, but even a 1% odds, like, there's no way we're doing anything besides a pause in April. No, we don't have any big data coming out. We got the Fed decision next week. No big data comes out in between then. This is a pretty safe freaking bet, 99%. What's the Fed funds rate after the April meeting? I think we're at 3.75 to 4. CPI year over year in April. What does CPI show up as? So
I'm interested in the tech and science, but, like, what kind of stuff do they have? What kind of stuff can you bet on under culture?
Who wins Survivor?
Huh?
When will Drake release his next album? Who wins American Idol? Brent, the really important things.
Yeah,
How's Tupac in here? How's Tupac in here?
The things that shake history, right?
Yeah. How's Tupac in here, bro? What is Tupac? Tupac weekly streams. Oh, how many people are going to stream Tupac?
Dude, he's totally still alive.
Yeah, but here's the thing that I have with this. Like, you could easily manipulate this, right? Like, you could bet on above a certain number and then just send it a bunch of nonsense and say, like, look, you know, Tupac was streaming this much. I don't know. We might get rate cuts this year, but it's going to be at the end of the year. It's not going to be something in which, you know, we get any type of major... And again, it's all love here. If you're into socialism, like, look, I try to keep an open mind. I really do. About everything I look at and everything I do. So it's all love here, guys. You can try to talk me into it, and I'll listen. I might not agree with you, but I'll listen. That's okay.
Honestly, that's all that's really required of anybody, is to just at least hear people out.
Yeah. People are
and realistically, that's all you owe anybody, too, in my opinion.
Right. No, 100%. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, other than like the people you're closest to, you probably owe them a little more than that.
Sure. Right.
But no, I agree. Right. I know, like I said, not everybody succeeds in capitalism, but everybody has the opportunity to succeed in true capitalism. That was the only point that I was trying to make earlier.
Yeah, and for me, like, you gotta, the way I always explain it is, look, you're gonna have corruption in both. I mean, look at history, right? You're gonna have corruption in both, right?
It's human nature.
Right, at least with capitalism, a lot of that has to work for it. Like, a lot of the people that eventually get power work for it and get it. And that raises the standard of living everywhere, versus socialism, where it's just kind of blindly given, and so people don't trust it as much, and they don't value it as much, and it ends up turning into a much worse situation, generally, if you look at history. Yeah. Anyways, S&P pulling back, NASDAQ pulling back. I don't know if I want to buy this dip. We're at 26,870s. People are going to start camping outside. Yeah. We're close to all-time highs. We got a little mini pullback here. I'm not interested in it yet. So we'll see.
What are gold and silver doing?
Yeah, gold 48.14s.
Is it up on the day, or?
It's right on the day. It's pulling back kind of with everything else. There's less, it's been basically sideways though since last week. So it is here. I mean, it made a little bit of a run in between here, but it's basically been sideways since last week.
Okay.
So we have this sideways chop. We'll see if gold breaks out of it. Silver is probably trending a very similar way. Yeah, look, there's the same box. I didn't even change the boxes out for silver here. We have 30 minutes left until retail sales data, guys. 30 minutes. Let's see what we get today. But we do have retail sales. We got Warsh speaking at 10 o'clock. It should be interesting. We'll see what happens. Hegseth should be starting to speak pretty soon now, I think. So Hegseth should be speaking pretty soon. Let's see, Department of War. I don't see any stream for it right now, though, so we'll see if he does speak. I'm not sure. Yeah, I might cover some of the Trump speech, but it's going to be on CNBC, but we might cover some of it. Yeah, we'll see. It's just an interview on CNBC regarding Trump. So Trump speaks at 8:30 today as retail sales comes out. It's an interview on CNBC. We'll see what he says. But like I said,
go ahead.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask, do we have any idea or like any subject for a poll yet?
Oh, I haven't done a poll here, guys. Oof, that's a mistake. Let's do a poll. I'm gonna go back to the NASDAQ here. I'm gonna go back to the NQ. Does the NASDAQ break 27,000 today? It's gonna be the poll option. Does the NQ break 27K today? Yes or no? Vote on the poll. Let me know what you guys think.
Alrighty.
Yeah. So I just did the poll. The poll is now live. John for mayor. You know.
No, this isn't John Mayer. It's John London.
Right. That's true. I would say the better guitar player. It's John London. You know.
I can attest to that. He's amazing. He can play with his teeth.
Yeah. That's me. That's me right there. Yeah, UNH earnings are up. It's dragging the Dow up as well with us. Like, look, here's the Dow. The Dow's up to almost 50K. It's right there. And this is part of United Health is a large percentage of the Dow. So the Dow is popping up. Yeah. Yeah, it's at the bottom now. So the poll is now at the bottom. It used to be at the top. The poll used to block the chat, is what it did. So the poll used to sit like, you know, it used to block the chat, basically. Is that a new slang that I don't know of? My mayor is cheeks up here in Boston. Is that bad? I'm guessing that's bad. I can't keep up with this modern slang, guys. Cheeks?
Yeah,
You're saying cheeks?
Is that like booty? Or
right, that's what I was about to say. That's how I heard. It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be like a variation of like, basically like that guy's ass is basically what you're trying to tell me, right?
Yeah. They're both funny, but for some reason booty is just like hilarious to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what he's basically saying, he's ass. Yeah. Okay, I got it. I wanted I don't know option for the poll. I don't have one here, you know.
I don't know what. That's so ridiculous. Dude, booty.
Yeah. Dude, that's I think that might be phasing out a little bit. That's like, should I buy the Dow here though? I might buy the Dow right here, guys. Let me see. I have to get Quant Tower up. My issue with Quant Tower is like Tradeovate. I can connect it to like Tradeovate just remembers login information and stuff like that. Quant Tower's a pain, dude, to get this set up. I like Quant Tower more, but come on, guys. I'm 36. I'm not mad at you, bro. Listen, use your slang, dude. I use a lot of slang.
Yeah, I mean, I say things are groovy all the time, you know?
Right. I'm hip, all right?
Me too.
I might buy the Dow here, though. Should I buy the Dow? Again, the Dow is pushing up because of UNH. UNH is getting close to 350s.
Also, smash the like button, guys, please.
That's right. Hit the like button. Do it now.
If you don't, we're not going to be friends with you anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Y'all are online people anyway, you know. Yeah, so Iran officially denies that any delegation has arrived in Pakistan for negotiations with the left, or negotiates with the U.S., calling reports of such talks baseless and fabricated. The U.S. delegation has arrived in Pakistan. So basically, they're saying that the U.S. is just going to show up and they're not there, is what we're saying. I'm not sure if that's true. Again, the president does a CNBC interview with Joe Kernan at 8:30. We will watch this. Retail sales also drops at 8:30.
You know I ain't no jive turkey. I love everybody getting into the slang.
You don't trade the Dow, John?
Was that a question or a statement?
No, it's just
punctuation.
I think.
I was gonna say punctuation would have been helpful there.
Yeah, there's a while in Louisiana where the slang was, you know, funny. Hold on. Let me get in here. Is Apple? Let's see what Apple does as well here. Look, there's UNH. Here's Apple. Tim Cook resigning. What is it, in September? And so Apple really dropped a lot here. Yeah, we do have retail sales data less than 30 minutes here, guys. I don't know how much this is going to move markets, but it is data for March after the conflict started. We'll see if it moves anything. Also, Iran reportedly closes the Strait of Hormuz. So the Strait of Hormuz has been declared, quote, closed until further notice by Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency, which is linked to the IRGC. The report cites a recent, quote, attack and says the move follows escalating tensions after U.S. forces seized Iran-linked vessels, including the tanker Tiffany. I can't imagine it was Tiffany. Tiffany. The U.S. military also confirmed another inception of an Iran-associated ship in the Indo-Pacific. Iran says the closure will remain until it receives guarantees over the lifting of maritime restrictions. I don't know if today's sales data will move markets. I really don't know.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? You cut out for me.
Which part? All of it?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I guess if it's not too long.
Yeah, so Iran reportedly closes the Strait of Hormuz. It's been declared closed until further notice by the Tasnim news agency, which is linked to the IRGC. The report cites a recent attack and says the move follows escalating tensions after U.S. forces seized Iran-linked vessels, including the tanker M&T Tiffany. The U.S. military also confirmed another inception of an Iran-associated ship in the Indo-Pacific. Iran says the closure will remain until it receives guarantees over the lifting of maritime restrictions, end quote. So, it's not Tiffany, it's Tifani, which I think is Tiffany, probably.
Shop at Tiffany's, you know?
Right, Tiffany's, that's right.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of that statement. I don't know how much, how much truth or aggression there actually is in all that. Like, I don't know how to weigh it, is my point. What do you think?
I'm the same way. I don't know how to weigh this either. And honestly, we've had so much back and forth regarding this. They've been like, the strait is open. Celebrate. And then less than 24 hours later, the strait is now closed again. You know, it's time to fear. And then, essentially it's gone back and forth too much for me to really trust either one of these. And I don't necessarily trust either side anyway. I think both sides are probably embellishing things. As I've said from the beginning, both sides are embellishing things. Historically, whenever we have a conflict like this, generally the side in the Middle East will deny until a deal is almost set in stone. I think we have a blockade there anyway, and so it's kind of one of those situations where the strait is closed anyway at this point for now. And I think this might be just a response by them to kind of keep up with, you know, it's hard to tell. The markets, what I will say is that the markets are really reacting less to catalysts like this, to news releases like this. Like, originally we reacted really like strongly from stuff like this, where they'd be like, strait is open, markets break all-time highs, push up. Now it's one of those
calluses at this point.
Yeah, we're conditioned to react less at this point. We've just had so many back and forth catalysts here. We've had so many back and forth catalysts. It just, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where. Yeah, markets are numb to this now, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the whole, like, you know, oh yeah, well, we're closing the strait again. It's like you said, it's already closed. It's like when you throw somebody out of your house and say, oh yeah, well, I'm going home.
Right. It's like, you are home.
Yeah.
All right. Bitcoin, guys. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin has been doing okay. It's been doing all right. Bitcoin back to some higher levels. NASDAQ did bounce right here at the 200 exponential. I'm a little bummed I didn't buy this here, to be honest. A little bummed I didn't buy it. Bitcoin and crypto have been doing better. Bitcoin is almost up to 77,000. So here's Bitcoin right here. So Bitcoin has been moving some. It's up to 76.5s right now. 76.5s. So.
Ooh, what about Nvidia?
Nvidia is really trending up. It's up to 202s this morning. So Nvidia still over 200s. All-time highs on Nvidia, I believe, though, what, 212s? Yeah, 212.19 all-time high on Nvidia here. We're at 202 right now. So really $10 away, less than $10 away from Nvidia all-time highs. And I think that's honestly one of the biggest things we got going on regarding everything is just, you know.
When did it hit that 212 level?
This is what, 6 months ago? Yeah, this was back in October. So 6 months ago, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're at 203s now. Getting close. Adobe Nvidia deal 2 days ago. Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily helping Nvidia that much. It might be helping Adobe. But I think Nvidia is just rebounding.
What do you think the odds are Nvidia
market optimism
keeps climbing? Like what do you think the odds are it hits or surpasses the all-time high in the next week or two?
I think there's a good shot. It's not 100% obviously, but I think there's a good shot Nvidia does. It's close enough to it where people might start getting excited, and that might cause more buys to step in, and then that turn in that regard, Nvidia starts pushing up higher and higher, and then more buys step in as we get closer to all-time highs, and then we break it. I don't know if we'll continue running afterwards, but I think there's a chance that we do that. It's not 100%. I would give it maybe 60% shot that happens over the next 2 weeks. I'll give it a 60% chance it breaks highs over the next 2 weeks. It could be today. I don't know.
And if it does, you think it continues to climb or just starts to trend sideways once it breaks highs?
I think that is harder to say.
I know.
Um,
I'm,
I,
I'm not expecting like an actual exact answer or anything. Just a guess, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it honestly depends. Nvidia's up partially because of everything going on right now with the ceasefire, and more stability is going to be good. But Nvidia also is dragging some of these indices up with, and so if Nvidia gets up there to break all-time highs, markets will probably continue pushing, breaking all-time highs, and broader markets is also relying on optimistic news regarding ceasefire and deals in Iran and all that stuff. So it's kind of nuanced right now in terms of what is going to cause what to move and what might not. But Nvidia is close enough to all-time highs where that magnetism could be there. Is essentially what it is. You know, Apple's down too. Apple's a pretty heavily weighted stock, and Apple's down also.
Okay, but Nvidia has a pretty large weight in terms of carrying other things with it.
Yeah, Nvidia is the single most heavily weighted stock in indexes, right? In indices, Nvidia is the most heavily weighted. It's number one. I think it makes up, what is it, 12% of the NASDAQ or something crazy like that.
Wow.
Yeah, let me see. I might be off here. It might be less. It might be like 8%. Okay, yeah, so Nvidia makes up 8.5 to 13.5% of the NASDAQ 100. So very large weight, very large weight. And yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys, we got retail sales data coming out in about 18 minutes here. 18 minutes for retail sales data. But we'll see what happens, but yeah.
You said it was expected at 1.1%? The core data?
No, so I think core retail sales expected at 1.4, headline expected at 1.4 as well. So they're both expected at about 1.4% for both core and headline, which is about 100% jump up or more. So in terms of core, it's about 100% jump up. Oh yeah, guys. Also, in 2 minutes, we have the ADP jobs report coming out. I don't know how this is gonna move things. It depends on honestly what the numbers look like. But we do have the ADP jobs report dropping in a minute and a half, guys. A minute and a half. We'll see what this looks like.
What are those expected numbers?
Those don't really have an expected.
Oh, they don't. Okay.
No. So this just depends on what we saw last time. I'll cover it when it drops, but yeah, this is just it's just showing what we did last time. Last time it showed up. What was it on the 14th? And job numbers ended up showing a gain of almost 40,000 jobs. So the last ADP report showed a gain of 39,250 jobs. And this is the average weekly gain as well. This is a weekly jobs report. So are we going to start using the word cheeks? VWA, are we going to start using the word cheeks now?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it's here to stay.
Right, I think so too. You know, we're trendy here, guys. We're trendy. All right, guys, let's see what the ADP numbers show. Yeah, right. Let's see if we get cheek numbers today. Cheek numbers. All right, here we go. We have 20 seconds, guys. Hit the live button next to the play button. Put it in 2x speed. We got 20 seconds. Yeah, Trump is also speaking on CNBC at 8:30. Yeah, again, Warsh speaks at 10 o'clock today, though. We'll see what that looks like. But Trump is supposed to speak at 8:30 here today. Here we go. Here's the data. The data is out. ADP jobs numbers. The market didn't really move at all from this, but I'm showing the ADP jobs numbers. Let me make sure this is right. Yeah, so I guess Kate is speaking right now as well. Sorry, I try to find the problem is ADP releases is kind of late here. Like usually it takes them a little while, so people don't really cover it until later. ADP is the one report that doesn't really come out on time unless like you have the URL. And so yeah, so it showed up 54.75K, guys, 54.75 thousand. Yeah. So 54,000 jobs. Here's the numbers in the chat right here. We'll put it up on screen so you can see it, but this is the numbers right here. 54.
Since last week?
Yeah. This is from last week. Last week it showed an average job gain of 39.25. This one shows an average job gain of 54.75 thousand, almost 55,000 jobs. Do people believe these numbers here? And the NASDAQ honestly kind of reacted negatively. This means less rate cuts. I expect yields to be pushing up on this, right? So I do expect yields to be moving up some on this report. If they're gonna move at all, but I do expect a slight move up. And yeah, if we look at like I don't know, this has got to be 10-year. Yeah, this is 10-year yields. You can't see them jumping up a little bit on this report. So we do see them jumping up a little bit on this report. Trump is also supposed to speak on CNBC at 8:30 here today, so we'll see how late he is. But
I don't know, but I bet it's sure to be interesting.
Yeah, at the very least, we should get something here. You know.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
Some type of movement here. We'll see. Yeah, I'm on CNBC. Let me see if I can find it. Live stream.
I'm just looking forward to see if he's going to say anything wild.
Yeah. Yeah, so we still got 15 minutes here. Yeah, so Trump speaks live at 8:30.
8:30 Eastern?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Anytime I reference anything, it's almost always Eastern.
I mean, I figure, but it's safe to kind of safer to ask.
Yeah. And again, NASDAQ dropping a little bit on these jobs numbers. Let's see 2-year yields. I'm pretty sure markets are pricing in less rate cuts. Stronger job numbers are going to signal that. And yeah, if I look everywhere, basically everywhere I look, yields popped at 8.15 here on these job numbers that you can see on the screen. So look at 2-year treasuries. They did jump up a little bit on this. You can see it pop up here. Here's 8.15 right here. So 2-year treasuries are jumping some. Yeah, Kate is speaking right now apparently with Hegseth.
Who, Kane?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't see him actually. They're not streaming it live here. But I did get some quotes through. I did get some quotes through social media that he was speaking right now. And again, here just to look at the labor market real quick. Professional and business services have dipped some in the following years. Knowledge workers. We can look a little bit deeper into this. Legal services. In 2000 were much bigger. Now they're only 11.2%. Accounting has lost some steam as well. Computer system design and related systems has increased. Management, scientific, and technical consulting has increased. Scientific research and development has increased. Advertising has lost some steam. And other professional and scientific tech services. But yeah, you can see the jobs numbers here. 54.75 thousand on the ADP report. The NASDAQ is honestly falling on this. It's falling down on this here. Is he raising Kane? Oh, yeah. No, this is jobs numbers, Pew. This is 55,000 essentially. Private employees. Private employers added an average of 55,000 jobs a week for the week ending April 4th is what this is. So, yeah. Yeah, and I don't even know if Hegseth is speaking here. It might have just been a different site. It might have just been a... Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what retail sales looks like in 10 minutes here. We do have retail sales data dropping in 10. So we'll see what it shows up as. I don't know if Hegseth is speaking at all. We'll see.
You think they're coming higher or lower?
I don't know. They're already set to double. Basically, they're set to double or more. They're set to go up over 100% versus what they showed up at last time for both of over 100%. Okay. So, maybe a little bit lower is my guess here, just based off of the raise that we're seeing, just in terms of balance. We're also at the volume weighted average price on the NASDAQ. Are you guys bullish or bearish on retail sales data? It might not move markets at all, guys, to be honest.
I'm going bullish.
A Trump pump at 8:30? Yeah, we'll see, dude. Or a Trump dump. You know, we'll see. Yeah, I don't really have a prediction necessarily. It's bullish. Bull, bear. U.S. market is so phony.
Yeah, I say
Yeah.
bull.
On retail sales, you got to remember Trump also
Yeah.
speaks at 8:30. So
Yeah, true. Honestly, that doesn't really. That just makes it incredibly unpredictable. For me, that doesn't really suggest what it'll go one way or the other.
right, for sure. We'll see what he says. I'm gonna cover it, but we'll see what he says. The bazaars, bro. Bull, bear, brick. 27,000 on the Nasdaq, 50K on the Dow. Yeah, we're close. We're close. I did a poll. I asked people, will the Nasdaq break 27,000 today? 65% of you guys said yes, it does. 8 minutes left, chat. 8 minutes.
Except quotes Maverick movie this time. I don't know. I don't know. Speaking of, did you know they're making a third Maverick movie? I mean, Top Gun movie. Sorry.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say Maverick. No, I mean the last one did so well. But
Oh,
again,
it was great.
This is just the chat trying to distract you into talking about something else
Might be.
prior to the data release. This is what they're doing. I know you guys, bro. I see what you guys do. You know, we're not falling for it here, bro. We're not gonna go on a 5-minute rant about movies today.
No,
All
no.
right. Bear and Bull's clothing, Chavo.
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
think I think bull. Personally, I mean, like I know Trump Trump speaking might affect it negatively, but I'm gonna err on the side of optimism again.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. I think retail sales would probably show up a little bit lower, but you never know. The Nasdaq is starting to bounce back higher here. It's at 26,849. So the Nasdaq is jumping up a little bit on this ahead of this report. We'll see if it holds. The volume weighted average price is here. This is data from March. So we'll see what happens. Taco. Again, the taco abbreviation stands for Trump always chickens out. And people are using this like the new Jim Cramer. We'll see what he says. Again, CNBC. He's going to go on CNBC. So we'll see what he's got to say. Again, we do have the Warsh confirmation hearing at 10 a.m. today, guys. The Warsh confirmation hearing is at 10 o'clock today. We'll see what happens. According to Grok, retail sales show up at 145. Well, if you're using, here's the problem I have with Grok, and this is a situation where Grok has not been the most accurate. Grok, if you use the fast one, the one that's supposed to tell you fast, it's not accurate at all. It really is. I've tried almost every AI system out there. So we did get news just now that the head of the Iranian Parliament's National Security Committee said, quote, if the enemy does not understand diplomacy, then the battlefield will shift the balances. Al Jazeera citing IRNA. So that just dropped. Yeah. Again, he's probably going to say optimistic things on CNBC regarding the president's quotes today. We'll cover it. We'll watch it. But he's probably going to, say optimistic things. Beneficial things. We have 5 minutes left, chat.
Well, to be fair, in this kind of climate, I don't think it pays to be pessimistic.
Well, yeah, he's not going to say, we suck and we're losing,
Yeah.
Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon says it is very reasonable oil at $80 to $100 a barrel in 3 to 6 months. Yeah, I mean, if the conflict ends, I can see oil at 80 to 100. It's still elevated though, just to understand it. But if it's at 80, it's not nearly as bad, and it's at 86 right now. So people are pricing in a deal is what oil is doing right now. If you look at oil, CL futures, WTI futures are at 87s, 88s, still elevated obviously from where they were 6 months ago when they were at the 50s, but much lower than $100+ a barrel. And so we'll see. It depends on what we get regarding the conflict, and that's going to move oil. But yeah, Goldman Sachs essentially saying that is very reasonable oil at $80 to $100 a barrel in 3 to 6 months. Senior coders still think AI is bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think they have confirmation bias that it's not going to take their job away. And so, of course, they might say, oh, it's not that good, That's like if I worked at it, if I built carriages, and I was like a carriage builder in the early 1900s, and then the automobile came out, I might be like, yo, the automobile's not that good. I don't really like it that much. I don't think it's going to take off like that. I think it's too expensive. We're not going to be able to figure it out. And so I think that's the same dynamics. Programmers are basically saying, hey, don't render us obsolete. It's not that good.
Well, and at least, go ahead.
No, I was just saying retail sales data drops in less than 4 minutes here. Less than 4 minutes.
Okay. Shoot, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, no. So yeah, and you would be right. As a carriage builder in the early 1900s, I mean, like you could maybe forestall your industry going away, but as soon as Henry Ford invented his version of the assembly line, there was nothing that you could do to keep horse and carriages around.
No, 100%. Yeah. I absolutely agree. All right, guys, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. It was inevitable, right? Like it was inevitable. Technology changes, evolves.
The whaling industry went away overnight under the same kind of scenario.
Right. No, exactly. But yeah, retail sales, guys, 1.4% expected for both headline and core. Drops in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Let's see what we get. Again, if the timer right here is delayed, hit the live button next to the play button, put it at 2x speed, you'll catch up to the street. But again, we have 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. Predictions, bull, bear. Let me know in chat right now. Are you bullish or bearish, guys? And again, will the NASDAQ break 27,000 today? At the highs of the day, and really now the all-time highs, the NASDAQ is sitting at 26,901.75, about $100 away. Yeah, Trump should be speaking. We're going to cover retail sales and then pivot to Trump on CNBC. Now, generally, he's a little late, but... All right, guys, here we go. We got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. I don't really have a prediction. My guess is we're going to come in slightly lower than expected for retail sales, but it's just a straight up guess. I don't freaking know. So
I don't think there's any real way to say with any certainty on any of these kinds of things.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Here we go. 9:15. Bull. What a weird comment. It might be flat. All right, guys, here we go. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Bull for sure, maybe with minor corrections. Nothing's certain here. We might not move at all, again, on retail sales data, guys. Retail sales data drops in about a minute. About 1 minute and 10 seconds. So we'll see what we get. But subscribe, hit the notification bell. Also, bump that like button up. We got 154 likes. We got 1,300 people here. Subscribe. Do it now. Again, retail sales data is about to come out. We will put it on screen.
Like us. This is an ego thing. Come on.
Right. Yeah. Make me feel good, guys. Make me feel good. Hit the like button. 50 seconds left. 45 seconds, really. We have retail sales data. We got Trump speaking at 8:30. We had the ADP jobs report show up at 55,000, basically 54.75K. They revised the last one down as well. So they did revise the last one down, apparently, to only 4.25 thousand. All right, here we go. 20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds.
Should play the Jeopardy music in these last 10 seconds or so.
Here's the data. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here's retail sales data. Okay, retail sales data should have been 1.7%, stronger than the 1.4% expected. Core retail sales should have been 1.9%. Both of these were stronger, and they revised the last one up versus previously. So again, 1.7 headline, 1.9 core, both of these higher than the 1.4 expected for both of them. They also revised the last one up from about 0.6 and 0.5 to 0.7 for both core and headline retail sales. So stronger than expected retail sales data coming in here. Again, stronger than expected retail sales data. We'll see if it holds, but retail sales is not the biggest catalyst, but it's something. But yeah, retail sales did show up stronger than expected for both of them. The NASDAQ actually reacting a little negatively to this report. So I'll put the data up on screen, but NASDAQ actually going down. Both of these were stronger than expected. The 1.7 versus 1.4%. They revised the last negatively. Sometimes the first move is the wrong move, and you can kind of see this starting here. I also want to pull up and make sure Trump's not speaking right now, but here's retail sales data right here. There's retail sales data right there. Let me make sure. Trump's not speaking. He's supposed to speak now. They're still doing ads, so no Trump speeches yet. We're covering the breaking news, but this is just kind of a interesting retail sales data reaction. But yeah, retail sales 1.7 versus 1.4%. Core 1.9% versus 0.5% previously. So both of them higher than expected. Solomon says U.S. recession risk is not materially elevated right now. But yeah, higher than expected retail sales data here, guys.
I'm the greatest guesser of all time. I was right again.
It's not bullish yet. It's not bullish yet.
I know. I'm just talking about the numbers coming in higher.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. If you guess that right, you guess it right. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I can show Trump speaking, yeah. But I don't know how long he's going to speak or what he's going to talk about, but nothing yet here. Nothing yet. Yeah, so we are waiting, guys.
On the Squawk Newsline, President Donald J. Trump. President Trump, welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Can you hear this, guys?
Thank you very much, Joe.
You are very welcome. Can you give us, I think it's on everyone's mind, the latest on where the Iran negotiations stand? We now know Tehran has publicly confirmed that it will send representatives to the meeting with Vice President Vance. What do you expect? What are you hearing at this point, sir?
Well, as I said 2 days ago when they said they won't send them, I said they'll be sending them. They have no choice but to send them. What I think is that we're going to end
even though the markets
I think it's got
dropped initially, it's got to be
We've taken out their Navy. We've taken out their Air Force. We've taken out their leaders, frankly, which does complicate things in one way, but these leaders are much more rational. It is regime change, no matter what you want to call it, which is not something I said I was going to do, but I've done it, indirectly maybe, but I've done it. And I think we're in a very strong negotiating position to do what other presidents should have done during a 47-year period. We have 47 years where these bloodthirsty people have been killing a lot of soldiers, a lot of our soldiers, and a lot of other people. They've killed 42,000 people over the last 2 months. And, you get to a point where people don't want to mention that. They don't like mentioning that. 42,000 unarmed protesters, innocent unarmed protesters, many of them hung. So we're not dealing with the nicest group of people, but we're dealing with them very successfully, and the blockade has been a tremendous success. They said 2 days ago, we will open the strait. I said, no, we're not going to open the strait until we have a final deal. No, we want to open the strait. They said, we're not opening. We totally control the strait, just so you understand, for all the fake news out there.
And, Mr. President, we've seen 100 days of the largest protests in Iran since the revolution in 1979. And I know how much you respect and admire and are concerned with the Iranian people themselves. And this is, I think, in large degree, one of the reasons you decided to embark on this whole thing, maybe among other things, but the timing was right. If we get close in negotiations right now, but the deadline for the ceasefire is tomorrow, if it looks like things are progressing, will you not necessarily extend it to a definitive amount of time, but will you let it keep going if there's progress in the talks before taking...
Well, I don't want to do that. We don't have that much time because by the time both parties get there, as you know, they just got the okay to go forward, which I knew they were going to do anyway. I mean, I don't think they had a choice. They have to negotiate. And, the one thing I'll say is this: Iran can get themselves on a very good footing if they make a deal. They can make themselves into a strong nation again, a wonderful nation again. They have incredible people. But they seem to be, bloodthirsty. They're led by some very, very, unfortunately, tough people. And I don't mean tough in a good way. I think it's very negative for the country because we're much tougher than they are, like not even close. But they have to use reason, and they have to use common sense, and they can get themselves into a great position to make themselves into a great country, but a legitimate country, not a country based on death and horror.
Oil is dropping.
And I think regimes only respond to certain things, and I understand your threats to bomb the bridges in the electric grid, but I don't think the regime cares about the people of Iran. And if you did that, I'm sure it's the last thing you'd probably want to do. but it would hurt at least some of the people that we care about and why we embarked on this in the first place. So that would be, I'm sure, a last resort for you.
It's not my choice, but it will also hurt them. It'll hurt them militarily. Yeah. They use the bridges for their weapons, for their missile movements. You know, they're trying to move the missiles because we've obliterated most of their missiles, and they're trying to move their missiles around, even during the ceasefire, which I think was a good thing because we're totally loaded up. We have so much ammo. We have so much of everything that we've, like, a much more powerful than it was 4 or 5 weeks ago. So we've used this to restock, and they probably have done a little bit of restocking. We caught a ship yesterday that had some things on it which wasn't very nice, a gift from China perhaps, I don't know. But I was a little surprised, but because I have a very good relationship, and I thought I had an understanding with President Xi, but that's all right. That's the way war goes, right? But I will tell you that we have, our military is incredible, what we've done. I mean, think of it. In the first 3 days, we took out their entire Navy, 159 ships. 159 ships, and wiped out their Air Force, wiped out their anti-aircraft, all of their anti-aircraft apparatus is all gone. All of their radar is gone. Their leaders are gone. You know, their leaders are gone. The whole thing is gone. And frankly, this should have been done a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier because they were a lot less lethal a long time ago.
So to be clear, you're saying that you need at least the prospects for a signed deal today and tomorrow, or else you would resume bombing Iran.
Well, I expect to be bombing because I think that's a better attitude to go in with. But we're ready to go. I mean, the military is raring to go. They are absolutely incredible. You know, I built the military in my first term. I'm using it now. The military, when I took it over from Barack Hussein Obama, it was so depleted, so sad. And I built it in my first term. You remember those big numbers. You talked to me about it once. That's a lot of money for military. I built it. We did a great job with our military. And we're using it now and rebuilding it, too. We've done a lot of rebuilding also in my first year of the second term. But we have we have the most powerful military in the world. Everybody knows it.
Since we're kind of tight on time, can we just talk about what something else happening today, and that is your pick for Fed Chair Kevin Warsh on Capitol Hill. We've had a couple of guests today say the best thing that we need now is for Jay Powell to leave in May, like he's supposed to, and to have Kevin Warsh in as Fed Chair for that next June meeting. But we still have this Justice Department probe hanging over. And I've seen things that you said in recent interviews, Mr. President, and I want to ask you again, if it would be possible for the banking committee to completely investigate all of your concerns about the cost overruns and the testimony of Jay Powell in front of Congress, if you could take that off-ramp to get this moving, and Jay Powell leaves, Kevin Warsh goes in, is that something you'd consider dropping for the DOJ probe to let the banking committee handle it?
From the standpoint, Joe, from the standpoint that we have to find out why a small building cost close to $4 billion. It's not finished, by the way. They have a long way to go. They ripped down the most beautiful ceilings. They'll never build them again. The most beautiful, thick, 1.5 foot thick walls of solid masonry. They're never going to be built again. They put up 6-inch sheetrock walls, and they say, "Sir, we have no insulation. It's not in the budget." I mean, these walls. They had the best. That building was so beautiful. I would have fixed that building. I would have had it brand new, beautiful for $25 million, and they're going to spend close to $4 billion, maybe more than that. I don't know. It's not finished. In fact, I looked at it the other day. I'm afraid Kevin will have to have an office next to me in the White House because that building's not going to be done. He's not going to be able to use that building for a long time. And, you know, he had a complaint. He said, I didn't realize this. He said the saddest thing is they ripped down the best building. He said there was a building that had beautiful boardrooms that he used many times when he was there, that beautiful boardrooms and meeting rooms. It was so beautiful, the nicest in Washington. And he said they ripped it down. And maybe they did that to save money, like the Gavin Newsom, the railroad, where they made it shorter in order to save money, but it's still 25 times over budget. But the worst I've ever heard is the railroad in California, and I think this might be worse. Think of it. I would have fixed that building, beautiful, quickly. $25 million would have been like a brand new building. All the ceilings would have been left. all those beautiful thick walls with gorgeous moldings would have been left. You're going to get a sheetrock ceiling, a sheetrock wall without insulation. They said, sir, insulation's not in the budget. Insulation costs you $100 a room. The whole thing is crazy, and they're at $4. I think it's going to cost more than $4 billion when it's finished.
But it would
Joe, somehow we have to find out how this can happen. It's not the first time. How does this happen? Did the contractor make $3.5 billion?
Right. If the banking committee could take it over.
I can't imagine that Too Late is taking money on construction. I can't. But it's possible. But we have to find out why is a job that should have cost $25 million costing billions and billions of dollars. I built the hotel. It's now the Waldorf. I sold it to Waldorf, and it's now the Waldorf. I built it for $201 million. It's a bigger building than the federal, and it was hotel rooms with bathrooms and partitions, and it's much more expensive to build a hotel room than it is a nice empty office space, right? And I built that for $201 million. This now is 8 years ago or so, but think of it. This building, you look at it, it's a little building. It's over. I think it's going to cost over $400 billion. And here's the thing: it's going to be nothing compared to what it was. They spent $4 billion, and it's nothing compared to what it was. It was beautiful. It had beautiful ceilings. They're all destroyed. They took them down. I don't know why.
If the DOJ, though, if this goes forward with Department of Justice and it delays him being confirmed, Kevin Warsh, it's kind of counterproductive for what you're trying to do in terms of changing the MO of the Fed up to this point. So I'm just trying to look for an off-ramp to get for you.
Well, it is and it isn't, Joe. You have to find out why a thing like that could happen, because if you have hundreds of projects like that, very few are like this, but if you had hundreds of projects like that, you have to find out why that happens. I mean, because we obviously don't do it right, but, we have some great people in government that can do jobs. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I'm doing a ballroom now. It's a much bigger job than that. And it's going to cost, depending on finishes, like $300 million. It's a much bigger job than that's ahead of schedule. And I have lawsuits every week from all these people, all the do-gooders that stop progress in our country.
But, I'm going to give Becky a chance, Mr. President, to get you to...
And you can have some extra time. I know my people said 20 minutes, but you can have some extra time.
That's good.
You can even put Andrew on the phone. You told me Andrew would not be there. And I said, I don't care.
That was last week. That was last week.
You could even put Andrew on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Joe made a comment to me. When he tried to get me on, he said, I promise I'll have Andrew Ross talking. He will not be there. He is there. And you can put him on. It's okay.
I didn't say I'd have him. I said he's not in last week, but then you canceled because you were on the West Coast.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll chime in a minute.
There, and that's
he's
going to
be so...
Becky,
but I don't mind if he's there. I like him. I respect him. He's just wrong on a lot of issues.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. Let's talk a little bit about what you... Hi, sir. Let's talk a little bit about what you expect from your next Fed president. There had been a lot of expectations. You've been very clear about wanting lower rates. But with the situation in Iran right now with higher oil prices, most people tell us that that's going to have to wait. The market itself is not anticipating lower rates or any rate cuts until at least the second half of this year. There's only a 41% chance or something of that, according to the market itself. Will you be disappointed if your new Fed chair, if he gets approved, doesn't cut rates right away?
I would. But let's talk about Iran first. Iran, I'm looking at your numbers now as I speak. I mean, the market's up. We're going to be at 50,000. That's where we were just a little while ago when it started. And when I hit 50,000 on the Dow and 7,000 on the S&P, I said, well, I hate to do this to everybody, but I'm going to have to journey down to a place called Iran and not make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, because they will blow up the world. You want to see a bad stock market? Try blowing up the Middle East and then Europe, and then they come for us, right? And we're not going to let that happen. So I said to my people, they're all gathered, all these wonderful guys, Scott Bessent, the whole group, Howard, they're all doing a good job. I said, fellas, I got a little bad news for you. I'm going to put a little wrinkle in your numbers. Why, sir? We're going down to a place called Iran, and we're going to make sure that they never have a nuclear weapon because they'll use it to blow up, because they're religious fanatics, and they will use that weapon to blow up the world, but they'll start with Israel in the Middle East, and we're not going to let that happen. And they said, wow, that's going to be bad. I said, yeah, it's going to hurt the market, and it's going to drive up the price of oil and whatever it is, but that's peanuts compared to what would happen if we let this happen. And I told them, 47 years other presidents wanted to do it. They never had the guts, the courage to do it. I said, we have to do it. And they understood that, very professional. They're great guys, great people. Jameson's doing such a great job, all of them. And so I said, we're going down and we're going to do our little thing. And we did. And we've, knocked out, we've totally won the war. If you read the New York Times, you think, oh, gee, when are we surrendering? We have totally beat them militarily and otherwise. I mean, I wish you could hear the conversations we have with them. We are victorious. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. And they can't get the nuclear dust because it was obliterated by the B-2 bombers that went in. They never got the credit they should get. They've tried to get down there. We have cameras from Space Force on it all the time. They've tried to get down. They can't get down. That place was obliterated. They did such a good job. The left tries to make it, tries to demean all the time, like, oh, well, maybe it wasn't totally obliterated. It was, and they can't get it, or they would have tried to get it. But the fact is that we took this little journey, and if you would have told me that the Dow is almost,
do you guys agree with this?
At your thing, I mean, literally, we're at 50,000. And if you would have told me that oil is at 90 as opposed to 200, I would be frankly surprised. And you know what is happening? Boats are finding other sources. They're going up to Texas and Louisiana. They're going to Alaska. They're going to other places. It's an amazing phenomenon. When there are problems, people find out how to take care of things. And the Strait's very important, but people have found out. I mean, you're taking a look. Look at your numbers right now. I'm looking at where the stock market's up, where it's, look at that, S&P. The numbers are what they were when we started this whole thing. I thought they'd be down 20% or down a very substantial amount. Even when it was down more a couple of weeks ago, I was surprised. I thought it would be down much more, and I thought the oil would be much higher. And I'm very happy to say that it wasn't. And when it's over, and it will end, when it's over, they want it to be over immediately. And I just looked at a little chart. Guys? World War I, 4 years and 3 months. World War II, 6 years. Korean War, 3 years. Vietnam, 19 years. Iraq, 8 years. I'm 5 months. Okay, 5 months. I would have won Vietnam very quickly. I would have, if I were president, I would have won Iraq in the same amount of time that we won, because essentially we've won here. Okay,
How long would
people
this
can
last?
play games.
How long
the
would this
Democrats
conflict
can
last?
say, well, we should have done better. No matter what. If I did it in 1 week, they'd say we should have done better. Look at Venezuela. I took it over in 45 minutes. It was basically a 45-minute. And by the way, a very strong military country. And we took it over in a day, but let's be nice. But we basically took it over in 45 minutes. We took it over during the attack in 45 minutes.
But Mr. President,
and they would say, I'm surprised they haven't said it, that you should have done it in 30 minutes. It took too long, So it's tough. But we can't let traitors. We can't let traitors like Schumer put pressure on you where they say we want out. Think how bad that is. I'm negotiating with these people, and they're telling us we have to get out now. We have to get out now. We have to get now. And they were in a war for 18 years. They were in a war for, think of that. Vietnam, 19 years. Iraq, 8 years. So
right.
I want to make a good deal. I'm not going to be rushed. I have all the time in the world. I want to make not a good deal. I want to make a great deal. I don't want to do this, go through this. And, if you look at this, what we've suffered in terms of losses, we lost 13 men, and that's terrible. I wish we didn't lose one. But if somebody would have said, we've done this and obliterated that country, obliterated it, and we lost 13 men, people would have said, that's not possible to have done that. It's not possible.
Right.
So we've done a great job, and I don't want to be rushed by people that are really treasonous as far as I'm concerned, and it's just, I watch this low IQ guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a totally low IQ person, and he's always ranting and raving, oh, this war is so terrible, terrible. They shouldn't be saying that when we're in the midst of a negotiation, because it does hurt us somewhat. It gives the other side some hope, and I don't want them to have hope.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about Anthropic, if I could, for a second, because this is a company that your administration has declared a supply chain risk. And I want to understand the determination for that. There's a view by some that it's political, but more importantly, at the same time that this is happening, reportedly, the NSA and other parts of the government are using Claude, which, of course, is the large language model of Anthropic, and how you square that.
See what he says.
Anthropic is a group of very smart people, but they started telling our military how to operate, and we didn't want that. And they tend to be on the left, radical left, but we get along with them. In fact, they came to the office. They came to the White House a few days ago, and we had some very good talks with them, and I think they're shaping up. They're very smart, I think they can be of great use. I like smart people. I like high IQ people, and they definitely have high IQs, you know? It's one of those things, and I think we'll get along with them just fine.
So do you think a deal will be made so that Anthropic will be allowed to be used inside the Defense Department in the future?
We want the smartest people. Now, in the meantime, we replaced Anthropic with somebody else. You know who they are, and they're very, very smart people. Sam Altman, they're very smart group. We have a lot of smart groups. We have some brilliant people. We have the most brilliant people in the world. President Xi told me that. He said Silicon Valley, he called it Silicon Valley. During a conversation, I have a great relationship with him. He said, you have the smartest people in the world. And we do. You take a look at what's happening with Jensen and all of these people. And it's a great honor to be working. I think Tim Cook, I see he's retiring. I wrote a piece about him today. And I got to know him very well. He's a fantastic person, did an unbelievable job. And I say it respectfully, but if Steve Jobs had lived and ran the company, it might have done good, but it wouldn't have done, I think, nearly as good as the job Tim has done. And I got to work with Tim, so I really know it. I know what I'm talking about. He's a very unusual guy. He gets things done.
Mr. President, we did read your entire Truth Social post. I just want to return for 1 second and make an analogy here. You saw what inflation did to the Biden legacy and administration. So 22% price increases. By the time he was leaving, it was down to about where it is now, about 3%.
This is interesting.
But not a single. It was down to 5%. It wasn't down.
Or 3, but not a single person.
And the reason it was down was because I had won the election, and it started falling after I won the election, and I started getting prices down from right after November 5th.
If you needed to prevent that from happening, let's say Chair Warsh thought, for whatever reason, there's some type of energy shock. Who knows with the blockade? Let's say that things got too hot. At that point, just to make sure there was no inflation, would you allow him to raise rates or not cut rates? Would there ever be a period where you could see that was something that a Fed chair needed to do? Sure, and if you said he might have an office right near yours, he might not want an office right next to yours, sir. I don't know. After what happened to Jay Powell, he might want to be across in those new digs, maybe.
Maybe I'd like him next to me. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Maybe Jay Powell did us a big service in retrospect. I call him too late. He's just too late. He's always too late, except when it came to before the election, but that didn't quite work out well.
What's the answer to the question, bro?
So the answer is I want Kevin. I think Kevin's great. He's central casting in a true sense. Okay, I think he's going to do a great job. Yeah, if there's time for, I've been in favor of interest rate rises to stop inflation. I think it sort of is effective. But there's one thing, and nobody ever talks about it but me, unfortunately. So I'm sure it's not correct, but I think it is. We should have the lowest interest rate in the world. When I was a young guy growing up, we always had the lowest interest rate worldwide. We always did. And then 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it started where Switzerland and other people had lower rates than us. And I just had a thing with, if you take a look at some of the, let's call them like elite countries. They're only elite because we allow them to walk away with $30 billion and $40 billion a year, but I don't do that so much anymore. I sort of put a clamp on that with the tariffs and charges that we charge them because they were elite because they're making billions and billions of dollars from the United States, larger, and other reasons, and they run a good operation. But it's easier to run it good when you make that much money, where we have these massive deficits with You take a look at some of the countries, but Switzerland is one. They talk, oh, yes, we are a small and brilliant. Well, they're brilliant because they pay us almost nothing. Now they pay a little bit. They should pay much more. We'll get that up a little bit. But if you take a look at Denmark, you take a look at all these countries, you think of them so good. They pay such a low interest rate. Well, if we charge them, and what happened with me is I charged some of them, and they squawked like you wouldn't believe it. They called, and we are a small country. All of a sudden, I realized they're not elite. We're elite. We're being sucked dry, and we can't do that. And you'll see that. We had a little setback with the Supreme Court. They said I can charge tariffs, but I have to do it a different way. And because of what they did, we have to pay back $160 billion. All they had to do is add one sentence, just one sentence. And that's, you don't have to pay anything taken in thus far back. But because they didn't add, and by the way, it was a close call, too. There were justices that were powerful that I was right on the tariff.
As that coming down.
But because we lost by just 2 votes, just little vote, 2 votes, we have to pay back $165 billion. They could have, with a little one sentence, you don't have to pay back tariffs that have already been received. You start from this point, and you do it a different way. So we're doing it a different way. We're going to end up with the same. Actually, we'll end up with bigger numbers, actually, but it's a little more unwieldy, but it's the way it's been done. But it's so sad
Mr. President,
that the Supreme Court didn't want to save our country with one sentence, $165 billion. And we're giving a lot of that money back to people that hate our country. So I'm not happy with the Supreme Court, I'll be honest with you, okay?
Mr. President, on that topic, there's a whole number of very large companies, including Apple and Amazon and others, that have not sought reimbursements yet for the tariffs, meaning they haven't tried to collect refunds. And from what I understand, part of the reason that they have waited is because there is a worry about, frankly, offending you. Would you find it offensive for them to try to collect a refund?
I think it's brilliant if they don't do that. I actually think if they don't do that, they got to know me very well. I'm very honored by what you just said. If they don't do that, I'll remember them. I will tell you that, because I'm looking to make this country strong. Supreme Court could have helped us. Now they have birthright citizenship. They'll probably rule against us. No country in the world has it. It's horrible for our country. And I just see it, I see some of these Republicans that are nominated by me asking real bad questions, and looks like maybe we're going to lose that one too. Look what happened with NIL. They destroyed college sports.
31 minutes.
The court system
31 minutes, guys.
Destroyed. So hard to put that one back. Humpty Dumpty. So hard to put that one back together. We had 150 years of rulings and everything else, and they had such a great system. It was a scholarship system. You get free college if you're a good athlete. You get this, you get that. And it took care of every sport. Fencing, not only football. Now it's all football, and the football is bringing down colleges because they're losing. Did you see Penn State lost $500 million last year?
Yeah. Go Tigers. Go Tigers.
Florida State lost $450 million last year. They can't lose that kind of money. They don't make that kind of money. And the court system, a person that never had anything to do with sports, a very liberal-leaning Democrat, liberal, she decided that the sports system that was in place for 150 years is no good. She never went to a game before. Is no good. And she said it's unconstitutional. And unfortunately, NCAA didn't even appeal it. I've won a lot of cases on appeal, to be honest with you. We got some really bad judges, but I've won a lot of cases on appeal. Some great people. We have, fortunately, some great people in the appellate courts. And
again, Chad, do you guys agree with this?
And
Mr.
because of that,
let me know.
College sports is a disaster right now. You have many people staying in college because they're going to make more money than they would if they went into baseball, Major League Baseball, or the NFL. They can make more money, a 7-year freshman. We have a 7-year freshman. It's crazy what they've done. And this is a person that never went to a game, acknowledged, not familiar with sports, but she overruled everything. She said, it's all unconstitutional, start all over again. And thank goodness we have people like Randy Levine and others that Coach Saban, who's so great. We have a lot of people got together, but it's very hard to put that one together, I will tell you right now. It's a tough one, but they're going to do the best. But if the courts had common sense, they would have done They would have done something that could have been very easy to do and made everybody happy. If they had common sense, we would not be paying back almost $200 billion in tariffs so stupidly. In many cases, the enemy is getting this money. The people that have hated the United States, we're giving them checks for billions of dollars. It's so sad to see. And it would be nice if the court system and the Supreme Court could have done things a little bit differently. Very sad. Actually, it's very sad. It's called no common sense. And look at the rulings we're getting on illegal immigrants. I mean, they're coming in murderers and everything else. We have a many-time murderer. It's really hard to get him out of our country. But we don't stop.
Mr. President, just in terms of putting things together, there's a story earlier this week about United potentially wanting to buy American.
I heard about
Senators
this. Yeah.
from both sides of the aisle have warned that that is a step too far. You should not be putting these two large airlines together. Have you thought about that proposition?
I just heard it 2 days ago, and I know them both very well. I don't like it. No, I don't mind mergers. I think I'd love somebody to buy Spirit, as an example. You know, Spirit's in trouble. Yeah. And I'd love somebody to buy Spirit. It's 14,000 jobs. And maybe the federal government should help that one out. You know, I told my people. But with American, it's doing fine, and United's doing very well. I know the United people, they're doing very well. I don't like having them merge. It's just like all of these aerospace defense companies and aerospace companies. We used to have hundreds of them, and now we have like a very small number. And you get one bid, and it makes them lazy. You know, I came down very hard on them 2-3 months ago because it takes too long. We have the best equipment in the world. We have the best, you know, the Patriot systems, the Tomahawk systems. We have the best stuff in the world by far. You know, the other day during this crazy war, we had 111. There's a dispute as to 111 and 101. I want to be exactly accurate with you people because otherwise you'll write stories that I exaggerated. We had 101 or 111. Nobody's able to get it right, but the result was the same. Missile shot at one of our great assets out in that area, a ship. And out of the 111 missile shot, every single one of them was shot down, going at 3,000 miles an hour, right? You know, not easy. It's like a needle in a haystack. They used to call it impossible to do. So they go 3,000 miles an hour. Every single one of them was shot down, mostly by Patriots, but every one of them was shot down. Think of it, 111 missiles coming at you, and every one of those missiles is now lying at the bottom of the sea, like the Navy, like the Iran's Navy is lying at the bottom of the sea.
26 minutes until the market
It's amazing,
opens.
but we got to make it faster. So I have a push. You know, Raytheon took billions of dollars, I don't even want to tell you how many because I'm embarrassed, for stock buybacks instead of buying plants. So I made it illegal for them to do that. No defense company. They have to build new plants. So we have plants. Raytheon now is building 5. They're all building. Lockheed's building 3 or 4. They're all building plants because we need speed. We don't want, you know, you order a Patriot and they say, we'll have it to you, sir, in 3.5 years. We want it in a week. And that's where we are now. They're building plants all over the country. And they're going to do well for doing it.
We appreciate all your time. If you have time, I want to ask you one more question.
Last question.
And, you know, we have allies now in the Middle East. Maybe some are, we can maybe count on more than allies in other parts of the world.
That's true. They're much better allies than NATO, that I can tell you.
The UAE asking the U.S. for some type of financial lifeline. I don't know if it's a solvency problem. It's more of a liquidity problem. And I know we did, Secretary Bessent did something with Argentina that worked out. Is there some type of swap possible, currency swap with the UAE to help if they need it? And do you think there would be backlash because it's such a or perceived to be such a wealthy country? Is that under consideration?
It is, but it's been a good country. It's been a good ally of ours. And, you know, these are unusual times. They were more than anybody else. I mean, it was shocking because we thought that they'd shoot missiles at Israel, but not every other country in the area. And, you know, UAE got hit with 1,400 missiles. Now, fortunately, they had the Patriots, and they had a great defense, and they were able to shoot down most of them. But they did get hit hard. They were hit the hardest of the group, actually. And they're really led by incredible people. And, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised because they are really rich. You know, they invested a year ago, I went there and I got them to invest $1 trillion in the United States. They're building a tremendous plant in a great state called Oklahoma, aluminum plant, smelting plant, beautiful, incredible, it'll be the best anywhere in the world. You know, they're very good for this country. So, yeah, if I could help them, I would. I mean, we're helping them much more with what we're doing with the war because, you know, the bully of the Middle East was Iran. Iran was a bully and bullied all of these countries around, and they threatened them all the time. And they threatened about the Hormuz Strait. They threatened, sometimes some people call it the Strait of Hormuz, which is actually a more beautiful wording. But they threatened them all the time, so we're really doing a big job there. Those 5 countries have been great, and Israel's been great. Israel's been a great partner for us. It's like they say, we're the big brother, they're the small brother, but the small brother's been very helpful to us. You know, they've displayed great courage.
The Saudis,
I think this is the
had a
last
problem,
question.
I find it hard to believe, but if they had a problem, we would be there for them. Yeah,
are the Saudis impatient now, or do they want? Are they on the other side? Where they?
Well, he's another great guy. You know, he gave me the famous line that I use a little bit. He said, "A year and a half ago, sir, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world." He said that to me, and it's
hottest
true.
Country.
We were a dead country. We had a guy that wasn't respected. We had a country that was laughed at. He couldn't walk up a flight of stairs. Forget about down. He couldn't walk up a flight. But he was falling all over the place. I have to be careful because if I do trip or fall, it's got to be the biggest. That's why when I get out of those planes, I walk nice and slowly. I'm not looking to set any speed records. But we had an embarrassing country. We had a country that was going to fail. If this country would have failed if I didn't win this election, I'll tell you, I've had many people tell me that. Many people that aren't necessarily of the Republican persuasion or MAGA. But we've had many people say it, that this country would have failed if I didn't win this election. You people wouldn't be looking at the numbers you're looking at right now.
So the Saudis are not, are they taking it economically on the chin to the point where they want you to end this, or are they saying finish the job?
I think they're doing great. I spoke to him yesterday. He wasn't asking for anything. He wants to, they're fighting. You know, they're helping us. They're helping us on the Strait. They're helping us all over. The ones that aren't helping are NATO. You know, NATO said to me, "No, we'll send somebody as soon as it's over." I said, "That's not really. You know, we don't need them. We'll never need them. Actually, they'll need us. They need us desperately because they're a paper tiger." But I've said that. By the way, I've said that for a long time. Before I was in politics, I used to say it. I was not in politics, but I sort of enjoyed it, and I liked watching things. And I always said they were a paper tiger. And
well,
Europe,
we will.
Europe has to straighten themselves out. Between energy and immigration, they have to straighten themselves out, or they're not going to have a Europe anymore.
Yeah, we could talk NATO, but I know you've obviously got a lot to do. We will be watching for any Truth Social posts about the negotiations, whether you hear what's happening. But thanks for all your time this morning, Mr. President. We greatly appreciate it.
All right, that's it.
Thank you, and Becky, thank you, and Andrew. I'm glad you were on the phone. I'm really glad. Even though Joe totally misrepresented, I don't mind that at all. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll talk soon.
All right. So that's it for. Hold on, let me make sure we're not muted. I think okay, no, we're not muted. All right, yeah. So that is it. Look, guys, I see some people upset at me. This moves markets. He's talking about oil. He's talking about the situation in Iran. He's talking about the Fed and what they might potentially do this year. He's also talking about the U.S. Give me a follow at x.com because we post hilarious things like this on x.com. Hilarious things like this. Look how funny I am here, guys. Trump, the U.S. is hot. Give me a follow at Beginner Trades, guys. At Beginner Trades. You know you want to do it now. Do it now. Of course I'm gonna stream it. Like, dude, it moves markets. People are mad at me. They're like, "Why are you streaming this guy?" Because it moves freaking markets, guys. I'm not saying I agree with any of it. It just moves markets.
About tariffs and trade deficits and all kinds of things that matter economically and financially.
100%. He's talking about Iran. He's talking about Fed decisions this year. He's talking about inflation. He's talking about all these different things. Now, I would say, just to clarify, 70% or more is not market related, but he's saying things that might move markets. Yeah, U.S. is the hottest country right now, apparently, guys. I think this is funny. I'm very neutral. Like, people get so upset about politics, and I get it. Like, but I'm very neutral, guys. I really am. But man, oil started to come down a little bit. NASDAQ is net red from this report here. Here's the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ is net red. We're at 36.8 812s right now, 36 812s. Let my boy do his show. Yeah, listen, that's how I feel. Let me do my show, guys. Don't rain on my parade here. All right, we're trying. We're trying to give you guys the market moving news coming out today.
Stop drinking haterade.
That's right. That's right. Britt knows. Britt knows. But yeah, we'll see what happens, guys. We'll see what happens. Now that that is done, we're going to pivot to the Fed Warsh's thing going on today. Fed Warsh speaks live. Yeah, Fed Warsh has their statement at 10 a.m. Eastern time. 10 a.m. for Fed Warsh. We'll see what that looks like. But the NASDAQ is starting to rebound back up some. So we are starting to pop back up a little bit. Oh, yeah, my bad. Brit is probably super loud right now because I turned the volume up on the other thing. Let me turn it down. I got you guys. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Brit's yelling at everybody. Brit, stop yelling. All right, talk now, Brit.
Wasn't me. I didn't change any settings. It was all John.
I know. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I fixed it. And again, now we have the Fed Warsh hearing. 10 o'clock today. We'll see if he moves markets. We were at 26,800. Is it time to buy the dip in the NASDAQ? I kind of want to be honest. Do I have Quant Tower set up? I do. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. But yeah. Hey, thank you for the follows on X.com. I appreciate it. Also, guys, you want to help support your boy here, use my link. All right, listen. You can use my link, coupon code BGT, at all major prop firms. Apex, I think their 90% off sale ends today. So Apex does have their 90% off sale. I think it ends today. If you want to check out Apex, cheapest accounts in the game. The base one's like $20 or less than $20 actually. You can get a 50K end of day drawdown account on Apex for it's like $35. Yeah, again, cheapest accounts in the game. If you want to check it out, I'll put this link up. Great way to help support the channel. Here's the link right here in chat. Check it out. Great way to help support the channel. Use my coupon code. You can use it on all major prop firms. You can use it on Lucid. Take Profit is really great for beginners. I like Lucid as the best best combination of everything. Tradeify has the cheapest direct funded account, so you can see that link in the description as well. Take Profit's best for beginners. Apex is the cheapest, and so they're all good for different stuff depending on which way you want to go. There's the link. Check it out. You can also find all the links in the description. But yeah, let me get some music playing here, guys. Opening bell is coming soon here. It is coming soon.
I request Billy Squire.
Billy Squire? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Billy Idol. I was like, dude, he's too old. My wife actually went to Billy Idol concert with her mom. Dude, Billy
I
Idol.
want to go to that one.
I know, I did too, bro. But Billy Idol, man, he,
I like Billy Idol. Like,
his music's good.
I mean, yeah.
yeah. I'm a fan of his music here. But yeah, he's good. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Let's be ready here. Let's be ready.
So are gold and silver dumping?
So oil is a little elevated from this report, a little bit. It's kind of pulled back. It's more sideways. Gold and silver are falling down a little bit today, but they've been up a lot too. So they're probably just like reacting to market movement like that. And so they've already been up a lot anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have this rhythmic one. There we go. Rhythmic. Login. Oh, there it is. That's right. Password is here. Okay, copied it. All right, nice. All right, yeah, I'm getting my account set up. The opening bell is almost here, guys. What do we have? 15 minutes exactly? 15 minutes? Never works here, bro. It never works.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the follows though, guys. I do appreciate the follows. All right, so we are bouncing back up a little bit. Again, I think I'm just gonna go to my Tradeify, and again, the hearing with Warsh is today. So the hearing with Warsh is today. I think I would like a 50K Lightning funded. Oh wait, 295. I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, 50K Lightning Fund, it makes sense. Again, if you use my coupon code BGT at all major wins, you get a max discount. But look, we're down to 47.85s here. Bullish or bearish for the opening bell? Yeah, we'll see how the opening bell, like, what that looks like. But, yeah, bullish or bearish for the opening bell? Let me know, guys. What do you guys think?
At this point, probably bearish, but hoping for bullish.
Yeah, I think it could be any of this, dude. Like, again, Warsh is hearing. We already know what the statement that Warsh is making here. So we do know the statement already. So we do know the statement. The statement basically stresses the Fed's independence. And so the statement does basically stress the Fed's independence and all that stuff. We'll see what the opening bell brings. We'll see what the opening bell brings. But we do have Warsh speaking live at 10 o'clock today. Yeah, so Warsh does speak live. We're at 4,800s here, 4,800s on gold. We'll see what gold does. Here's oil. And I did notice, like, oil is probably net red from, or net green from this report. The NASDAQ did dip down. So, again, the president started speaking here, right? Just to clarify. So, the president started speaking here, and this is where we are now. So, we are a little bit red from relative to when he started speaking. Also, Bitcoin fell down overnight, but it's still at an okay spot here. Well, let me see. I got to put... Chicago time. Yeah, so here's Bitcoin from when the president started speaking here. So Bitcoin actually really negatively reacting to this. Look at this. So Bitcoin is here, right? So here's where the Trump started speaking. Bitcoin is really negatively reacted here. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, interesting market to watch for sure.
Yep. What do you think was the most market relevant or market moving thing that he spoke about? Like, what part of the statement do you think accounted for the drop? Okay.
I think probably just the let me make sure this is in the right spot. Probably realistically just the comments on the Iran conflict and what that is looking like. You know, anytime he comments on that, obviously he says we're winning, but markets do react. Like we do see market reactions here. Opening bell's in 11 minutes. So yeah, we do see markets react to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's Meta doing today?
Real quick, hold on.
Okay.
Meta. Yeah, Bitcoin's down. Meta is doing okay. It's at 674. It's up a little bit, but I think it dropped yesterday at the open, so it's up some. But yeah, man. I mean, yeah, hit the live button.
Are they pretty well stabilized from that lawsuit at this point? You think?
Yeah, I mean they're actually up a decent amount. They were in the 500s for a while, you know, so like they are up a little bit from this.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, so anyways, we got the opening bell in 10 minutes here, guys. I'm gonna do another poll. So I am gonna do another poll here. And in this poll, I want you guys to tell me, are you bullish or bearish for the opening bell? Again, remember, Warsh is going to get grilled as well. So Warsh is going to get, like, they're going to talk to Warsh. Warsh did have his opening statement leaked already. The previous poll, what do we get? Are you bullish or bearish for the opening bell? Vote of the poll. But Warsh did have his speech leaked a little bit, and it did say essentially that he was stressing the Fed's independence. Are you bullish or bearish for market open? Bull, bear. I'm going to put neutral option as well. Are you bullish or bearish? Let me know, guys. What do you guys think?
I'm still gonna say bull, just out of hope.
Out of irrational exuberance, Britt?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the E-mini here. I like some irrational exuberance, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I can get down with some irrational exuberance here, and I think long-term, the market's going to go up, regardless of what you do. So, like, long-term, market's going up, regardless, most of the time. Now, does it always go up? No. Are there risks in between? Sure. But, like, generally speaking, markets go up over time. And again, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Thanks, Tony. I'm already in the middle of watching it, but I appreciate the info.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm green pre-market in stocks. Hey, good luck to you, sir. All right, guys. Big grizzly bear. Okay. Market's already down. I'm tempted to buy the dip. We're so close to all-time highs. But I am tempted to buy this dip. You know.
What's the chat think?
Again, so far, the chat is 41% bullish, 38% bearish, so mostly bulls, and 20% are neutral, surprising enough.
Yeah, but do you guys think you should buy the dip?
Should I buy the dip, guys? Talk me out of it. Yes or no? Look, this is your redeeming moment right here, guys. Should I buy this dip right now? This is your redeeming moment. We're going to stream the full Warsh testimony, but should I buy this dip right now? Talk me out of it or talk me into it. All right, I'm here for you guys. I mean, I trust you guys zero, but I'm here. I'm here for you guys. Let me know. Should I buy the dip?
Money. There will be chop. Yes.
Yeah, that's probably true. All right, so we have our 50K funded account on Tradeify that we just bought. And again, Tradeify's got the cheapest accounts in the game. Look at the NASDAQ. Here's the market on open, though. So let's get ready. Market open is here. My 50K funded Tradeify account. Buy the dip. Talk me in or out of it, guys. Remember. All right. Look, I wanted to buy the dip here. All right. I'm just going to put this out there. I'm going to leave it there for proof, for historical proof. This is where I wanted to buy it right now. Remember, this is where I wanted to buy the dip, guys. Is this dip the right dip? All right. Let's look at the chat. Let's see what the chat says. Yes. Buy. No, save your money. There will be chop. Go on. Yes. Go for it. No, why not? You can never stop buying. C, yes. Gracias, mi amigo. Buy. Yes, go for it. I double dog dare you, Lee says. Yes, not this dip. Buy the dip. Market overwhelmingly tell me yes, buy the dip. Wrong dip.
John, take it to the limit.
I'm going to take one contract here. Just one. All right. Look, I'm taking it. You talked me into it, guys. If I lose this trade, we know it's not my fault here. Like, we know. All right. If I lose this trade, I blame you guys.
The decision was ultimately with you. It's
in sync, buy. Honestly, mostly bulls. Everybody's like, yeah, dude, buy the dip. And now I'm down here, guys. Look at this red candle here. Look at this drop right now, guys. I don't appreciate it. Don't catch a falling knife. Yeah, I know, bro. I know, dude. I know. I got one micro contract here. Not financial advice. Don't buy, hold. I'm probably going to stay in this. We're dealing with the market on open right now here. I'm betting this can be optimistic.
One contract seems pretty make or break to me, John.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I could buy a happy meal if I win. I don't get a happy meal if I lose, and I'm pretty upset about that. And so...
It's okay. You can just, make Maddie buy you one when you beat her at ping pong again.
Oh, dude, it got so heated yesterday at ping pong. This is what happens. I'm a slow starter. And so when we're warming up, she thinks she's got me. She's like, oh, I got him. She's like, let's play. Then my ADHD hyper focus kicks in, and I'm like, we're playing now. Just bam. I'm like Forrest Gump, dude. In more ways than one. When the ping pong game starts, I'm like Forrest Gump. And I just start raining ping pong balls down, And she gets upset, man. She gets upset. She wants to win. I can appreciate it. But I'm not going to let her win, She's too old for that.
No.
You just don't, Builds
top 3 ping pong players in the world, huh, John?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We are green on this trade, guys. We are green on this trade. Will I be thanking you guys?
You missed the point.
I'm green here. I'm green. I'm not shorting this. I'm longing this here. We're down enough to where I think towards the opening bell, maybe we start to wake up a little bit and head towards highs. Warsh hearing is at 10 a.m. The question is the Warsh hearing going to help or hurt the market? I don't know. What I will say, if we start breaking down underneath my entry, I'm going to cut it really quick. I don't like the volume profile range. I think it makes more sense to see the volume profile start to trend this way if we start to get underneath my entry here. So I'll probably just cut it pretty close to... I'm not going to cut it completely flat. But we are at the opening bell as well. So...
Think there's any chance the Warsh hearing doesn't help or hurt the market? I mean, do you think there's any chance it just stays neutral?
The market might be neutral, but I think it does cause some swings here. Like, again, we already know what Warsh is going to say in his opening statement. The real question is what happens when he starts getting grilled by the Senate, right? Like, the Senate's going to be... Each Senate member gets 5 minutes to basically talk to Warsh. And so, again, both sides of the political spectrum use this as kind of a posturing moment to talk about how great they are. You got to understand politics, right? And so if you ever watched the Jerome Powell Senate semi-annual monetary policy report with Congress, it was the same thing, right? Both sides are going to be like, look what the left did, or look what the right did. The truth is usually somewhere in between, to be honest. All right, we are heading up here, guys. I can, in fact, buy a Happy Meal now with this trade if I cut it right now.
Hooray.
And I'm pretty cheap. If that happens, y'all are made men and women in the chat. You know, I'm pretty cheap. Oh, wait, we just turned. Never mind, guys. I blame you guys here. And now I'm green again. Y'all are back to made men, you know, and women. You know, y'all can do no wrong now, guys, unless this turns on me and goes the other way.
Such a flip-flopper.
Yeah, listen. I like flip-flops, you know.
Me too.
All right, guys, here's the opening bell here. Again, remember, we do have Warsh coming out 10 a.m., guys, 10 a.m. Sell it, eat the meal. Let us wash our hands. Yeah, growing up, I always wanted a Big Mac. My dad was always like, nah, dude, you get 2 double cheeseburgers, bro. You know, no Big Mac for you, John. There's no difference, he would tell me. And honestly, in hindsight, he was right. He was right. Especially, I eat burgers plain anyway. And so there's genuinely no freaking difference.
What is wrong with you?
I've learned to eat lettuce and ketchup and some other stuff on them now. But back then, I ate them plain. I'm not even mad at my dad. My dad's like, dude, you're not getting a Big Mac, dude. You better grab those 2 double cheeseburgers and be quiet. All right, guys, here we go. Market opens up 45 seconds, Britt. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I was talking to the other day, bro. My kids are just out of line sometimes, you know?
I grew up on a budget. It was dollar menu all the way, no matter where we went. And I was okay with that.
Yeah, my daughter orders stuff from restaurants, and it's like the most extravagant meals. Like, everywhere we go, she's like trying something that she's never had before. I'm sitting there just like, man. Bro, back in the day, if I went out to eat, dude, it was like a celebration. Like, we never got it. Here we go. Here's the opening bell, guys. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. All right, here's the bell. I'm holding a position through the opening bell. I really don't like this, though, to be honest, guys. My price action is frozen. Oh, my gosh. Now it says I'm up. What the heck is going on? Should have sold, but it froze. Now it's going red, dude. Here's the open. I believe it can go green, guys. I believe it can fly high here.
I believe it could touch the sky.
Yeah. I think about it every day at the open. I'm going to cut it right here, guys. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And it looks like I cut it just in time. Look at this. Look at that exit. Look at that exit. Top 3 greatest exits of all time right there. Look at that exit. I got out right before that slump. You know? Am I Pelosi? Am I Trump? Do I have insider knowledge? Maybe. I got out just in time there.
I think you're just the greatest. Is what it is.
Yeah, now I get 2 Happy Meals, guys. You know, 2 Happy Meals. Y'all are all made men and women, even though if I would have held it, I would have lost way more.
Listen, nuggets all the way. Forget the hamburger.
Yeah. Honestly, Tesla's dumping right now. Tesla's dumping. If we look at the Nasdaq go down here. Here's Nvidia. Nvidia's actually pushing up a little bit, so maybe buying this dip makes a little bit more sense. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not an investment professional. United Health is starting to move up as well, though. Meta down. Google down. Microsoft red. Apple flat. You're 750s though. I might buy 750s here. We're too close to the opening bell. If we bounce at 750s even, I'm going to be pretty upset. You're 750s. Well, we're bouncing at 750s. I don't know. I could have taken it. I think it's a little bit too tight. Nasdaq continuing red at the opening bell. Look at this drop. Yeah, that was weird. You saw that? Did anybody else's platform freeze right at the opening bell? Anybody else?
Yeah, someone said the chef said Robinhood froze too.
Yeah, mine was weird, dude. It said I was up like a lot more at for a point, but it was frozen, and so I didn't know if I could actually exit. Very strange. Very strange. Mine too. Mine froze.
About gold.
Okay, yeah. Gold. If we take a look at it, here's gold. Gold's actually up a little bit since the opening bell. It's not a crazy move since it's a commodity and it's less equity driven, but it's up a little bit over the last 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right, guys. Remember, we do have Warsh Senate hearing 10 a.m. today, so stick around. Give me your best Warsh pun right now in chat. I wanted 750s, guys. I'm just going to put that out there. I didn't take it. Bears are in control. I might buy this dip, actually, right here. All right, I'm going to buy. We were 3 minutes into the open. A little bit against my strategy here, but it's all right. I'm looking for like a liquidity grab back up, but we got a cushion here. We can play with it. We're getting a little close to this low, though. I don't really like this.
Be back in a second.
Okay. There we go. Yes, sir. Let's see if we go higher. Okay. Good. There we go. Taking too long here. I'm going to cut that right there. It might rip back up, but I'm going to cut it right there and get out. Yeah, too much variance right here, I think. I could have held it, but I'm going to get out flat right there and just wait. And remember, guys, this is a Tradeify 50K account. I went direct to funded. It's less than $300 for a 50K Tradeify direct to funded account. If you want to check out Tradeify, I'll put the link up. Great way to help support the channel here. Here's Tradeify's link right here. You can use my coupon code BGT at checkout and get the max discount. Check out Tradeify. 40% off. Oh, here, let me remove this. I forgot the get. Again, $295 direct to funded.
What do I get a hall pass about?
Oh, leaving the stream, dude. There's no bathroom breaks here. You know.
Okay, we'll just do the cool hand Luke thing. You know, shaking it off here, boss.
You gotta request approval here, Britt.
Please, Sean, can I please go to the bathroom?
The hell are you thinking, dude? Sit down. No, you cannot. Hold it. Bro, you gotta hold it. You gotta hold it all the way through the Warsh hearing. The entire 2 to 4 hour Warsh hearing. I expect you to just wait here, Britt. Focus.
I mean, I know what it is. It's, everybody gets withdrawals when I'm gone. They miss me too much.
That's what it is, dude. Listen, you know. I mean, I don't pay Britt anything to be on the stream.
I'm sorry to deprive you of my presence, Stoic.
I know. Britt, I don't pay you anything. Like, you don't make anything from the stream, and I get it. Britt's doing this out of the kindness of his heart. But
yeah,
that's why.
It's an internship.
Right. It's an internship. Yeah. That's right. You know?
Make sure to wash your hands. That was a good one.
Yeah. I like it. Good thing I got out of that long position here, guys. I'm just gonna say, look, I made it work here, guys. I made it work. Chat told me to go long right here. Well, chat. Look at these drops. I'm just gonna label this the chat's long idea.
Thanks, Barmer. I mean, I am a great movie watcher, so I mean, it's a very hard to acquire skill too.
Yeah. Yeah, I had some profit too, man. I don't know what happened. Yeah.
So how'd you end up?
I made money. I mean, I'm up on this account, but
okay, cool.
Yeah. Honestly, bro, I might create an indicator just inversing whatever the chat wants to do pretty regularly. You know what I mean? I'm gonna start asking the chat what they want me to do, and then I'm just gonna do the opposite. We'll call it inverse chat. The inverse chat section.
Chat trading segment.
Yeah. Fade the chat, whatever it is. I don't know. All right, guys. Again, Warsh. Warsh hearing 10 a.m. 23 minutes. You already do that? I mean, I went long. The chat was like, go long. I went long, guys. I believed in you guys. I made money, though. I made money. I got out. I genuinely got out like 10 seconds before this big red candle right here. So somehow, I would say my really good trading instincts helped me save money. There. The inverse chat.
Hey, we broke 300 likes. Cool.
Hey, thank you, friends. I appreciate you guys. NASDAQ is really choppy right now. I'm wondering if it's waiting for Warsh. And with that said, we're going to put a banner up. 20 minutes, chat. 20 minutes until Warsh speaks. I was $500 profit. It was spamming exit, and then I ended with negative 200. Yeah, look how flat we are since this, though. We're pretty sideways. Yeah, it's 10 a.m., guys, for Warsh. Curious to see how the Senate hearing goes.
I am too. I think he's gonna catch heck from one side.
Oh, he definitely is. Yeah, no, that's probably right. He's gonna catch heck from the left. I mean, it's politics.
Yeah. I don't like that. I wish it could be more objective, like I said.
Yeah. All right, guys, here we go. We're dropping down. What's a picto, Odie? Trade evade is laggy. Yeah, trade evade is a little rough. Is Warsh a hawk or dove? I would say he's dovish. He doesn't like quantitative easing and money printing, but he's dovish outside of that. He doesn't like super easing. And to be fair, super easing is what really causes inflation. But yeah, Nasdaq's still dropping here.
Yeah, I think it's a tool that definitely has its place, and I mean it's time to be used, but I think it's been overused recently.
Yeah. Well, it definitely was. I don't know, man. Like, we did QE to try to save. Like, one of the reasons we have inflation now is because of the quantitative easing we did in 2020. To try to save us from that market at least. Oh, he's saying the last 6 minutes looks like my logo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering what pictogram he was referring to. I definitely didn't Google what it was just now. I definitely didn't, Nasdaq started to bounce. Let's see what happens. We're at 750s here, 750s.
Yeah, I was just thinking old school forms of writing.
Yeah, NASDAQ is out now, technically red on the day, believe it or not. So we are red on the day now. We're close to 27,000.
Oh, yeah. It'll turn around?
I think it depends on how this Warsh meeting goes.
In that case, I'm betting no.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how this Warsh meeting goes.
Oh, I know. I'm just...
But I think you can generally speculate that they're going to grill him a little bit. Yeah. And so, you know, they're going to grill him. Yeah.
Someone says silver is recovering. How much has it recovered?
So silver, here's gold. So gold's actually back over 4,800s here. Silver is sitting right now per ounce at about $79 an ounce, roughly $79 an ounce. I would imagine though, like with Warsh's meeting, that they're going to grill him. That might not seem like the most optimistic thing short term for markets, and so markets might negatively react. Now, if Warsh comes in there and he's like, yo, we're going to cut rates as early as we can, that's a situation where markets might react positively to it. But I think Warsh is going to keep that type of stuff a little bit closer to his chest. I don't think he's necessarily going to come out pushing deep rate cuts, because I think he's going to know he might have some opposition regarding those rate cuts in regards to like inflation worries from the other members and the other, you know, people there, specifically from the Senate. I think he might have opposition for rate cuts there. And so I think he wants to get confirmed. He's going to say, he's going to keep things pretty close, but I do expect them to grill him on a lot of different stuff, and we'll see what happens there. But yeah. NASDAQ still very sideways here, just not really doing anything. Apple sideways. Meta's, let me see, where's Meta? Meta is starting to rebound back up. So is Tesla. But again, NVIDIA here, if you take a look at it, is down to 201s right now, down to 201s. Comes in hot and announces rate increase. This is never going to happen, though, brother. It's just not going to happen. You know? He's not going to come in announcing rate increases. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either.
No, it's just not going to happen.
I think he probably wants as low profile an entry as possible.
Exactly. Yeah, market's starting to pop back up here, though, so we are rebounding some here.
So, you said Tesla was on its way back up. What did it tumble to before that?
389 or so. It's back up to 392s. So, you know,
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's starting to find its way back up. All right, so look at this move. We're at 775s right now. 775s. Still making some pops here. I don't know what I want to do here. Again, we are ahead of the Warsh testimony, Senate hearing.
Amazon shooting for all-time highs, is it?
I really like Amazon as a stock too. Not an investment professional, but Amazon's actually red since the opening bell. All-time highs on Amazon though are 258, so it's at 252s. Amazon might break all-time highs sometime soon. It needs to. I mean, it almost hit it in pre-market today for Amazon. So.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, guys. So, again, NASDAQ is starting to bounce back. We have 15 minutes before Warsh starts speaking here. 15 minutes. So be ready. See what Warsh says. But Warsh does speak in 15 minutes. Yeah, we'll see what we get. I don't really want to do anything. We're too tight in range here. We might have an opening. If we exclude... If we exclude the big drops we had at the opening bell, we do have an obvious range that we can pay attention to. It's not quite an orb. If we break 726 on the NASDAQ, it will be an orb. Yeah, so we get Kevin Warsh supposed to speak live. 15 minutes here, chat. 15 minutes. All right, so again, we are up. From the lows. We have this range here. I mean, here's the obvious range that everybody's paying attention to right now, to be honest here, guys. So this is the range people are watching. See if we hold or what happens here, but this is the range people are paying attention to. 2 Happy Meals now? Hey, that's good, bro. That's good. Yeah, so we'll see what Kevin Warsh says. Again, we know basically what his statements. He's going to stress the Fed's independence. And so we know that he's going to say something regarding that. It's more so about specifically that the market's going to react more probably to the interview that they have with him. I think the Senate's going to interview him. So. All right, guys. Yeah. Bull or bear for the Warsh hearing? I would go with slightly bearish, but it's really a situation where I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going with slightly bearish, but again, it is genuinely a situation where I genuinely don't know what's going to happen here. But I'm slightly bullish. We'll see. We'll see. Or I'm slightly bearish just because I think they're going to grill him some. But chat, what do you guys think?
I agree with you. I mean, I wish that wasn't the case, but I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I generally think they're going to grill him some. We'll see. Breaking the orb. Yeah, I see it on the upside, but it's not really the orb. Again, the opening bell candle is really right here. So, like, technically the orb would be way up here. The top of the orb would be up. We're breaking through this range, though, ahead of this meeting in 11 minutes. So we are breaking through the range, but... All right, so we're starting to dip back down. Maybe I might buy a dip here, but I also think it's a little risky, but we'll try. Let's see. Let's buy this dip right here. All right, we're going to buy one, add to it if it goes in my favor here. So we're kind of testing the side of this range. But it's very flat, very small right now. We'll see what happens. All right, so we're up a little bit. I'll give it some time. What do we have? We have 10 minutes left until the Warsh hearing. Okay. Yeah, so the next FOMC, Kevin Warsh speaks live at 10 a.m. I'm down a little bit now on this trade. But we will, again, I'll give it a second. Right now we're kind of flat. I do like this candle, but gotta hold. Starts to break down, I'm gonna cut it. right back up here. So we got a buyer wall stepping in. We break underneath this buyer wall right here. I'm going to cut it, but I'll give it a second now. Try not to get faked out.
What platform are you trading on right now?
I'm on Tradeovate. This is a Tradeify 50K direct funded account. Again, check it out. Link is pinned at the top of the chat or bottom of the chat. Use coupon code BGT. You'll get the max discount there. I think markets honestly might be just kind of choppy leading into this Warsh hearing. They're kind of indecisive right now. They have been for the last 10 or 15 minutes. And so I genuinely think markets are just kind of waiting for this and kind of pricing this in. We'll see, though. Market yesterday was pretty choppy at the opening bell, too.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, we're green. I mean, no.
So join the Discord, guys.
Yeah, join the Discord. It's
Completely
completely free. Link is in the... do I have the link up? Here's the Discord link. Check it out. We got a good group of traders that hang out there. Yeah, we're chopping right now. There's the Discord link. All right, there we go. We're green. I'm going to add to this here and then see if we can make a little bit more. There we go. Cut half right there. Hold the rest pretty close to break even if we don't run back up here. Yes, sir. All right, I'm going to cut it right there. Nice little dip buy trade.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah,
thank you could do it.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, guys. Again, we're right here ahead of the Warsh meeting. Let me get out of Quant Tower. The dip buy worked. We broke the top of that range. That dip buy did work. Yeah. Again, the Senate hearing's at 10 a.m. They'll move it up. Here we go. 5 minutes left until the hearing's supposed to start. Yeah, there you have it. The video's not live yet. We're waiting for the video to start. Again, the statement from this speech has already been leaked. So we do know, like, just to review this real quick since we have 5 minutes here. The statement has already been leaked. The real question is going to be, what did they say to him during the Q&A? Here is the statement that he put out that was leaked. All right, this was the statement that he put out. So this is what he's going to say first. All right, so we already know what he's going to say. This is what he's going to say first. Good morning. Thank you. Deeply grateful. With me today, friends, broad agreements, time of consequence for the nation's economy, perhaps the most significant hinge point in a couple of generations. If policymakers across our government meet this signal moment with wisdom and clarity, then the American economy will thrive. A little bit of background on him. He said, during the great financial crisis, when shocks hit our economy, unemployment spiked, our economic system faced collapse, and America's standing in the world has scrutinized. Our central banks have played an indispensable role. My colleagues and I leveraged the tools and powers that the Fed and only the Fed had to deploy. We benefited enormously from the credibility that our predecessors had built up and passed down to us. The Fed independence is peak. That degree of independence does not extend to the full range of its congressionally mandated functions. Fed officials are not entitled to the same special deference in their stewardship of public monies. Fed must stay in line is something he's going to say here. So we can see what he's going to say there. NASDAQ still kind of filling the gap to the upside here. We have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes. Yeah, we'll see what he's got to say. Again, we'll see what he's got to say. But Warsh is speaking live in 4 minutes or so. So Warsh is speaking live in about 4 minutes. NASDAQ is ripping back up here, though, chat. So, remember, this is the Senate. The Senate. Okay, here we go. Waiting for the live video. Again, Warsh is going to testify in front of the Senate. It's going to begin very soon. Let's see if we're bullish or bearish on this, guys. Waiting for this meeting to start. It's supposed to start in 3 minutes here, chat. 3 minutes before this starts. NASDAQ is starting to rise a little bit here, though. Let's see if he says good things. NASDAQ up to 825s. Yeah, I mean, we're back up here. We're getting close to all-time highs. So we are getting close to all-time highs. So I think what he says is going to be incredibly important now. His market is getting very close to all-time highs. Again, so Warsh is supposed to do the Senate hearing today. They have not started it yet. We're waiting here. We're going to wait for them to start the video. But nothing yet. We will put both markets up here and we prepare this. We'll probably put what? The S&P up. S&P or NASDAQ up during this meeting. What do you guys think? Chat was right. You gotta have diamond hands. They were right. Honestly, y'all are made men and women. I didn't take it, but you know, S&P. Yeah, that's what I'm put up. We're right at the 200 exponential here too, so we'll see what happens. But we are waiting on the speech. It's supposed to start in 2 minutes. All right, guys, here we go. Waiting for this to start. We are at 10 a.m. now. Again, this is nomination hearing for Warsh. Waiting here, waiting. Let me refresh the page. Yeah, I don't see anything from them starting yet. I can check other places, but nothing yet, guys. All right, so it looks like some of their feeds are up.
So do you think he'll alter his statement any because of the leak?
Oh, no, I think it's going to be the same. Yeah, I basically think it's going to be the same. So, yeah. We'll see. I think it's basically going to be the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching this here to see when it's going to show up, but nothing yet. Yeah, we're still trying to sit back waiting for the speech to start. Oh, here's the video. Okay, we got the video live. All right, cool. Straight from the site. Here's the video. It has not started yet here, guys, so we have not started yet for this. Here's the NASDAQ here. I might make the NASDAQ a little bit smaller so we can still watch it, but also, you know, nothing yet. Yeah, I'm gonna take myself out of this here as well, guys. Remove this, stretch this out a little bit, but put it on the side right here, and then make the speech larger here like this, so we can actually see what's going on. You know. Let me see if I can open it in a new window. Okay, that's actually much nicer here. All right. It doesn't really make it big though. Let me zoom in here. Hold on, guys. All right, so it still hasn't started. You can see. We're gonna wait for it to start here, but bear with me. We're here. We will get this running. Zoom in so you can really see it like this. Maybe zoom in even more. Here we go, like this. And then put the NASDAQ up right here. Let's make it a little bit smaller here. Yeah, they haven't started, so we're just trying to make it right so we can really get it in here, and then put the NASDAQ up side by side here. It'll look better in a second, guys. Look. That doesn't work. A little bit smaller. All right, we're waiting for this to start here. We have the NASDAQ right here. You can see it on the charts. Can I stretch this to the side anymore? Yeah, I can. All right, cool. All right, guys. You guys ready? Yeah, that's pretty good right here.
I was born ready.
All right, we're still waiting. Nothing's happened yet. We're just sitting tight waiting for this to start. Yeah, we'll see. But John, we know you're going to the bathroom here, dude. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, we're waiting for this to start here, guys. Nothing yet. All right, here we go.
Come to order.
All right, Britt, mute yourself. It's starting right now.
All right.
Or you can
Good
probably
morning
just
to
leave,
everyone. This is Kevin Warsh. Thank you for being with us today. We're excited about the opportunity to discuss America's economy with you. This is really about the kitchen table. People across our country want to have confidence in our institutions, that your nomination goes in the direction of reinforcing why they should have confidence in the institutions. You've been nominated by the president to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve plays a powerful role in our economy. Monetary policy choices made at the Federal Reserve can affect the Americans' ability to buy groceries, whether or not they can afford a home, how far their paycheck goes, especially at the end of the month. And in South Carolina, I hear all the time how families are working hard, doing everything right, and still feeling squeezed. Bidenomics made prices go up, and paychecks have not kept pace. Too many parents are stretching every single dollar they have just to cover the basics. And too many workers are wondering when the economy will start to feel stronger at their kitchen table, not just on paper. Congress, President Trump, and his administration are focusing on fixing the disastrous mistakes of Bidenomics to restore Americans' confidence in our economy. Through efforts like the Working Families Tax Cut Bill, we are helping Americans keep more of their hard-earned money. Compared to the average tax return under President Biden over 4 years, the average return is up 24% since then. Just in the last year, the average tax return is now around $3,400, an 11% increase because President Trump and his leadership decided to focus on hardworking Americans who are struggling to make ends meet, paycheck to paycheck. Nearly half the country, half the returns filed in 2026 claimed either a deduction for tipped income, overtime earnings, senior citizens, or auto loan interest for major parts of the Working Families Tax Cut Bill that every single person on this dais to the right voted for. Under President Trump's leadership, Americans are keeping more of their hard-earned money, about $300 more every month. It is necessary that Congress continues to put money back in the hands of everyday Americans, and that is why it is important, and I want to be clear here, that is why it is important that we confirm Kevin Warsh to be the Federal Reserve Chair. The Federal Reserve has a clear dual mandate to promote stable prices and maximum employment. The policies of the Fed therefore directly affect Americans' cost of living and their income. And when the Fed is successful in fulfilling its dual mandate, affordability improves, with Americans taking home more money and paying less for everyday necessities. Unfortunately, in recent years, the Fed has faced real challenges. There have been questions about its decisions, its focus, and whether it has engaged in issues far outside its jurisdiction. Under the Biden administration, the Federal Reserve appeared to move with the political winds, raising real concerns about politics and weaponizing one of the most powerful weapons we have for good economically, the entire Federal Reserve System. For example, under the Biden administration, the Fed pushed climate-focused initiatives only to reverse that climate agenda as soon as President Trump took office. When actions appear to shift with changing political priorities, it can undermine confidence in the independence of this great institution. An independent Federal Reserve is essential to achieving its mission. Markets depend on it. Families depend on it, and that independence must be protected. The American people expect the Federal Reserve to stay focused on the economy, not politics. Today's hearing is an opportunity to refocus the Federal Reserve on its dual mandate to increase economic stability and affordability for everyday Americans. Kevin Warsh is battle-tested and brings the necessary experience from his time as a Federal Reserve governor during the Great Recession. During his first term as governor, he helped our economy through the crisis and restored faith in the economy. He has seen the economy in its darkest days and understands how economic decisions affect job growth, our economy, and the opportunities that we have come to love as Americans. We want every citizen in this country to have a chance to live their version of the American dream. And that means having our private sector economy running as strong as possible, which means your focus has to be on everyday Americans and not politicians, not the political wins, but on everyday Americans who desperately want to restore their confidence in our institutions. Today, this committee will examine the plans Mr. Warsh has for his return to the Fed, this time as chair, and how he plans to lead the institution at a critical moment to deliver lower cost and real relief for working families. For folks back home in the great state of South Carolina and across the country, the goal is simple. They want lower costs and more opportunities. The Federal Reserve plays a key role in bringing prices down and helping wages go up. Confirming Kevin Warsh will make sure that affordability is at the center of our economic agenda. Senator Warren is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I may, I just want to start by saying one of our members lost a child yesterday. And I know our hearts go out to Mark Warner and his family, and that is true on both sides of the aisle, that we may disagree on policies, and we may do so vigorously, but when it comes to the safety and security and the health of our families, I know we are as one, and we are praying for them.
Ranking Member,
Thank you.
I think it'd be appropriate for us to take a few seconds of silence on his behalf. 36 years old, the one thing you don't want to do as a parent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate all you do.
Okay.
So we should not be having this hearing today. And here's the context. First, over the past year, President Trump has racked up one economic failure after another, and Americans know that. Consumer sentiment just hit its lowest level on record ever. Inflation is rising, and families are paying more for groceries, more for healthcare, more for utilities, more for housing, all thanks to Trump's chaotic tariffs and one big beautiful bill. And now his war with Iran is putting American troops in harm's way and further driving up the cost of nearly everything here at home. Second, in your testimony, you said it's perfectly fine for elected officials to state their views on interest rates. But that is not what Donald Trump is doing. The president has repeatedly and illegally attempted to take over the Fed. His bogus attacks on Governor Lisa Cook and Chair Powell were designed to threaten all the members of the Fed to do Trump's bidding and open more spots for Trump flunkies. Why try to end the independence of the Fed? Because Trump's economic failures are causing him political problems, and he wants the Fed to use monetary policies to artificially juice the economy in the short term, and this is his last chance to do that before the November elections. Having a sock puppet in charge of the Fed would also give the president access to the Fed's powerful authorities to enrich himself, his family, and his Wall Street buddies. It could mean granting special accounts to his family's crypto company or bailouts to his friends on Wall Street if they get into trouble. In other words, a Fed under Donald Trump's control creates more opportunities for Trump's corruption. Third, the nominee before us today, Kevin Warsh, is uniquely ill-suited for the job as Fed chair. In our meeting last week, we discussed the 2008 financial crash, where 8 million people lost their jobs, 10 million people lost their homes, and millions more lost their life savings. Giant banks, however, got hundreds of billions of dollars in bailouts. Mr. Warsh was a Fed governor from 2006 to 2011. That's before, during, and after the crash. And he said to me that he has no regrets about anything he did. So let's take a deeper dive into Mr. Warsh's record. In the years leading up to the 2008 financial crisis, he was an enthusiastic cheerleader for credit default swaps and complex securitizations. He dismissed repeated and increasingly urgent concerns from housing advocates across the country regarding subprime mortgages. He refused to use the Fed's authorities to address the risks that were building in the financial system. And when the crisis hit and the economy blew up, Warsh took on the job of Wall Street's personal liaison on the Fed board. He was quick to respond to concerns from Wall Street CEOs, and he worked tirelessly to arrange multi-billion-dollar bailouts for them with nothing for American families. No regrets, he says, no regrets. After the crash, most people on the Fed saw millions of Americans unemployed, people who had lost their homes, and said now might be a good time to lower rates and make the cost of borrowing cheaper for businesses to avoid more layoffs, and make it cheaper for Americans who are worried about paying their mortgages or their credit cards. But not Mr. Warsh. Nope. He wanted to keep interest rates high. And he sang the same song for more than a decade, even as the economy struggled. When the job of Fed chair became available during Trump's first term as president, Warsh held on to his high interest rate inflation hawk views, and Trump passed him by. Regretful, he soon reversed course and called for the Fed to pause interest rate hikes. Then, once Trump left office, Mr. Warsh flipped again and was even criticizing the Fed for cutting rates in the fall of 2024. But as soon as Donald Trump became president a second time, Warsh reversed himself once more and began shouting from the rooftops about how the Fed should cut interest rates. Evidently, he learned his lesson. This time around, he sucked up to Donald Trump to snag his dream job. Mr. Chairman, last week, every single Democratic member of this committee asked that you postpone this hearing and instead conduct oversight on the president's role in directing bogus criminal probes into Chair Powell and Governor Cook. The Senate should not be aiding and abetting Donald Trump's illegal takeover of the Fed by installing his chosen sock puppet as chair. It's an invitation for corruption and for economic catastrophe. We have the power to stop it, and we should be using that power. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, there you have it. I'll just say it is interesting that we're going to hear from Senator Dave McCormick in his introduction of Kevin Warsh, who was last time unanimously confirmed by the United States Senate. Unanimously confirmed by the U.S. Senate. Dave, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Warren, distinguished colleagues. It's really a great honor to introduce my friend Kevin Warsh and welcome him and Jane here today. Kevin has been a friend for many years. Winston Churchill observed that for great leaders there comes, and I quote, a special moment where they are figuratively tapped on the shoulder and offered the chance to do a very special thing. What a tragedy, he warned, if that moment finds them unprepared for that which would have been their finest hour. Colleagues, I'm here today to assure you, as someone who knows Kevin and who knows this institution, that Kevin Warsh could not be more prepared for this, his finest hour. There's no one more fitting, no one more qualified to face this consequential moment as the 17th chair of the Federal Reserve. Now, I'm not going to belabor Kevin's academic and professional record. They speak for themselves. Instead, I'd like to tell you about a man who Dina and I worked with decades ago and who has been someone I've called a friend for almost 30 years. President George W. Bush famously appointed Kevin to the Federal Reserve in 2006 when Kevin was just 35. He was the youngest appointed board member in history. But President Bush saw in Kevin what I believe you will see in him with your questions today. Wisdom that belied his age, now deepened by experience. A moral clarity even in the most turbulent of times. A sharp and independent intellect, further strengthened by decades immersed in unforgiving global financial markets. And a deep, honest understanding of how the decisions made in the marble hallways of Washington affect the lives of hardworking Americans. Now, I, unlike many on this committee, have seen these virtues on display across decades of friendship. I first met Kevin in the late 1990s when he and my younger brother were junior associates on Wall Street. And a decade later, we served together in the crucible of the global financial crisis. I as the Undersecretary of Treasury for International Affairs and Kevin on the Fed board. For nearly 2 years, we worked hand in hand to contain the damage and navigate the country through the crisis. And I know that then Chairman Ben Bernanke relied heavily on Kevin during those turbulent times, and I did too. And I've continued to seek his counsel regularly in the years since. Now, Kevin came to Washington all those years ago as an outsider, an idealistic young man determined to serve his country, one who has succeeded beyond all expectations. And he returns today as the ideal candidate to lead the Fed at this most crucial juncture. If confirmed, Kevin will inherit a Federal Reserve in need of repair and confronting serious uncertainty. An overextended balance sheet, a poor record on inflation, and a weak understanding of the profound opportunities offered in today's economy. He is uniquely suited to confront these challenges. He brings a reformer's heart. He will shake up a stagnant institution at a time when change is sorely needed. He possesses a deep understanding of markets and is trusted by leaders across the financial industry. But he equally understands the real economy. Born and raised in upstate New York, he knows from personal experience how the actions of the Fed can change the lives of working families. It's no small thing. It's no small thing to know firsthand how an increase in gas prices or mortgage rates or an uptick in unemployment affect everyday Americans. The Federal Reserve must not be ruled by pointy-head economists poring over outdated models and reams of market data. It needs a leader. It needs a leader who understands that the Fed's mandate of stable prices and maximum employment serves a higher purpose, the preservation of the American dream. Now, colleagues, Kevin Warsh has lived the American dream. I know in my heart he will always fight to keep that dream alive for all Americans. He is the right man for this pivotal moment, and I urge you not to get caught up in the politics of the moment and support his speedy confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. I will now swear in the nominee. Will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Do you agree to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of the Senate? You may sit down. Your written statement will be made part of the record in its entirety. Please keep your oral comments to 5 minutes. Mr. Warsh, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your consideration today. I've known you for quite a while, and I certainly appreciate the many courtesies you've given me, not just since the President's nomination, but long before. It's an honor to be with you, with Ranking Member Warren, and with the entire committee. I'm deeply grateful to President Trump for asking me to take on this public trust, because that's what it is, a public trust. The president believes that real economic growth in the U.S. and real take-home pay will accelerate. I share the president's confidence in our country and its people. America's economic growth potential is rising as we sit here today. I'm also especially happy that my wife Jane is here. She's been with me for many of the most important moments in my life. I'm grateful for her love and her personal accomplishments. I reciprocate that with somewhat of my own love, though I'm a little more stoic than she. And about every 20 years, I reintroduce her to this committee. She sat behind me 20 years ago, and it was almost 20 years ago to the day. And so let me offer today what I said then. Jane, happy anniversary. I'm also thinking of my late mom and dad. They were paying great attention to this hearing 20 years ago. They're no longer with us, but I was always proud of them and the values they taught me, and I hope they'd be proud of me today. We start today with a note of broad agreement, even though we might have heard different narratives at the outset of this hearing. This is a time of great consequence for the nation's economy. As a former Fed governor and friend or colleague of the last 5 Fed chiefs, from whom I've learned plenty of lessons, I'm particularly alert to the challenges and opportunities confronting the institution that I cherish, the Federal Reserve. To the President, to the Congress, the nation, I owe my best judgment and my most faithful efforts in serving the mission that you and Congress assigned to the Federal Reserve, including full employment and stable prices. The American people are counting on the Fed to deliver on its commitments, perhaps now more than ever. The real highlights of my life are not on my resume, as Senator McCormick said. They include the individuals with whom I worked and from whom I learned. I graduated from high school in upstate New York. I had some exceptional teachers there and some brilliant classmates. I've learned we're lucky in life if we start out with good influences in learning and in character. A public school education gave me both of these, and I'm grateful. I made my way to Stanford and found myself in the company of some of the most highly accomplished economists and policymakers. George Shultz, former Secretary of State and Treasury, was among the great patriots at the Hoover Institution, who I came to know as a teacher, mentor, and friend. He passed away right after COVID at age 100, but I still feel him with me. I could not have imagined a better formative experience than working from and learning from folks like him. I could tell you about all the things I learned, but maybe the most important was to be around people completely devoted to the ideas and ideals of our country. Silicon Valley in the early 90s, another fitting backdrop for all of the things we confront today. I found myself in the right place at the right time. The U.S. was at the vanguard of a new era of technological leadership, and I just looked out my door to see it. Now, in the last 15 years, I've gained deep experience in macro and in markets, working with Stan Druckenmiller. He never held a position in government, but is no less a patriot. He never got a PhD in economics, but I don't know a finer economic thinker. Without their guidance and the guidance of Condi Rice, my friend and I should say my boss at the Hoover Institution, I doubt I would be sitting before you today as the president's Fed chairman nominee. But I'm certain of one thing. Absent their tutelage, absent their example, I would not be as prepared for the urgent, mission-critical task at hand. In between these bookend experiences, I served quite a while ago as a governor at the Federal Reserve. At the onset of the financial crisis. As Senator Warren said, our central bank played an indispensable role, and we benefited enormously from the credibility that our predecessors had built up and passed down to us, governors of the Fed at the time. In these unusual and exigent circumstances, I saw the Fed and its people at their very best. But I also witnessed an institution that was tempted to play a larger role in the economy and society. So let me be very clear. monetary policy independence is essential. Monetary policy makers must act in the nation's interest. Their decisions the product of rigor, deliberation, and unclouded decision-making. And as Senator Warren said, I do not believe that independence of monetary policy is threatened when elected officials state their views on rates. Fed independence is up to the Fed. That has three implications. First, Congress is tasked with the mission to ensure price stability. Inflation is the Fed's choice. Second, Fed independence is at its peak in the conduct of monetary policy. And third, as the chairman said, the Fed must stay in its lane. I'm committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains strictly independent, equally committed to work with the administration and Congress on non-monetary matters that are part of the Fed's remit, and I commit myself to accountability. Finally, I'll just say this, Mr. Chairman. Milton Friedman had a phrase that always stayed with me. He always worried about government officials that lured and hung around with what he called the tyranny of the status quo. Status quo practices and policies are especially harmful when the world is changing this fast. If confirmed as chairman, I will be faithful to the Constitution, to the Federal Reserve Act, and to the very best of the Fed's traditions. I believe a reform-oriented Fed can make a real difference to the American people. And if confirmed, I will seek to create an environment in which the best people do their best work. Candor and goodwill will go a long way in pursuing those objectives. And I suspect this hearing, Mr. Chairman, will put us to the test. It's a real privilege to be here.
Thank you, sir. I will say that we typically stick to a 5-minute opening comments. I would encourage all of us to stick with our 5 minutes as it relates to our question and answers. We have full attendance today, and it's going to be really important for us to stick as closely to the 5 minutes as possible. If we go over by much, you'll hear me, which is an indication that you're already over, and I'll do my very best to keep us on time. Kevin, there are so many questions to talk to you about, to ask you about, to be honest with you, and I just want to name a couple of them, and we'll look forward to hearing more on these topics. I will not have enough time to delve into some of the most important issues facing our country. I'll take two of those issues and focus my time. I'm sure my colleagues on either side will have a conversation with you and ask questions about AI. The AI future is going to have massive impact on where we go as a nation. It's going to have a massive impact on your dual mandate as it relates to full employment. Our production may go up while our employment stays flat. So this is a really important question that at some point we should delve into. I also think that someone should spend some time talking about our balance sheet. We have nearly a $7 trillion balance sheet at the Federal Reserve. Too much attention has been paid to your balance sheet, and not enough attention has been paid to the nation's balance sheet. And I think it's really important for us to dig into that issue as well. Digital assets, the future of finance in the world seems to have a major component of it being digital assets. The market structure legislation we don't want your comment on, but the important role of the blockchain in the future is another really important part of the future of our economy. I will spend some time talking about affordability and the importance of the independence of the Fed. One of the things I've appreciated about your previous comments is the importance that you have placed on the dual mandate, stable prices, which typically comes through the form of interest rate changes, as well as promoting maximum employment. I think those two will become more challenging in the current environment. One, obviously, the second one being the AI and the future of full employment. You've criticized the Federal Reserve for getting too big, mismanaging inflation. I'm sure you know the definition of transitory, so I won't ask you, but I got a feeling you know, and some of your predecessors did not. Compromising the independence of the Fed. I think we should spend more time on finance, less time on climate change, on politics, on who is or who's not in charge. I think you would agree on those issues, though I will not ask you. I will ask you, however, that under your leadership, how will you steer the Federal Reserve to address the real life issues of affordability is my first question. And my second question will be about how do you make sure that the Federal Reserve stays out of the lane of external influences?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's probably no more pressing question than the cost of living. We know at the Federal Reserve that price stability was an objective that you and your colleagues gave to the Fed. So when, over the course of the last several years, especially after COVID, when prices went up to the tune of 25 to 35% for virtually all deciles of the American people, that's an indication that the Fed missed its mark. And we are still dealing with the legacy of the policy errors in 2021 and 2022. Once you let inflation take hold in the economy, it's more expensive and harder to bring it down. And so the fatal policy error going back 4 or 5 years is still a legacy that we're dealing with. We need, in my judgment, fundamental policy reforms to fix it. And while it's true that inflation is less problematic, meaning the rate of change in prices is less severe than it was some years ago, hardworking Americans are no doubt feeling it. I think that means a regime change in the conduct of policy. I think that means a different new inflation framework. I look forward to working with my colleagues at the Fed, if confirmed, to achieve that. I think it means, as you suggested, using tools differently. The Fed has an interest rate tool and a balance sheet tool. My view is the interest rate tool gets in the cracks. It's fairer. The balance sheet tool disproportionately helps those with financial assets. The interest rate tool hits the entire economy. So we need a new framework, new tools, and I'd also say, Mr. Chairman, new communications.
Yes.
I think part of the reason why, after making a mistake in 2021 and 22, the mistake was compounded is the Fed gives its forward guidance. The Fed tells the whole world what their dots are going to be, what their forecasts are going to be. Well, the Fed's human. Then they hold on to those forecasts longer than they should. I think if the Fed were to wait until it gets into a meeting before making a decision, that incremental deliberation can keep the central bank from compounding its errors. I think these are big changes that are needed, and if confirmed, I look forward to doing it.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Fed has been plagued by deeply disturbing ethics scandals in recent years involving at least 6 Fed officials. So it's critical that the next chair have no financial conflicts, none. You have more than $100 million in investments that you have refused to disclose to ethics officials and to the public. So let me ask, do the Juggernaut Fund or the THSDFS LLC invest in any companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles established by Jeffrey Epstein?
Senator Warren, thank you. So let me first share a point of agreement with you. The Fed has 2 tools. One is its monetary policy, and the second is its credibility. And the scandals that you talked about, the ethics problems you talked about, went to the core of the credibility that has hurt the Fed.
Could you answer my question, please? I asked. You have $100 million in undisclosed assets. And what I'm asking is, are any of those with this outfit that invests in companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles set up by Jeffrey Epstein? It's a yes or no question.
Senator, I have worked tirelessly with the ethics officials at the Office of Government Ethics.
And you have not
come to an ethics agreement with them and have agreed, Senator, to sell all of my financial assets, including the Duquesne assets.
Are you refusing to tell us if you have investments, for example, in vehicles set up to advance Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're telling us? You just won't tell us?
Senator, what I'm telling you is that those assets that you represent at Juggernaut will be sold if I'm confirmed before I take office and sign the oath of office.
Let me follow up on that. Will you at least disclose how you plan to disclose and divest these secret assets? I'm sure you understand that the public might question your motives if, for example, billionaire Stanley Druckenmiller, who you honored in your opening statement, and who makes a living guessing what the Fed will do next, cuts you a massive check for $100 million. as you take the oath of office to become the new Federal Reserve Chair?
Senator, as you know, it sounds like your fight might not be with me, but the Office of Government Ethics. I have come to full agreement with them and have agreed to divest all of those assets,
I'm asking
especially
you a very
those that you
straightforward
referenced
question,
before I
Mr.
take
Warsh,
the oath of office.
And that is, will you disclose how you divest those assets, or will you just collect a check for $100 million from someone whose whole business is betting on what the Fed will do?
As I said to the ethics officials at the Federal Reserve and the Office of Government Ethics, they agreed,
I'll take that as a no as well.
I would be redeeming my assets
Donald
before
Trump
I take
has
office.
made clear that he does not want an independent Fed. In fact, he has said, and I quote, "Anybody that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman." And he's made clear that you are his sock puppets, saying last week that interest rates will drop, quote, "when Kevin gets in." Yeah, I think they do. Not when economic conditions change, we'll get lower rates. Not when the economy needs it. Nope. He said, when my guy, Kevin Warsh, is in there, we'll get the interest rates that I, Donald Trump, wants. So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the Federal
I'm just
Reserve.
asking you a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
And I'm suggesting you in 2020, the Fed made a huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
So let me ask you another question.
Out of monetary policy.
In our meeting, you said you would be independent because you're, quote, a tough guy. Those were your words, tough guy. And you will be able to stand up to President Trump. So let's try it again. Name one aspect of President Trump's economic agenda with which you disagree.
Well, Senator, the Federal Reserve in recent years has wandered outside of its remit, wandered into other areas.
I'm asking for something
That's
you
not something
disagree
I'm
with
prepared
Donald
to do.
Trump on.
If I'm
Just
confirmed,
one
the Federal Reserve should stay in
economic
its
issue.
lane.
Just one little place where you disagree with Donald Trump.
Well, I do have a disagreement, actually, Senator, with the president. I think even this morning, he said that he thought I was out of central casting. I think central casting, I'd look older, grayer, and maybe show up here with a cigar of sorts.
Quite adorable. But, you know, we need a Fed chair who is independent. That's the only way we preserve the independence of the Federal Reserve. If you can't answer these questions, you don't have the courage and you don't have the independence.
I agree with you on independence, Senator.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Warsh, first of all, welcome. And I appreciated the opportunity to visit with you personally in the office. I agree with you, and I think Fed independence is critical. And I think that's an item that you and I agree on wholeheartedly. I want to take an opportunity just to kind of perhaps give you an opportunity to respond. I know that the ranking member had a number of items that she expressed concerns with. I'd like to give you an opportunity to just kind of work this way through. And let me just ask you a few questions, and I'll allow you to take the time to fully answer the questions. As I understand, Mr. Warsh, you worked with the career ethics professionals at the Office of Government Ethics and at the Fed to come to an agreement in terms of your dissolution of some of the assets that you as a businessman have. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, that is correct. I worked with the Fed ethics officials first, answered all of their questions, then with the career professionals, the Office of Government Ethics, answered all of their questions, and then they wrote up an ethics agreement, which is part of the public record. But because I agree with Senator Warren on the ethical questions that have been raised over the last several years by several people that were members of the FOMC, so that there's no question about my independence, no question about the clarity of my financial record, I agreed to divest virtually all of my financial assets, the large majority of which will be divested before I raise my right hand and am sworn into office if confirmed by this body. So I've gone above and beyond, not for any other special reason other than the Fed needs to reestablish its credibility because the conduct of policy depends on it.
So let me just, for the record, the agreement which you have signed clearly states that you have agreed to divest your assets that are in question within 90 days of confirmation if you have not already divested them. That is correct.
Yes, Senator. And in fact, the large majority of those assets will be divested before I am sworn into office if confirmed.
Thank you. The career ethics professionals were the ones that basically had sent your signed paperwork to this committee's chief clerk. I really question whether or not they would have done that if they did not come to the ethics agreement with you in the first place, correct?
Yes, I presume that's right. We had a very good working relationship, and I'm happy to be sitting after the divestiture and cash or T-bills or whatever is the permitted asset so we can get back to the business of fixing the Fed, reforming an institution that has lost its way a bit, that has missed the mark. As Chairman Scott said at the outset, this inflation risk is still something that's being talked about around kitchen tables and boardrooms. My preferred definition of stable prices is a little different than most academics. I believe that price stability should be a change in prices such that no one's talking about it. That's an old-fashioned definition, but I think it's still valid. And the sooner that we can reform the institution with my colleagues, if confirmed, the sooner we can ensure price stability, and we can have a new set of leaders atop the institution with high, credible, ethical standards to return the Fed to what it should be. The independence that both Chairman Scott and Senator Warren mentioned, critically important, but independence has to be earned, and it's earned by delivering on the promises, the commitments that the Fed has made. And as the Fed hasn't delivered on those promises, we shouldn't be surprised that we hear politics that are entering the room at the Fed. We need to get the politics out of it so the Fed can focus on its day job, deliver on full employment and stable prices.
It's true that people want to see stability within the Fed, but is it okay for a Fed governor or a chairman to change their mind on a particular policy?
It's more than okay, it's essential. Economics is not physics, it's not math. Frankly, most of us that ended up in the economics business, we started like I did as a math major. It was too hard. So we ended up in economics. In economics, what we need to do is focus to the left of the decimal point, not to the right of the decimal point. We need to focus on the big things. And if mistakes are made, central bankers, economic policymakers need to correct them fast. The real mistakes, the mistakes that cause inflation to be persistent, to undermine hardworking Americans' standard of living, and when those mistakes go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Reid.
Mr. Chairman, before we start the next question, I ask that we have entered into the record the U.S. Office of Government Ethics certification, which requires that all nominees disclose all of their assets, and showing that Mr. Warsh is out of compliance and that he has not met the ethics requirements.
Without objection, I will note, however, that what has been clearly articulated is that he will, according to his agreement with OGE, do what many others have done as well within 90 days, be not only in compliance, but to have divested himself from any assets that are in question.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask? I don't think we've had other nominees who are out of compliance and not disclosing at the time they come before the hearing.
Not on this committee, that's correct.
Not in this committee.
Before we, here's what we're not going to do.
Fair enough.
We're not going to have two chairmen, for sure.
Just asking.
Number one. Number two, what we're also not going to do is debate what we're putting into the record. And finally, what we are going to do is have a conversation about America's economy. And frankly, we all deserve the opportunity to ask our questions. We don't get to figure out the answers, but we do get to ask our questions. And I hope that we are able to continue in that direction. As long as we are, we're going to have a very good hearing. And if we're not, then I will find a way to help us to expedite getting back on track. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Walsh. Until you dispose of all the assets you've identified to the Office of Government Ethics, you will not be in compliance. Is that correct?
That's not my understanding. Excuse me, sir. My understanding is that a signed ethics agreement provides duties and responsibilities on me and duties and responsibilities on the government, and that's what the nature of the ethics agreement is.
You have an agreement that within 90 days you will dispose of all your assets. All your assets. Is that correct?
Senator, I have an agreement within 90 days so that there is no appearance of anything inappropriate, that I would divest all of my assets, the majority of which before sworn in. What I've disclosed, Senator, is all the information that is mine to disclose. I've shared all information about assets that I control and that I can share, which I did much to the satisfaction of the Government Ethics Office.
Excuse me. What you've said is that you will take the oath, if confirmed as chairman, with assets that have already been identified as presenting potential conflicts of interest. Will you agree to not take the oath until you have fully disposed all the assets that you've been identified?
Senator, I'll agree to take the oath pursuant to the terms of the ethics agreement that I struck with the Office of Government Ethics. I don't think anyone could do more than that other than me. I've agreed to divest even more assets so that I will have virtually no financial assets.
The divestiture is totally up to you. You can select what assets you're disposing of, what assets you're keeping. Is that correct? And then still be sworn in as chairman.
The divestiture is up to the agreement that I struck with the Office of Government Ethics.
Who makes the decision as to what assets are divested, you or the Office of Government Ethics?
Both of us. That's why it's an agreement.
Excuse me. I must commend you on the way you can circularly go around questions and not answer them. It's a skill. Unfortunately, it's not a good skill for the chairman or of the Federal Reserve Board. We typically ask questions and expect to get direct, faithful answers. You haven't given them to the ranking member, and you're not giving them to me. So, again, you feel you will not be, you will be compliant if after 90 days you still have a significant number of assets that have been identified as presenting conflicts of interest. Is that your view?
No, Senator. If I were to violate the ethics agreement, I would not be in compliance. If I follow the agreement, I will be.
Well, that's your position. I think others would differ. When you sell all your assets, where are you going to place the proceeds of those sales? I believe that Chairman Powell has placed them in sort of funds which are very difficult to individually influence. Do you propose to do that?
Yeah, I propose to put them in permissible assets that are as close to cash or treasury bills as I possibly can. I haven't selected anything, but it will be as plain vanilla as possible so that there would be no appearance or reality of having any influence. We'll be sitting in something like cash.
Okay. Now, the question of independence is just one that I think will dominate these proceedings. This morning, President Trump was asked on CNBC, will you be disappointed if your new Fed chair doesn't cut rates right away? And President Trump answered, I would. It's very hard to separate President Trump's obsession with rate cuts, his attacks on the Federal Reserve, on Chairman Powell particularly, and your nomination. So this independence thing seems to have evaporated quite quickly between President Trump's statements and your positions. Again, you maintain you'll be independent of President Trump?
Yes, Senator, I do.
Well, President Trump constantly maintains that nobody's independent of him, that it's his morality that guides the whole United States government, including the Federal Reserve, and that you will be someone who will carry out his wishes. Frankly, do you suspect that he chose you because you indicated to him that you want to cut rates?
Senator, I don't know the reason for the president's choice, but I can tell you what I've been writing about for 15 years and what I said to the president, which is
you're going to cut. I'll cut rates if you give me the job.
No, that's not what I said, Senator. Now, the president, as you might know, much like virtually all presidents I've either known or studied, presidents tend to be for cutting rates. I think the difference is President Trump expresses it quite publicly without surrogates or subterfuge, but presidents want lower rates. But Fed independence is up to the Fed. Fed leadership has to make a decision about what's the right thing to do.
No.
In my judgment,
you're a leader. You're the leader. You establish the moral and ethical standards and economic principles of the Fed. And you just pass it off to, well, you know, it's not my job, it's everybody's job. That means it's nobody's job. Thank you.
Senator Tillis.
Mr. Chair, before my time starts, can I make a parliamentary inquiry?
Certainly.
I want to make sure that we get this right because I'm not an attorney, but I think it's pretty important to suggest that according to Mr. Warsh, he has signed an agreement that is in compliance provided that he executes the agreement.
Correct.
So we should not have into the record that he is before us out of compliance because you stipulated that what Senator Warren said was a first of a kind here, but he is not out of compliance. He has agreement that if he executes, will be in compliance. That's why he's properly before us. And I just want to make sure for the record that that is clear.
Yeah, very clear. Well, let me just say it. I'm going to reiterate what you just said, but I was writing it down myself. The Office of Government Ethics has entered into an agreement with Kevin Warsh that he has up until 90 days after confirmed to divest of his assets.
So the word, I mean, to non-attorneys here, I heard someone say he's before us out of compliance, and that's why I checked with the staff to be absolutely certain. He is properly before us. He will be in compliance if he executes agreement that addresses the concerns that have been presented by some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I just want to confirm for the record that that is in fact accurate.
So if we're doing a matter here of, is this parliamentary inquiry? Is that what this is?
I've made a parliamentary inquiry, so I'm not burning my time on something that I thought felt like a cheap shot to say he's out of compliance when in fact he's not.
Then I'd like to ask the other question, and that is, have we seen this agreement? Do we have any way to verify that, in fact, these sales will occur if we have no idea what's in them and no one has told? And let's remember the law for a minute. The Fed, unlike other parts of government, do not have a 90-day you can be out of compliance. Fed law is explicit that you cannot own any portion of a financial interest in a bank.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, excuse me for interrupting. Senator,
now I'm going to let the attorneys take over.
Are we going to all get extra time here?
No.
I'd like extra 3 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just, for the record, and the only reason I said
that was a parliamentary inquiry, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. But,
okay.
Mr. Chair, the reason I mentioned that is because you had stipulated it. I don't think you meant it this way, but you as a chair said that this is the first of a kind of someone being out of compliance. I don't think you meant that. I wanted to make sure it was clear for the record.
Well, let me just be very clear again. The career ethics professionals were the ones that sent Mr. Warsh's signed paperwork to this committee's chief clerk. They would not have done so if they did not come to an ethics agreement with Mr. Warsh. Mr. Kennedy, Senator Kennedy does raise a good point. We are going to stick to our timeline, and I appreciate you raising the point of how long an inquiry can go on, and that does not buy you more time unless, of course, we all decide we want more time. And then I would rule on that, and I would rule against it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Warsh, congratulations. You can't count this as a date with Jane, particularly this one. I think probably the first hearing was a little less acrimonious. I'm not going to ask you anything. You can take a break and get ready for the bludgeoning on the other side. They're going to beat you till you bleed, and then they're going to beat you for bleeding. I'm going to talk about what's preventing me from being in a position to vote for you. We've spent time together in my office. You have extraordinary credentials. They're impeccable. I think the way you're dealing with the ethics issue is strong. Problem I have is where we are right now. And I start by saying I loved your opening statement. I love your focus on the independence of the Fed. I love the idea of Fed independence with respect to achieving the dual mandate, but Fed transparency on so many other things that the Fed does that, frankly, we're all frustrated with, bank examination, supervision being some among them that I think we should have more insight into. Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit for the record 2 executive orders under President Trump, one in 2020 and one in 2025, talking about making federal architecture beautiful again and focusing on trying to preserve the integrity of old buildings.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I will be submitting an analysis, but if we can go to slide 2 and turn it up right. Much has been made about the building project that has Chair Powell under investigation. I'm not going to get into the details except to say that I used to work for a firm that did audit and compliance, so I'm naturally wired to go back from the ground up and figure out what the deal is. Here's what I know. The Martin building has been conflated into this project to make it a $4 billion building. Even if you put the Martin building in, it's a $3 billion building. The reality is, what we're talking about is the Eccles building and the East building, for which, bring that up higher, Jack, you're a tall guy so people can see it. These are the overruns. And these overruns occurred in part because the cost of inputs went up 69% since the original estimate. Asbestos was identified. Remediation was required. Pylons had to be built underneath the building because it turns out they used it as a landfill and they had a water table issue. There were a variety of reasons why this building went over budget. And as a matter of fact, if we put everybody in prison in federal government that had a budget go over, we'd have to reserve an area roughly the size of Texas for a penal colony because of the way government projects work. And the reality is the overage of inflation adjusted was about $730 million, the majority of which seems to be legitimate. Next slide. Not acceptable, unfortunate, but legitimate. Now, what I've really got a problem with, and we're talking about Fed independence. By the way, I think you're going to be independent. You have to be. You got to convince 11 other people to vote with you, at least a majority. It's a consensus organization. You try to get the majority to. Most of these votes are 11-1. So if anybody thinks the president can appoint somebody and you unilaterally can control things, you're going to be an unsuccessful chair if history is any guide, and you've served under some of the best. So I know you're going to do it right. The problem that I have here is that we had some U.S. attorney with a dream or assistant U.S. attorney thinking it would be cute to bring Chair Powell under an investigation just a few months before the position was going to be open. This happened this year. Normal course and speed. Here's how it works at the Fed. May the 15th, the term would have expired. We'd be having this hearing. You'd be getting confirmed. Custom also suggests that the sitting chair, even though he has 2 years left on his term, would have exited. But instead, we have somebody who thinks a building project that went over by about $700 million with a lot of what seemed to be justifications for it are holding up this whole process. It sounds like to me somebody over in the DOJ didn't even check with the boss. The boss said on the same night that I said I can't go forward until this bogus investigation is done with, said he didn't know anything about it. So we've got people in DOJ over in the D.C. circuit or the D.C. district doing these investigations. We have got to end this investigation. Big DOJ didn't know about it. The president didn't know about it. Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation. Mr. Warsh, the only thing I've found the least bit odd about you is you've never watched an episode of Seinfeld. You've spent so much time at being a rock-solid economist that you're not even taking time away for a little laugh like that. I look forward to supporting your nomination, and I look forward to this investigation being taken down. If the chair wants to have all of our subcommittees start looking at capital expenditure projects for the agencies that we're overseeing, I think that's a great idea. And I'd like to be on a committee specifically drilling down on this analysis. If somebody can prove me wrong, I'd be happy to make a criminal referral. But I don't have the D.C. Circuit tell me a crime was committed when 7 members on this committee said it wasn't, including the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Only one question. What is Seinfeld? Senator Van Hollen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Warsh, good to see you. Reviewing your record, I am concerned that your position on interest rates seems to shift with what's politically convenient rather than based on sound economic judgment. In the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, the worst recession since the Great Depression, with some of the worst unemployment in our lifetimes, you were a hawkish voice, expressing concern that the Fed might wait too long to raise rates. I think you got it wrong then, but now you seem to have swung 180 degrees in the opposite direction to embrace lower rates, a view that conveniently aligns with the president who nominated you. You've made this pivot even as today prices are too high. I think we all know that. Our economy works for families when prices are affordable and unemployment is low. That's why price stability is an important part of the Fed's mandate, right?
Senator, yes.
And the Fed uses its monetary policy tools for price stability and full employment. That's the job Congress gave to the Fed. Here's how Ben Bernanke described how the Fed uses those tools. He said, and I'm quoting, "Generally, if economic weakness is the primary concern, the Fed acts to reduce interest rates, which supports the economy. If the economy is overheating, the Fed can raise interest rates to constrain inflationary pressures." End of quote. So that's a textbook model of the Fed. Cutting rates supports the economy, but can lead to higher inflation, while raising rates helps to fight inflation, but can limit growth. Do you agree with Chairman Bernanke that that's generally how the Fed can use monetary policy to affect the economy?
Senator, I do agree generally with that proposition, but I'll note at a moment like this, the supply side of the economy is changing dramatically. So the core of what Chairman Bernanke said is a question about what's the economy's potential. As I said in my opening remarks, I think the economy's potential is growing quite quickly, and that makes the decision that you tee up to be a difficult one, and one that the Fed's going to have to dig deep in evaluating what's the right policy choice in the upcoming meetings.
Well, I want to push you a little bit on that in a moment, but right now the Fed has set its main interest rate at 3.5 to 3.7%. Last December, President Trump told the Wall Street Journal he wanted to cut rates to 1% and maybe lower than that by the end of this year. So just to better understand how you think about economics, in the economic model Bernanke laid out, let's say there's an economy with decent growth and no recession. If the central bank were to cut rates from 3.5 to 1% or lower, a massive cut, that would typically push prices up, right?
Senator, unlike many of my colleagues, past and present, I don't believe in forward guidance. I don't believe that I should be previewing for you what a future decision might be. I think it's essential that the Fed make decisions in the room.
Mr. Warsh, I'm not asking you what decision you would make. Obviously, that's going to be up to you. I'm asking you for the framework in which you think about these things. And it seems a pretty straightforward question about what would happen if we reduced interest rates by the end of this year to 1% or less. And under the Bernanke model, and I think almost every economist or most economists would say that that will drive up prices. And so that's what I'm asking you. Would you agree that that would likely drive up prices?
So, Senator, the Fed has two important monetary policy tools. One is interest rates, and the other is a balance sheet that we created in the 2008 financial crisis. Those tools should be working in concert, not at cross purposes. So it's hard for me to isolate one variable when we'd have to have a discussion on the other.
All right.
Let me just say, this was
a pretty clear question about the framework in which these decisions are made. I have heard you talk about how AI may change that calculation. Yes. I will just say, and I think you know this, I mean, I have this, the Financial Times pointed out the economists reject Kevin Warsh's claim that the AI boom will enable rate cuts. And I find it just implausible to suggest that by the end of this year, AI would produce such increases in productivity that it could reduce in a rate cut to below 1%, and you can't tell me that would very likely increase prices.
So, Senator, can I say two things? First,
Senator.
Sorry.
Quickly.
Sorry. Monetary Policy Center works with long and variable lags, quite famously. If the Fed were to make a decision today about the conduct of policy, it's likely to find its way to the real economy 6, 9, or 12 months later. So it's difficult to judge policy today for an immediate result. And that would be my only concern about the framing of your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In closing, this is what concerns me, is that your views now have sort of flipped to conform with where the President of the United States is. And that's been a concern many of us have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy?
I want extra time, Mr. Chairman.
I know,
Consider these 5 minutes of parliamentary inquiry. Professor, what's a sock puppet?
I heard the reference from Senator Warren.
Yeah, earlier. What is it?
I'm not sure I know. Okay. I think it's that thing you stick your hand in.
Yeah, kind of like this?
Yes.
What's a human sock puppet? Isn't a human sock puppet somebody who'll do what somebody else tells them to do?
I think that's what the senator was trying to suggest. I think that was the innuendo.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My friend, Senator Warren, and she, as my friend, suggested that, I wrote it down, you will use your power, you might use your power to bail out your friends if they get in trouble, kind of like President Biden did with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. She didn't say the last part, I just did. Are you going to do that?
No, Senator.
Okay. The ethics folks, they've cleared you, but they've said you got to sell some assets. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these assets that you have, you can't just hold a yard sale, can you?
No, not for most of them, sir.
Okay, so it takes a reasonable period of time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've promised to sell them, right?
I did.
And if you don't sell them, we'll know, and the ethics folks will know, right?
Yes, I'd be in violation of the ethics agreement if I refuse to sell them.
But you're going to sell them, right?
Yes, Senator, I will.
Okay. Can we agree that politicians have the right to offer you advice about what to do with interest rates?
Senator, we can agree, and it's not something that I would shy away from. I've heard many senators from this very committee in years past express strong views on interest rates.
Okay.
Humble central bankers should be listening and then making their own decisions.
But some politicians matter more than others. And generally speaking, presidents matter, their opinion matters more than, say, a senator. President Trump has offered his opinion about what you ought to do with interest rates. Is that right?
Senator, he has not made his opinion on that a secret to anybody.
Yeah. And every president has, that you're aware of.
Yes, and they all tend to be in the same direction, Senator Kennedy.
Okay. Now, the problem is, can we agree that your credibility as Fed chairman is the most important thing you have?
It's the most important thing to me, it's the most important thing to the institution, and it's the most important thing to the successful conduct of policy.
Okay.
If the markets
that's a yes, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. The problem is that President Trump has said he's not going to appoint anybody who wouldn't agree to lower interest rates. Have you agreed with the president that you're going to lower interest rates?
Senator, I'm glad you framed it that way. The president never asked me to predetermine, commit, fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so.
So the president has never sat you down, looked you in the eye, and said, here's the deal, Scooter. I'm going to appoint you, but you got to agree to lower interest rates. That didn't happen, or did happen?
The president never once asked me to commit to any particular interest rate decision, period, and nor would I ever agree to do so if he had, but he never did. I was honored he nominated me. Like everyone else in the committee in the world, I've heard his view on interest rates. It sounded very similar to me to every other president in economic history that I've studied.
Okay. I've got one more question because I'm about to run out of my parliamentary inquiry time. I've heard your argument the last few months about artificial intelligence has made us so productive, labor so productive that companies don't have to raise prices. Therefore, inflation isn't a problem. Therefore, rates can be cut. Do you really believe that right now?
No, that is not how I would characterize the story on AI.
Okay, but you've said what I just said, haven't you?
I have said that this is the most disruptive moment in modern economic history in the U.S. and the world. I've said that artificial intelligence, AI, short
okay,
for American
let me stop you because
the
the chair's going to cut me off.
Oops, sorry.
Here's my worry, that a lot of this stuff about artificial intelligence making us more productive is a bunch of hype by people who want to sell stock in an IPO. Okay, I'd be careful there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get to my 5 minutes in a little bit.
So you come back about midnight, sir, and we'll go ahead and start all over again. Brand new day, sir. Brand new day. Thank you for your patience. Senator
Thank you.
Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Mr. Warsh, thank you for taking the time with me. I appreciate meeting with you. Congratulations on this nomination, and welcome to all your family, friends who are here. Let me talk to you about a couple of things. It's really around economic theory, and we have talked a little bit about this when we were meeting. Inflation has been above the Fed's target for 5 years. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah,
yes.
and core PCE inflation has been running at about 3%, a full point above that Fed target, correct?
Yes.
And so some Federal Reserve officials have said that this excess is due to tariffs. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I don't. If I can make 2 points.
Please.
Much as we discussed in your office, I think the data that's being used to judge inflation is quite imperfect data. And among the projects that the economics profession, and if I'm confirmed as chairman of the Fed needs to do, is to try to use our new understanding and new data sources to see what's really the inflation rate in the economy. We used to use core PCE, core measures, so we'd exclude food and energy because it was sort of a rough swag as to what was going on. We don't have to do a rough swag anymore. What I'm most interested in is what's the underlying inflation rate, not what's the one-time change in prices because of a change in geopolitics or a change in beef, but what's the underlying generalized change in prices in the economy. And my broad sense is that these inflation risks and the inflation damage the last several years is improving somewhat. It has improved somewhat in the last year. The measures I prefer are looking at things that are called trimmed averages, where we take out all of the tail risks, all of the one-off items, and we ask ourselves whether the generalized change in prices is having second-order effects on the economy. Again, they're not where they should be, but I think that the trend is quite favorable.
And these trend averages and the data that you're looking at now, it's not traditionally the norm that economists would use in this position. Is that correct?
Some in the economics profession are increasingly looking to these median-type measures, but among the projects I would hope to undertake as one of the first reforms at the Fed is a data project, where we would go off and we would evaluate with the public sector and the private sector, including the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a survey of 1 billion prices. Mm-hmm. And what I'm really most interested, Senator, is what's the change of that 500 millionth and one price? because that's inflation. That's a change in the generalized level. In a market economy, prices change all the time, and I don't want to be confused by that. I want to know what inflation really is, and I still think there's some work to do.
And I respect, listen, I'm listening to you today and talking with you. I respect you truly believe as an economist and a theorist in this theory, in what you are talking to us today about, which is traditionally not the norm. And many are disagreeing with you on that and publicly disagreeing. And so I understand that. But I guess the position I have is I hope you're right. But at the end of the day, my concern is people are suffering right now with high costs, and we need to address it. And I don't know how long it's going to take for your economic theory to gain traction or to be proven that it's going to benefit so many people in this country right now. And here's one other thing, because I don't have that much time, and this is what is also a concern of mine, so I want you to address it. Earlier, you've been on the Federal Reserve Board, and you were there during the financial crisis of 2008. You and I talked about this. I was the Attorney General then. It hit Nevada so hard. Here's what I do know, and at that time, in 2006, you attended numerous meetings where housing experts pleaded with you to stop predatory mortgages. In fact, Gail Burks, who was the CEO of Nevada's Fair Housing at that time, who I worked with, repeatedly warned Fed leadership, including you, about predatory lending practices such as flipping loans or misinforming seniors about reverse mortgages. And in 2007, you said, and I quote, "Subprime mortgages have gotten a bad name in this environment, and in some cases, that's not just." You also said that you don't see any immediate systemic risk issues among big banks. And you said that at that time. And then just recently, and this is what I want you to address, Senator Warren has said that you told her you had no regrets during this tenure. How can we trust that your economic theory, when you were wrong then, is going to be the accurate theory we need now to help so many families and businesses that are struggling with the policies that we're dealing with now?
Senator, let me address a few things. The chairman is going to cut me off when he must. But I would say this. For many years before the global financial crisis, I warned about the very real risks of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac blowing up, which they did. I think that part of the housing market was vulnerable for many years, and not enough was done about it, even in spite of my protestations and my urging about GSE reform. It wasn't done. I think that compounded the financial crisis. Secondly, I think subprime mortgages then, subprime assets then, were indicative of prices of almost every financial asset that were mispriced. What I suggested then and what I believe now is that subprime mortgages were just indicative of a set of prices that were incorrect, and they all repriced. Just to give one fine example before I turn to the chairman.
Perhaps no examples right now.
Okay, sorry.
Let's go to Senator
Thank you.
Haggerty. I want to give you the opportunity to finish that exchange.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Warsh, I want to welcome you, Jane, your family. And I want the committee to know that I've known Kevin Warsh for 30 years. We first crossed paths back in 1992, shortly after Kevin graduated from Stanford. We both worked on the White House staff at that point in time. And I just want to say this, that the man testifying before us today is the same man that I got to know then. Serious, disciplined, with a true heart for public service. And I want to say this, I've said it before, Kevin Warsh is the man for the moment. His background, his experience, and his discipline are precisely what we need to bring our economy into its full potential. I'm delighted to see him here today as we both reinforce competence here at home and do the same thing abroad. And if I think about Kevin's qualifications, think about the contrast with the nominations that we saw with the last administration. I think this committee will recall that President Biden nominated a prospective federal bank regulator, frankly, a graduate of Moscow State University in Russia, who advocated for replacing private bank deposits with retail accounts held at the central bank. Those who might criticize Kevin for his private sector success miss the point. Kevin's experience is not a liability, it's an asset. It brings a practical understanding in terms of how markets function to bear, how capital is allocated, and how policy decisions shape the real economy. Mr. Warsh, how will your experiences in both the public and the private sector shape your governance of the Fed should you be confirmed?
Senator, thank you very much, and thanks for the kind introduction. For your colleagues on this panel, Senator Haggard and I shared a desk, 91 and 92, so I've known him for a very long time. I think my prior experience at the Fed, which some of your colleagues made reference to, are going to allow me to hit the ground running. This is as consequential a moment for the U.S. economy and, frankly, for the institution as any point since the late 1970s. And so my experience at the Fed, my understanding of the people, the culture, the governance, and of the things that are ripe for reform are going to give me a leg up. We don't have a long time to do new studies and contemplate what reform should be. We have a short window to try to bring inflation back down to where it should be to ensure price stability. And because AI that Senator Kennedy referenced is so consequential, and AI is quickly becoming at something like escape velocity, it's important to revisit the Fed's models and see whether this innovation cycle, while it could have over time improvements in the price level and make the Fed's job on inflation easier, there's a question about what that means for employment, which is another part of the Fed's mandate. So I think that's part and parcel of what my background and suggestion and history would suggest. But if I can make one other point, what the Fed needs is a reform to its frameworks and reforms to its communications. I've seen what the Fed's done well, and often I'll give them one cheer or two. But now more than ever, the Federal Reserve needs 3 cheers, and that's what I hope to deliver.
Well, let's stay on this point, particularly, and you've mentioned this in your commentary, the point of the Fed's mission creep over the years. If you think about what the Fed has done, they've strayed into what I would call politically contentious areas. They've gone well beyond their core mandate. And we've seen this across the Federal Reserve System. And what the Fed has done is eroded its credibility as what it should be, which is an apolitical and independent central bank. In bank regulation and supervision, the Fed's focused on non-material and often politically charged areas. I'm thinking about climate change policy here. Elsewhere in the Federal Reserve System, we've seen regional reserve banks used as platforms for promoting very divisive partisan policies. There I'm thinking about DEI, climate policy, even racial reparations. The Minneapolis Fed even went so far as to publicly lobby for an amendment to a state constitution on education policy. How far beyond the remit can they get? In the 2020 Monetary Policy Review, the Fed even sought to redefine its legislative mandate of maximum employment as a broad-based and inclusive goal, close quote. I mean, that's tacitly understood to mean that the Fed should accept higher inflation to privilege select groups of Americans. And while the Fed undertook this social engineering, it also financially engineered a massive footprint in our market. QE provided near unlimited bid for government debt, which of course made it easy for us to subsidize more government debt here. It subsidized government financing, and it encouraged, frankly, what I view as very reckless federal spending. In each of these examples, we see a clear pattern. The Fed has strayed beyond its core mandate to encroach upon policy decisions that ought to be left to those of us that are democratically accountable. Mr. Warsh, the Fed's own actions have eroded its credibility. What do you think should be done to regain public trust?
Senator, robust reform. The Fed can deliver on the mandate that you gave it if it sticks to its knitting. As it wanders into areas upon which it has neither authority or expertise, it loses its focus. And I'll just give one example. In 2020, as you reference, when the Federal Reserve changed its inflation framework in August of 2020, inflation was running at around 1.72%. And the Fed changed its framework, rewrote in some sense the remit you gave it, and they asked for a little more inflation. They ended up with a lot more, and that was the foundation for the inflation surge that happened in the subsequent years, which we're still living with.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Warsh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Warsh. It's still morning. Let me start with this. I think you have said that you have confidence that this economy has potential. I think that's fair to say. And you've also said that this is a time of great consequence for the nation's economy, perhaps one of the most significant hinge points in a couple of generations. That's fair to say?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And so I agree with that. And I actually want to go a bit further because I think that it seems to me that this economy is amazing for rich people, people who have a lot of capital. And in fact, we can see in 2025, billionaire wealth grew 3 times faster than the average rate of the previous 5 years. And wealthy households hold a massive portion of the nation's wealth. And this, I think, is the tipping point that our economy actually faces right now. And I can tell you that in Minnesota, a lot of people are telling me that it is harder and harder for them to afford the basics. They aren't rich. They don't have enough money to pay their bills, to pay their doctor's bills. So I want to look at this with you for a few minutes, and I want to start with inflation. So last week, President Trump said that gas prices are, quote, not very high, and, quote, we're having some fake inflation because of the fuel. So understanding what you've been saying about data and measurement and all of that, let me just ask you, do you think that gas prices going up 20% is fake inflation?
Senator, the gas prices like beef prices, eggs, milk, and the rest, they move. And when they move in the wrong direction, American people are hurting by it. There's no question about it.
That's right. American people feel it. It's not fake to them. It's money that they don't have in their pocket because gas is up 20%. I think my constituents would say that inflation is real and not fake. Okay, so let's look at unemployment. At the State of the Union, the president said, quote, the roaring economy, this is the quote, the roaring economy is roaring like never before. So do you agree with that statement? Is that how you see the economy, that is roaring like never roaring before?
So Senator, if I can clarify 2 things. One, there's a difference between the change in prices and inflation. The change in prices happen in a market economy. When inflation moves up, that's because the Fed had something to do with it. Now, on the state of the economy, I would say that the broad contours of the economy are improving. The potential of the economy, the real results of the economy are improving, but I think it can improve more. And I think in the years ahead, I think the economy's potential is strengthening.
So, the reality is that the economic data, understanding what you're saying about economic data being not imperfect, that there was almost 0 job growth in 2025. And so that looks to me like not a roaring economy. It looks like a weak economy, which is what my constituents are telling me back in Minnesota. Let me go to one last look at this. Around the country, the average cost of home insurance rose 12% last year. Now, in my home state of Minnesota, not a coastal state, premiums rose 34% in 2025. This is, of course, caused by extreme weather events, hail, floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, climate change. So is that inflationary, in your perspective? Is that increase in home insurance, property and casualty insurance, isn't that inflation?
So, Senator, if I can answer 2 questions that I think I heard, and we talked about both of these in your office. When we look at the payroll numbers every month and we ask ourselves whether it's good or bad, the job you gave to the Federal Reserve is to ensure we're at maximum sustainable employment. I think broadly speaking, the economy is running about close to full employment, though we never know what the right number is. So if Americans that want a job can find a job, then by the Fed's metric, we're at full employment. On the question of insurance premiums and the rest, when I look broadly across the economy, I would say when we look at healthcare, when we look at education, we look at housing, those prices have tended to go up more. In the less regulated parts of the economy, we've seen a downward structure, a downward change in prices, and we try to aggregate them the best we can.
But I'm not exactly sure what your point is there, but I would just say that my point here is that rising home insurance rates caused by increasing extreme weather events, climate change, is another inflationary pressure that people in my state are dealing with. And this, of course, the reason I'm focusing on this is because I'm worried that because of the pressure that you are going to be under from the president to lower interest rates, that this inflationary pressure that my constituents are feeling is going to get worse and not better. And so I don't have time to ask my last question, but it is literally this. The president has said that he demands that the next Fed chair will lower interest rates. And I take him at his word at that, and that is what causes me such grave concern here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Lomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Warsh, and congratulations on your nomination. And thanks for appearing before this committee, and taking both the positive questions and some of the hostility. I apologize for my colleague's behavior when it strays outside of decorum. My first question is about the balance sheet of the Fed. What is your view about the size of the balance sheet currently?
Thank you, Senator. As we talked about in your office, the Fed balance sheet has played a particularly, I think, unhelpful role in helping the Fed achieve its dual mandate. The senator had just mentioned what she described as the increase for financial assets relative to real assets. Well, part of that is the Federal Reserve. The Fed is not blameless in that as it's grown the Fed's balance sheet, grown its imprimatur on the economy, those with financial assets have benefited from it. The reason why I prefer monetary policy to use interest rates as the dominant force is interest rates affect a far broader cross-section of the economy. Interest rates get in the cracks. If we were to cut rates, then broader number of people will benefit from it versus quantitative easing, which tends to move through financial assets first. Half of our fellow Americans don't own any financial assets, so they're wondering what's in it for them. Broadly speaking, Senator, on the balance sheet, I was involved in 2008 and 2009 in response to the global financial crisis that Senator Warren referenced, and we used extraordinary measures and created a bigger balance sheet. But we agreed to do that only in the times of emergencies, only when interest rates were pinned to zero. The big balance sheet has become an ordinary recurring force, and I think has been quite unhelpful, and is part of the reason why the Fed is in the business of politics. Slowly and deliberatively, I believe we need a smaller central bank balance sheet. It took us 18 years to create this big balance sheet that's done quite a bit of harm, it strikes me, to the Fed's credibility. Working with the Treasury Secretary, we're going to have to find out a way in which we can take the balance sheet and make it smaller, because a large balance sheet where the Fed owns more outstanding debt than many parts of the financial markets, that's fiscal policy in disguise. Fed needs to get out of the fiscal business, focus on the monetary business, so the Fed can deliver on the remit you gave us.
Thanks for that response, because some of us don't appreciate the connection between the size of the Fed's balance sheet and interest rates. With regard to interest rates, can you tell us a little bit about your conversations with President Trump about interest rates?
Yeah, I don't want to put words in the president's mouth, but I think he has said loudly and clearly his view on interest rates. Don't think I'm breaking any news here. But I can tell you what I said, and what I said the president is what I've said to this committee and what I've frankly been writing about for more than a decade. Interest rates are the much better way to be using monetary policy than buying bonds and mortgages, some of which are issued from the United States Treasury Department. That is a confusion of roles. That leads to a set of mission creep. So interest rates are the dominant tool, and interest rates, as I mentioned, get in the cracks. My broad view on the conduct of policy from here is that too many Fed officials, past and present, opine in advance about where they think interest rates should be next meeting, next quarter, and next year. I think that's quite unhelpful. As we've heard today from many of your colleagues, we don't know the state of AI. We can't be certain about the state of geopolitics. The economy is going to change. You need central bankers that are humble, that are nimble, that are open-minded, that can react when we have good data, when events strike us. My broad view is that interest rates need to be forward-looking, need to be based on better data, and we should have a big, robust deliberation inside the FOMC. I tend to favor messier meetings than some, where people don't show up with rehearsed scripts, but we can have a good family fight. If the central bank has that good family fight, I think that they're going to make better decisions. And if they happen to make mistakes, they'll correct them sooner. So I'm not one for pre-deciding what interest rates should be. I never said to the president where I think rates should be. I never committed any such thing, and I wouldn't have even thought about doing so.
Quick yes or no. Do you believe that digital assets should be incorporated into our financial industry so Americans have new investment opportunities and consumer protections?
Senator, digital assets are already part of the fabric of our financial services industry in the United States. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Walsh.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Mr. Warsh, congratulations on your nomination, and I appreciated our time together in my office a few weeks ago. If confirmed, you will serve as chair of one of the most powerful economic institutions in the world. Decisions you make would move markets, affect Americans' retirement savings and ability to buy homes. It would influence the global economy. You currently serve as a lecturer at Stanford University. If you were to assign, if Professor Walsh were to assign a letter grade to the American economy today for the average working family, what grade would you assign?
Senator, it was good to meet with you in your office. You know, in modern academic institutions, they give everybody A's, so it's not a fair comparison. Especially at elite universities, I know everyone gets perfect grades.
Well, what grade would you give the economy?
Well, if I gave a student anything other than an A, the dean would summon me to his office because I would have hurt his self-image.
Well, the Americans that I talk to, particularly in the state of Georgia, who haven't had the benefit of attending some of these elite institutions, are trying to make their lives work. They're sitting around their kitchen tables trying to figure out how to put their kids through school. And regardless of how the markets are doing, consumer confidence is at a record low. So that's their grade on the economy. Working families are struggling, and things are getting worse. The inflation rate has remained elevated above the Fed's 2% target rate throughout President Trump's term, despite his promise to lower inflation. The president's war in Iran has spiked energy prices by 11%, and Americans are paying on average nearly $4 a gallon for gas because of the war. We've lost nearly 90,000 manufacturing jobs since President Trump took office. He promised us a manufacturing boom. We've lost 90,000 manufacturing jobs. And Americans already dealing with high prices paid $1,000 more per household in 2025 as a direct result of President Trump's illegal tariffs, which he remains committed to in spite of the Supreme Court decision. He does even better than this practice of these institutions. When asked what grade he would give the economy, he said an A, and then he thought about it and said, no, actually A+++. And as I thought about his answer, I was wondering who was he talking about? Who is it an A+ for? Certainly not the ordinary working class Georgians that I'm fighting for every single day. Maybe the people closest to him. But I'm hard pressed to think that folks across the state of Georgia who are looking at their grocery bill, looking at their gas bill, looking at the $1,000 that they've had to pay would give the economy an A++. What are your thoughts?
Senator, thank you. If the Fed were to execute on a series of policy reforms, then I believe the economy can be stronger. I believe inflation can be lower, and I believe real take-home pay can be higher. I think the Fed is not blameless for the divergence you described between those that have financial assets and those that don't. Had the balance sheet not been brought from the $800 billion level when I showed up at the Fed in 2006 to an order of magnitude higher, if the Fed had kept a smaller balance sheet, the way the senator I just talked about a few moments ago, I think interest rates could be lower, inflation could be better, and the economy could be stronger.
Yeah, you discussed your theory of the case with me in that regard. But I think you would agree that the recognition, I think implicit in your testimony is the recognition that this is not a plus economy. In your economy, in your testimony, you note the importance of price stability and correctly note that inflation means people lose purchasing power, particularly harming low-income folks. But I also noticed your testimony did not really discuss the Fed's other mandate, and that's to maximize employment. Inflation is critically important, but if you don't have a job, you're in trouble. Do you view the Fed's mandate for maximizing employment as equally important to its price stability mandate? And are you concerned about weak job growth numbers?
Before the nominee answers the question, the senator from the elite university, Morehouse, is out of time. So I appreciate the question, but we will have the answer submitted for the record.
I know you wanted to attend Morehouse College. I'm sorry.
Everybody wants to attend Morehouse, by the way, but I am a Charleston Southern Buck.
I appreciate it.
Very happy about that. He couldn't get into Charleston Southern, but it's good you got in somewhere. This is good.
If you can't get into Morehouse, go to Stanford.
Everybody's got jokes up here, so we'll go to Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get started, I want to emphasize that transparency and accountability at the Fed are absolutely vital. The American people need to have trust in our government. We need to have trust in our government agencies, and that includes transparency and accountability at the Fed. So when we're talking about billions of dollars being spent on renovations, it's absolutely appropriate for Congress to ask questions. And it is absolutely appropriate for Congress to get answers. We need to understand where this substantial amount of money has gone, and we need to ensure that every institution, including the Fed, is always making decisions that are in the best interest of the American people. And so I urge everyone involved to make sure that any outstanding questions on this matter come to fruition so that we can get answers and move on and have a smooth and timely transition and a confirmation process, of which I want to say congratulations on both your nomination, your willingness to be here today, and I also want to say that to your family. I think a lot of people miss the fact that when any of us step up to serve, that it's not just you, your family that goes through so much. And so we just want to say that sacrifice is often overlooked, and we certainly appreciate your family being with you today and all of you and what you're willing to do here. I had a chance to get to know you over the years, and as many of my Republican colleagues have and other colleagues, and I think we would all say you are absolutely the right man for the job at the right time in our country's history, and I am excited about your leadership at the Fed. We have had an opportunity to talk about a number of issues, but I know that your integrity and that your commitment to the American people are going to help restore confidence at the Fed, and it will also ultimately serve our country incredibly well. So it's not going to be any easy task to return that confidence. We have spoken about needed reforms at the Fed on the monetary policy side and also the operational and internal standpoint as well. And of course, your calls for reform aren't baseless. You served at the Fed during one of the most challenging times. You just referenced it in your previous answer to a question from my colleague across the aisle. I believe you said there was a balance sheet, $800 billion, when you showed up in 2006. So talk to me a little bit, speak to me about that, about what you have seen during your time and tenure at the Fed already, and then what other life experiences you have that you will bring as you tackle this role.
Yeah, so Senator, great to see you again. So the chairman knows I worked with the senator when she was a staffer on this very committee, and I was a young staffer myself. So it's an honor to be here. And Senator, as you know, this is a serious responsibility. I'm honored the president nominated me for it. This is a time of consequence, not just for the country, but for the central bank. I think the central bank can go back to first principles and improve itself. I see most of the actions of the Fed come from good intentions. But when you gave the Fed a remit, it wasn't a general roving remit to do what it thought was right. It was a particular remit to focus on particular issues and to not wander. And that's the trade-off on independence. Independence about the conduct of monetary policy, where we can hear criticisms from others in the economics profession, elected officials, and we should be open-minded to them. Listen, I think there's been a considerable amount of groupthink in the economics profession, and so being open-minded to it is important. But outside of monetary policy, it's important that the central bank work with the government on areas of overlap. And so I think that's likely to happen going forward. If you ask Senator Britt about my biggest lessons are about how a central bank should be acting in crisis times versus in normal times. In the crisis of 2008 and the pandemic of the crisis of 2020, that's when the Fed needs to take extraordinary measures. Going back to the founding of the Fed in 1913, it was created to respond to shocks. And so there, I think central bankers often should get the benefit of the doubt. When the world is racing away from it, the real economy is suffering fast, the central bank should show up with liquidity support. But the job of the central bank is to try to mitigate those risks in advance, to buy insurance so that we don't go from shock to shock, from boom to bust. And so my criticism is more about the conduct of monetary policy and regulatory policy in normal times. And that's the area that are in need of reform. We have a window where the economy is improving, but I would say more improvement is still possible. And it's during this policy that we need to look introspectively, look fundamentally at reform. So when there is another risk, there is another shock, the central bank is prepared to address it with less harm to the real economy.
Thank you so much. I am out of time. I look forward to your service to our nation, and I know that we will be in great hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Britt. Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Warsh, good to see you. I guess I just wanted to start off by talking about just the state of American families right now. Nearly 60% of people surveyed say that they're worried about affording the very basics, rent, gas, groceries, the bills. 60% of Americans say that they cannot handle a $1,000 emergency. 40% of Americans saying that they can't handle a $400 emergency. I wanted to ask, do you agree that the American families are struggling right now with affordability?
Senator, as we discussed in your office, central bankers should not be second-guessing what people feel and see in their own lives. People's lived experiences matter to them. What I can say is the central bank has some responsibility for the things that you've described, and that the legacy of inflation, what I think is the biggest economic policy error in 40 or 50 years, happened just a few years ago, and we're still living with the remnants of it. I think inflation is less problematic than it was a couple of years ago, but I would not.
But the problem of affordability continues, though. That sounds right, right?
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you. When I hear, I heard 2 months ago President Trump say, he said, "quote What word have you not heard over the last 2 weeks? Affordability, because I've won. I've won affordability." It sounds like you would disagree with that assessment that the fight for affordability for American families is over.
So I think the trend is going in the right direction.
But we still have more work to do.
Well, the way I would describe it, Senator, is the cumulative increase in prices starting in early 2020 till now is between 25 and 35%. So I understand what hardworking Americans say. It's still a struggle. That's a legacy of a past policy error.
One thing that you talked about before is about just the real cost that families are facing right now. And I appreciate that you were pushing back on that comment that the president had about calling the energy prices and the fuel price increases that we're having fake inflation, because right now Americans have paid more than $8.4 billion more in gas during the first month of this war. Fertilizer, 70% of respondents to the Farm Bureau survey said that fertilizer is unable to be afforded right now, just given the price increases. Are you concerned that there could be real long-term effects of this war in Iran, especially if we're continuing to see these challenges when it comes to fuel and fertilizer?
Senator, if my reform agenda, if confirmed, stands for anything, it's for the central bank, especially the Fed chairman, to stay in its lane.
I know that, but you
so
also
I wouldn't
have
want to
be,
wander outside of it. I'm happy.
But you're also charged with forecasting in terms of understanding where our economy is going. So does an impact of that magnitude rise to something that the Fed should keep an eye on and be concerned about?
The Fed should have an open mind towards all sorts of data, but the things that central banks can affect are things that are not one-off in nature, but are persistent and find their way into the generalized price level.
And that's something I wanted to ask you about that, because you talked about a fundamental policy change when it comes to the Fed, and I guess I wanted to just get a little bit more clarity on that. Senator Lummis mentioned about the balance sheet and the concern you have about that. What level do you think the balance should be at? If it's 6.7 trillion now, where do you think the goal is in your mind?
So I haven't fixed a particular number, but any changes, Senator, in the balance sheet would be part of a public discussion, debated rigorously. And if and when the central bank comes to a judgment about a new balance sheet policy, which I hope the central bank would, it would be described well in advance. As I mentioned, it took 18 years to create this balance sheet problem, and we won't be able to fix it in 18 minutes. And so that's why I think deliberation here is important. But it suffices to say it should be smaller, and at least as important, it should not be holding long-term treasury assets as if it's the fiscal authority. That's when it gets into politics.
I appreciate you saying that it's important to be able to have that public discussion. I mean, one thing that's come up as I've been engaged with different experts is concern about rapid reduction. If you are moving in that speed, that it could generate a number of concerns, including upward pressure on long-term interest rates. So I guess I just wanted to check, do you share that concern? As you are thinking about how to reduce it, do you also understand, though, that there are concerns about rapid reduction in the speed with which you're trying to go down?
Yes, Senator, and that kind of regime change would have to be deliberate, well orchestrated, well choreographed, and well described so that unnecessary upset are not done to financial markets as we go to a policy regime change much more focused on interest rates.
With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Warsh. It was great to see you in my office. Thanks for coming by. I want to continue to talk about inflation because it is something that is incredibly important. I think you share the view that inflation is a silent tax on American households. Is that accurate?
Senator, it's accurate. It's the most regressive tax that anyone in Washington could come up with. If you were trying to do the most harm to the least well-off among us, inflation would be the way to do it.
Yeah, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been talking about that. And I note, at least I don't recall, that they ever talked about that during the Biden administration. Because it was during the Biden administration that we saw this record inflation, this 40-year-old high inflation. And yet my Democrat colleagues were silent about it back then. Now they want to talk about it. But of course, American households were hurting back then as well. Inflation was caused by President Biden's reckless policies and reckless spending. Let's look at ARPA, a partisan bill that was passed by the Democrats, which cost taxpayers $1.9 trillion. When ARPA was passed in March of 2021, inflation was at 2.6%. Inflation quickly accelerated. It was over 5% by May, June, and July, and by the end of the year, December, it was 7%. Does federal government spending have anything to do with inflation, Mr. Warsh?
Senator, as we talked about in your office, my view of inflation is a bit different from some. I don't think inflation comes about when the economy grows too much or hardworking Americans get an increase in their wages. I think inflation comes about when the government prints too much, by which I mean the central bank, and broadly speaking, the government spends too much.
And so we're spending too much money, and now we've been cleaning up their mess ever since. I will also note the Republicans have been taking efforts to reduce the deficit. I think year to date it's down about 10.6% from where it was last year. And this is why it's so important we get our spending under control. I think you also talked about the balance sheet. And one of the things about the balance sheet is that I think if I hear you're saying it's too big, and it benefits people who have financial assets. But if you don't have financial assets, you haven't seen the benefit of a large balance sheet at the Fed. Is that accurate?
Senator, it's broadly accurate. When the large balance sheet was created in the 2008 financial crisis, the agreement between my colleagues and I was that we would only use this in an emergency scenario, because the transmission mechanism for a large balance sheet, it goes two ways, through signaling effects and through asset prices. Now, at the time of the financial crisis, financial asset prices were down 60 or 70%, and so it was understandable. Interest rates were at zero. But in the ordinary course, the central bank, an independent body, should not be adopting a set of policies that have that kind of distributional consequence. That's why interest rates are a better way to be setting monetary policy.
So if I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just what I hear you saying is let's reduce the size of the balance sheet, because that benefits maybe half the American population. And then let's focus on interest rates and inflation so we can benefit all Americans. That if we take interest rates down, that benefits all Americans. You said it gets into the nooks and crannies. That if we get inflation under control, that is how we benefit all Americans. And the size of the balance sheet has only benefited some Americans. So what you're really about is trying to change a policy at the Fed that has really benefited under the last administration people who have lots of money, actually not just the last administration, the previous administrations, but you also want to make sure we get off of the inflation. I mean, during the Biden administration, we saw 4 years in a row of declining real wages for American households. And what you want to do is get that inflation under control so that all American households benefit. Is that fair?
That is fair. I'm going to paraphrase former Chairman Paul Volcker, where he said something along the following lines. You would need to have a PhD from an elite institution to believe that inflation doesn't have something to do with money.
Okay, great. Real briefly, I've only got a few seconds left here, but I'm going to switch topics on you real briefly. Chairman Powell and Secretary Bessent met with leaders of our largest banks recently to talk about advanced AI models like Mythos from Anthropic to identify banking vulnerabilities. It's apparently very good at finding those vulnerabilities. When confirmed, what will you do to modernize the Federal Reserve's internal risk assessments, tabletop or scenario planning exercises to ensure that we can anticipate and defend against the type of emerging risks that potentially models like Mythos could present if used in the wrong hands?
I have about 20 seconds to answer that.
20 seconds. Senator, a lot is the short answer. The 15-second answer beyond that is the pace of change in these technologies is accelerating. AI, which I think of really as American ingenuity, gives America a huge head start relative to our competitors around the world, but it's not without real risks and real challenges, and a forward-looking, reform-oriented central bank needs to be on the front end of it.
Great. Thank you very much. I look forward to your leadership.
Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
How are you?
In a 2019 interview with Bloomberg, you said monetary policy is important not for decision it makes, but for reasons it gives for the explanations. Mr. Warsh, the Federal Open Market Committees, or that the Fed sets U.S. monetary policy through interest rate decisions at those meetings, do you commit to maintaining the current practice of holding a meeting at least once every 8 weeks, yes or no?
Senator, by statute, as we talked about in your office, I believe the statute requires a minimum of 4 meetings, but 4 is not enough. So having more meetings than that is appropriate. But I've not even begun to look at the meeting schedules for 2027 and beyond, of course, subject to confirmation.
Okay. So then do you commit to holding a press conference at least on the day of the FOMC meetings?
Senator, right now press conferences are held periodically. If you ask me my true personal opinion, right now Fed chairs and other central bankers around the FOMC, they speak quite frequently. There is no lack of transparency. But I would say this, I think truth-seeking is more important than repetition. And if one has a press conference, one wants to deliver some important news.
Perfect.
So
and to follow up on that, then, would you commit to taking questions at those press conferences?
If a press conference were held, I think it would be incumbent to hear what the reporters of the day had in mind.
Thank you. I'm glad, our personal meeting regarding this was very enlightening. Earlier today, you said to Senator Kennedy that President Trump never demanded you to cut interest rates in your job interview. Is that your sworn testimony?
That is, Senator.
Okay. Well, someone here is lying then, because it's either you or President Trump. Because in an interview with the Wall Street Journal of December 12th, President Trump confirmed that he pressed you on your commitment to support interest rates cuts. And I quote, During a 45-minute meeting with Warsh on Wednesday at the White House, the president pressed Warsh on whether he could trust him to support interest rate cuts if he were chosen to lead the central bank. According to people familiar with the meeting, Trump in the general interview confirmed that, repeating, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter for the record the Wall Street Journal article, December 12th. Trump says he's leaning towards Warsh or has it to lead the Fed. So, this brings up an issue of credibility at this point. Who's lying here? Is it you or the president? Because the president confirmed that he did ask you to cut interest rates.
Senator, there's, of course, a third alternative. You cite a couple of reporters for a leading financial newspaper. I recall reading that story at the time.
Did you issue a correction?
I think those reporters either need better sources or better journalist standards.
Did you ask for a correction?
There are things in the newspaper, Senator, I see all the time that don't strike my ear as correct.
So it is, in your opinion, that the president then is lying when he said he did not ask you?
I can only repeat to you, Senator, what I said to several of your colleagues.
So you did not. You right now, under sworn testimony, are saying just to right now that the president of the United States in that job interview did not ask you to cut interest rates.
The president never asked me to commit to interest rate cuts at any particular meeting over the period of my tenure at the Fed. He didn't ask for it. He didn't demand it. He didn't require it, and nor would I have ever done so.
So if these reporters come back and say, do another follow-up on this and they confirm what they heard, what will your response be?
Well, my response would be what I suggested to you a few moments ago. As I read that story in real time, I remember thinking they either need better journalistic standards or better sources.
So, here's my problem, Mr. Chair and colleagues. And Mr. Warsh, I think you're incredibly qualified. But a lot of us are actually worried about the integrity of the Federal Reserve. We're worried about what this means for the economic markets, and we're worried about what this means for inflation. We're worried about your independence, and now we're hearing direct contradictions whether or not you were directly asked by the president to cut interest rates, and you're saying no, and he's saying yes. And I think for a lot of us, there's a question now of credibility. And I think there's a real reason why many of us are not voting no. As a matter of fact, until you verbally spoke to Mr. Kennedy and answered his question that he did not the president did not ask you to cut interest rates, this was not even going to be brought up. So there's definitely right now a true question about who is lying here. It's either you or it's the president. I yield back.
Senator, if I might respond?
Certainly.
Thank you. I take my responsibility to be an independent leader of the Federal Reserve very seriously, if confirmed by this body. I take the integrity of the office and my personal integrity very seriously. And I stand by every word I said. The president never asked me to commit to any such thing, nor would I ever do so.
Mr. Banks. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Warsh, congrats on your nomination. As we spoke about during our meeting in my office, I strongly support your nomination and look forward to voting for you to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve, and it can't happen soon enough. One policy area that we strongly agree on is the threat that China poses to America's economy. In fact, you've written publicly that China is deliberately positioning its financial system to rival U.S. leadership and actively working to elevate its currency on the global stage. Can you talk for a minute about how the Federal Reserve reinforces the strength of the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency in the face of that challenge?
Sure. Senator, it's great to see you again. We talked about some of these issues of the G2 rivalry, the rivalry between the U.S. and China in your office. If confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve, I will then have to say that it's the Treasury Secretary's business to talk about the dollar. It's the Fed chairman's business to talk about interest rates. But I think I can say this quite comfortably. The dollar is the linchpin of the global economy. The United States and the Federal Reserve is a beneficiary of the strength of the dollar. The U.S. financial system is the most important financial system in the world, and the central bank's been charged with really important responsibilities in overseeing it and supervising it. There are risks to the U.S. position in the world, including economic. The economic statecraft agenda led by Secretary Bessent, Secretary Rubio is an important one. On that, the Fed will play a supporting role in ensuring that the financial system is as safe as it can be, and work with them, because it's outside of the conduct of monetary policy, to ensure the U.S. is on its front foot and in a position of strength during this period of rivalry between the U.S. and another nation around the world.
What are some of those? I understand the role of the Treasury Department versus the Fed, but what are the most important steps that the Fed can take to reinforce confidence in the U.S. dollar?
Deliver stable prices, Senator. Deliver an economy that improves from here even further, where real take-home pay moves up, where inflation falls, and the U.S. economic growth potential is the best in the world. I mentioned earlier, Senator, something that I really do believe. AI is a testament to American ingenuity. The United States is the best positioned country in the world to take advantage of it so that the U.S. economy, U.S. workers benefit from it. That the U.S. is in a better position than anyone else, but it's filled with challenges, geopolitical challenges, technology challenges. So the sooner that we can hit the ground running on reform agenda, the better.
You wrote in an op-ed in 2021 in the Wall Street Journal that I recommend everyone reads. It's one of the reasons that I wholeheartedly support you, because of it says a lot about you in this op-ed. But you talked about how the PRC is actively promoting its digital yuan currency with the explicit goal of creating an alternative payment system that sidesteps U.S. sanctions. You've been very clear that China is not playing by the rules. China is buying over 80% of Iran's sanctioned oil in Chinese currency through Chinese banks, completely outside SWIFT. The Iranian government says it is charging ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz and collects payments via crypto and Chinese currency. What tools does the Federal Reserve have to defend the dollar's role as countries route payments through the Chinese financial systems to do business with Iran and other adversaries?
Yeah, Senator, thank you. As we talked about before, monetary policy is independent. But outside of monetary policy, the Federal Reserve can be working hand in hand with the rest of the government. The Federal Reserve is independent inside of government, not independent of government. What the U.S. can do with respect to the dollar is have a more robust payment system. The Fed has a number of payment systems that most financial participants in the world use. I would say they all are in need of substantial reform. There's a system called FedNow, which some describe as Fed yesterday. There's a series of new technologies that the Fed needs to oversee and needs to architect so that the payment system in the U.S. is the safest, most efficient, most capable in the world. Otherwise, we'll be losing to adversaries around the world in being the linchpin of the global economy.
Thank you. Your leadership is so important, and it's important right now. We need you on the job right now, not later, right now. So I look forward to voting for you quickly and seeing you confirmed and getting you on the job. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Ranking Member Warren. Also, thank you, Mr. Warsh, for taking the time also to meet with me earlier this week. I share many of the concerns of different committee members about us kind of putting the cart before the horse. And in one regard, it is the whole issue of independence of the Fed. And I know you have made commitments both in your testimony and here today with us in the process of watching the president try to fire Chairman Powell as well as Governor Lisa Cook. It really raises a lot of red flags for us. Even Justice Kavanaugh said that no president has fired a sitting governor in the 112-year history of the Fed, which was structured to be independent of day-to-day politics, and that it would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. There are a lot of questions here today as well about both ethics and whether or not all the paperwork is in, and even Senator Warren's question about, selling of the assets and whether they would be transparent is something that's important, again, to ensure confidence. And so I shared some of those concerns with you in person when we met, and I share them here for the record. I did have a question. I want to focus on AI, but I did have a question beforehand that I wanted to clarify. You mentioned your desire for reform as well as regime change at the Fed. Could you just clarify, you didn't mean removing the regional bank presidents whose 5-year terms were just restated and re-upped in December?
Senator, I meant policy regime change.
Got it. So for the record, we're not looking at regime change for those 12 board presidents. I want to jump to AI because it's probably one of the #1 issues that I hear about in my state. I'm former Secretary of Labor in Delaware. This is something that I asked Chair Powell when he was here as well about. A lot has happened in a year. And one of the things you have characterized this as the most productivity enhancing wave of our lifetimes, past, present, and future. You have described it as structurally disinflationary, and that central bankers must make a bet. I'm in the camp with Senator Kennedy. I'm concerned about us making a bet on something that we know. You've said it, Chairman Powell said it. We don't have the data to even understand yet. And so my first question is, what happens for policy if that surge doesn't materialize as expected?
Yeah. So, Senator, I enjoyed our discussion. I think the essential elements of a new policy for the Federal Reserve is to get access to better data and to dig deeper into the productivity possibilities that can come out of this new investment wave. Today we call it artificial intelligence. 2 years from now we're going to call it business CapEx, and 3 years from now we're going to call it just ordinary business. I think it has two important effects on the conduct of policy. I don't claim to have perfect knowledge of how any of these are going to go, but I do have an intuition the pace of change is accelerating. I'm sorry, Senator, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, how much of your view on interest rates depends on those productivity gains showing up quickly?
Yeah, so I think it has two elements. One is the increase in capital expenditures to build data centers and the rest. That will have an effect on demand. That will increase demand. My guess is a few tenths of 1%. But on the supply side of the economy, to increase the potential output of the economy, that could be considerably bigger. We don't know that. We can't bank on that. But considerable work needs to be done by the Federal Reserve in evaluating this productivity wave. As I said before, monetary policy works with long and variable lags. So you have to make some informed judgments. And unlike other people in office, if the judgments are wrong, you've got to call the flag on yourself and correct them.
Well, I think there's been a lot of conversation here about concerns that in your record, in your history, you have been hawkish on inflation rates and keeping them low. And now we're looking at AI. What I don't want to see is us use AI as an excuse.
Yes.
For making good policy. Too much depends on it. Too many families' lives depend on it. And in our conversation, I also talked about the fact that I know Wall Street is going to be okay, but who we're concerned about as well is Main Street. Yeah. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kramer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Warsh, for being here. Thanks for stepping in the gap.
Thank you.
In fact, I'm a little bit curious as to why you even want to do this. I'm thinking, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, congratulations on the choice. By the way, with regard to independence, real quickly, I find it curious. In fact, I've often found curious that people expect somebody who's appointed by an elected official has to be confirmed by 100 other elected officials would somehow not have a philosophy. That's what I hear sometimes. Like, why don't we, speaking of AI, we should just have an AI Fed chairman. That way it'd be completely neutral, right? Other than the people that put all the information in the algorithms. Anyway, that said, I think we should not forget that it would be common for a president who believes that interest rates should be lower to want to nominate somebody who has expressed that maybe interest rates could be a little lower, as opposed to the quid pro quo that's being accused of today. So I'm just grateful you're willing to do it. By the way, the other thing about independence that strikes me with regard to the Fed, do you have any idea how often an interest rate decision by the Fed is a 12-0 or a 10-0 vote? Do you have a sense of it?
I do, Senator. I'd say over the last 15 years, decisions have been unanimous or near unanimous. As I said to one of your colleagues earlier, I prefer clean memos and messier meetings, and there's nothing wrong with a divergence of opinion. These are very hard calls.
Thank you. I don't know when diversity became a bad thing in a room of thinkers, particularly with staggered terms. The other thing, none of this was in my mind that long ago, but the other thing that strikes me is you do have a lot of experience. This is your 20th anniversary, or at least your second anniversary. Have your thoughts changed much or evolved over those 20 years of experience in various areas, not to mention your research and your intellectual and academic writings? I mean, have you evolved a little bit?
Absolutely. I'll make 3 points if I can. One is it is essential for the chair of this organization to be open-minded to new ideas. The world is moving fast. The mistake that's common in the economics profession, which Secretary Schultz once described to me when I was telling him that I was thinking about pursuing further studies. He said, it's fine to get a PhD, but make sure that's not the last day you were learning. Too many people in the profession go back to what they learned 30 or 40 years ago. We've got to be open-minded. The world's changing and the facts are changing. To the characterization I heard from some of your colleagues about did my opinions change, my opinions change when the facts change. When interest rates are at zero and the balance sheet is growing and the economy is booming, well, relative to that, I will say I sounded hawkish. In 2018, when the Federal Reserve pushed to raise rates into a financial market meltdown and economic weakening, I said that was a mistake. That was dovish. I expect to have a divergence of views based on the facts on the ground. And if I could just answer one other question you asked about why I want to do this job. I would say I've lived the American dream. I've been the luckiest, most blessed, fortunate person with the greatest teachers. I was a kid from upstate New York in public schools, and I had an opportunity to serve after 9/11. I was walking with a friend of mine who happens to be in this room away from a building near the site of the tragedy. I was walking up Fifth Avenue, and I thought to myself, what am I doing? And so I committed myself to public service then. I did 10 and a half years of public service. I've been grateful for 15 years in the private sector where I've been able to practice my discipline, think anew about things, and the call to service struck again. I'm honored to serve if this body will confirm me.
Excellent. I do find it curious that so many people seem to be hung up on the fact that you've been successful even while doing in between bouts of public service, probably a better way to put it. I'm not wealthy, never have been wealthy, and I'm not sure I have much potential to be wealthy, but I have nothing against people who are. That said, real quickly, I do want to talk a little bit about debanking. That has been talked about a whole lot, but speaking of institutions that are dug in, I think there's out of the 22,000 people, there are a lot of them that sort of still believe that reputational risk should be a factor, that reputational risk could be based on out of favor industries. Can you give me a sense of how you plan to attack that, if you will?
Politics have no place, not just in monetary policy, but in supervision and regulation. Yes. If central bankers should stand for anything, it's to resist fads, resist trends, call balls and strikes. That's exactly what I would intend to do.
I lean hard yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Alsobrooks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Warsh. And thank you for meeting with me last week. In August of 2025, President Trump tried to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook for unsubstantiated allegations widely believed to be politically motivated. Thankfully, both a federal district court and the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of Governor Cook, preventing her from being fired while the investigation proceeds. This is a landmark test for independence. Now, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh said allowing Cook's firing to go forward would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. So I would like to ask you, will you commit to defending Governor Cook's tenure as Chairman Powell has done?
Senator, it was a pleasure to meet you in your office and spend time with you. As I said to you then, I'll repeat here to the broader committee. If I stand for anything, it's the Fed should stay in its lane. As I understand that matter, it's pending before the United States Supreme Court. I think it's inappropriate for me to weigh in on that, especially because in the event that I am confirmed, I could be a party to that matter.
Well, I disagree with Mr. Warsh. I disagree with you. This is your future colleague who was confirmed by both this committee and this Senate to serve her country. Chairman Powell has defended her tenure, and your answer to this is you will not defend her. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not my answer. My answer is there's a pending case before the Supreme Court, the results of which I think we're going to hear about soon. If confirmed by this body, I will follow the Constitution, the Supreme Court law, and the best of the Fed's tradition.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you agree or disagree with Justice Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court, who said that her firing would weaken, if not shatter, the Fed's independence? Do you agree with Justice Kavanaugh?
So I took a constitutional law class, but I wouldn't say I'm worthy of being a Supreme Court justice. What I can say is Fed independence means everything to me.
And it means,
and that's exactly what I would try to do if I'm confirmed.
Well, I'd like to move on to the criminal investigation of Chairman Powell. The Trump administration could have taken many off-ramps to end what is a ridiculous exercise. Instead, they have doubled down. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, sent prosecutors to the Fed last week to continue this circus, and they were turned away. Chairman Powell has said that the administration's investigation is not about any testimony or the renovations of a building, calling these arguments pretext, and he said that the threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on its best assessment of what will serve the public rather than following the preferences of the president. So do you dispute Chairman Powell's assertion that the investigations are pretext for policy disagreements?
Senator, as I said with respect to the other case, this is also pending before the courts. I have a ton of confidence in the court's ability to make a final resolution. I'd abide by any judgment of the courts and would follow that judgment and the best of the Fed's traditions.
It's difficult. Let me just ask you another question instead. Just a few days ago, bless his heart, President Trump called Chairman Powell a stubborn, incompetent person who he said suffers from Trump derangement syndrome. Now, can you say before this committee that you disagree with this characterization?
Yeah, my disagreements with Chairman Powell are about policy, not about personality or personnel.
Okay, let me ask you another question about the president. Now, my colleague a moment ago said to you that the president, you said the president has never asked you about lowering interest rates, and you said he never specifically, is the word you used, demanded that you decrease interest rates. Well, did the president generally suggest this to you as well?
You know, in my recitation to your colleagues, I wasn't trying to be clever. The president never generally or specifically instructed me, suggested I should commit to any interest rate path whatsoever.
Okay, let me go to another point. So if the Senate does not confirm you by May 15th, the president may inject more financial chaos into our economy by illegally attempting to remove Chairman Powell and installing someone else until your confirmation. Now, the law is quite clear here. If there is a vacancy, the current chairman continues to serve as chair pro tem until the Senate confirms a replacement. But the Trump administration is gearing up to fight this assertion. And I expect every financial leader and reporter is watching your words right now, which can move markets. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to reassure them. Do you agree that the law requires the current Fed chair to continue serving as interim chair while this replacement is confirmed?
So I haven't been advised on that. I will say this. I was a summer associate for 8 weeks at a law firm, and that was the extent of my legal career. I'm certainly not capable of defining whether the Vacancy Act applies to the Federal Reserve or not.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Bernie Moreno.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the honor of going last. I know that's normally reserved for people with much more status than I have, so I appreciate that very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to read something here for a second. Mr. Chairman, it's clear that Mr. Walsh is tremendously accomplished. He is committed to strong capital standards, effective supervision, and meaningful market discipline. He knows unequivocally that the Fed must be independent, non-ideological, and nonpartisan. And for this reason, I am proud to support his nomination. I wish I had said those words, but those are the words of Senator Chuck Schumer when he voted to confirm you, in fact, introduced you. So I would like to enter that into the record. As they say, there's nothing wrong with that, but it looks like Democrats used to love you at one point. What changed?
The Senator, I don't know.
You didn't catch the Seinfeld reference, so it's just proof that you did not watch the show. All right. Let me ask you some quick rapid-fire questions. I know people have enjoyed being here this long, but maybe not others. A lot has been said, and I think it's important, on the plight of working Americans when it comes to being able to afford the basic elements of what it means to be somebody here who's successful in the working class. Are working class Americans better off or worse off than they were 3 years ago?
The aggregate statistics show improvement, but I do want to suggest with better Fed policy, I think the improvement can be stronger.
No, clearly. And we're not done, and we have a long way to go. But if you're somebody who's an average working American today in 2026, you're better off than you were 3 years ago, because 3 years ago, you were getting demolished by generationally high inflation. Is that true?
The trajectory on inflation is improving, but there's more work to do.
And one of the key parts of why I'm supporting you is because a total and complete focus and understanding that the interest rate tool is the tool that allows you to help working Americans much more than the balance sheet tool. Would you agree?
Yes, Senator, I do.
All right, perfect. Let's move on to central bank digital currencies. Do you agree that the Federal Reserve has no legal right to issue a central bank digital currency?
Senator, I agree that they don't have the right, and I think it would be a bad policy choice.
Somebody just put an exclamation mark on that. Under your chairmanship of the Federal Reserve, you will not have the Federal Reserve explore or any way move towards a central bank digital currency.
If it's within the power of the chairman of the Federal Reserve, I agree with that statement.
Perfect. Let's shift over to AI. A lot has been said about that. And I worry that some of my colleagues don't feel that this is quote unquote real or happening as quick as it is. It is happening insanely fast. In fact, would you agree that it could lead to an employment shock, especially for entry-level white-collar jobs?
Senator, I agree with you on the pace of the technology revolution. I've had to update my own priors versus 6 or 12 months ago as I've seen the rate of improvement of the models. Senator, the way I describe it is this: I am more confident that there will be improved output than I am certain about when the effects of that would be on the labor market. I basically believe in the following good economic tenet, which is described as the lump of labor fallacy. And we tend to think in economics, there's only a fixed number of jobs, and we've got to fill them every day possible. The labor force, the structure of the labor market changes. The jobs that will be created 2 or 3 years from now, some of which are unimaginable to us today. But the lag between the improvement in output and the effect on the labor markets, that's got to be central to the Fed's thinking, given the pace of innovation in this cycle.
And this concept of price stability plus maximum employment, that maximum employment piece is problematic when policymakers open our borders and let tens of millions of people come into this country illegally. Is that not correct?
I'm gonna let you guys handle immigration policy. I'm gonna have plenty on my plate if confirmed.
But adding 10 to 20, 30 million people into the country when you're trying to make certain that everybody here has a job is problematic, correct?
Yeah, the central bank takes the labor market is as it is, and that's a function of policies you and the administration put in place. It's not our place to be opining on that.
Okay. And let me just add one last thing and more to your wife. How did you get so lucky to have a guy that's so romantic that on Valentine's Day of 2006, he brings you to a Senate hearing? I mean, you set a high bar for all of us. Look, I'm going to ruin the suspense for everybody. You're going to be confirmed. You're going to be the Federal Reserve Chairman. And most importantly, you're going to do an incredible job. And I'm honored to be able to have been part of that process, and we'll vote for you resoundingly.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, that concludes the question and answer portion of today's hearing. I'd like to thank our nominee for testifying before the committee today, and thank you for your willingness to serve our country. For senators, all follow-on questions for the record must be submitted by tomorrow, April 22nd at noon. And for you, the witness, please respond by Thursday, April 23rd, 1 p.m., to the written questions you receive in order to facilitate this committee promptly processing this nomination when it comes. With that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that is it for today. Again, if you haven't already hit the subscribe button, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. It's now freaking 11:35 in the afternoon. A little bit late. What do you guys think? Bullish or bearish? Is it time to buy right now? I don't know. I'm looking at it. It could be time to buy. What do you guys think? Yeah, I'm still here. I've been watching it the whole time. But yeah. Let's see what happens now. I don't know. Market's mostly reacting negatively if you look at it here. It's mostly a negative reaction. Bull or bear right now, guys? Let me know in chat right now. Are you bullish or bearish on this meeting? I'm going to cut out of here. So y'all have a great day. Dump is on the way. Hey, we'll see, bro. We'll see. Look. I'll see what happens. Again, if you want to join our Discord, completely free, doesn't cost anything. Here's the Discord link right there. Check it out. Join. And, yeah. Y'all have a great day. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Later, guys.